Let's go! Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully, everybody's feeling well, feeling good, feeling great. I am. How about you? It's been a wild weekend. Very interesting, very wild, very crazy weekend. It's a lot of conversations going on about race. I was like, man, hey, Renee, what's up, Miss Jalen? Good day to you. And just like we love to start the day when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great, productive energy. Whatever, token of kinfolk. Damn. That's crazy. Whatever, kinfolk. Still got love for you. It's insane. So what? I just like how you know what I'm saying? I just like what I like. God damn it. I like to wear the same thing over and over. I bought like 100 of the same shirt. I do the same thing every day. That's how we keep consistent. What's up, Don? Good day to you. Anyway, this is the wildest wake-up show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey, and every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today will be no different. We want to challenge your thoughts. You know, we got to get these goddamn remedial ideologies out of your head because so many times people just regurgitate information that they heard with no proof, no backup of what they're seeing whatsoever. It's weird and it's strange, but somehow they do it on the day-to-day basis. What's up, beautiful? How you doing, Voice of Venus? Good day to you. And as I scroll through, majority of the conversations about race and all these other things, which is understandable because it's a weird time with woo, that is nice. Got a nice little relaxed day off. I don't think it's too bad. Is it nice outside today? And it's gonna be nice outside. Get some of that good sunlight because I think finally we got a day that broke today. Finally, because this weather been absolutely insane. If you've been going outside, it's crazy. 1 minute you outside and the sun is out, it feels good. You take off your scarf and the next thing is 32 degrees. It's insane out here. Be careful. Be careful. And I just find it so interesting how we see so many people like these Charleston White type characters that are out there. They get so much love. Somebody sent me a video. I was going to review it, but I was just like, man, it's a little too goddamn much. I mean, we got Charleston White in Arkansas with a whole bunch of Confederate flag, scarf, hat, and he also has a KKK bomber jacket on. I'm like, man, this is crazy. This is a lot. But yet and still, we'll still have some men out there that's willing to support these black conservatives, even though they getting a wake-up call on a day-to-day basis. They don't care. They willing to go to, hey, good day, the beautiful MJ. Good to see you. And make sure everybody say happy birthday to you. Everybody say happy birthday to Miss Beautiful. Awesome. Conversations with MJ. Happy birthday to you, beautiful. Shout out to you. Make sure everybody say it. No, we gotta. That's my birthday friend. Salute to my birthday friend.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Mm-hmm. What's up, JG? And it's so interesting because really we was trying to really break down this whole race thing. But let's break down the goddamn fathers. I don't understand why nobody has broken down the two families of the situation. And then we can really have an understanding of who these people are. For example, one father is still with the mother of his children, and one father is not. One father still lives in a home with his children. One family, the father is not in the home anymore. One family, the father is a criminal, been locked up and arrested and charged with a crime. The other one has not. We got one of the fathers. He's been locked up and charged for SA in 2008, and the other father has not. Now, when we just have those conversations, because they say that a father in a household is very important, I thought. I wonder which father is which. I wonder which father y'all think was the one that is, which father you think has a criminal record? Which father you think is divorced? Which father you think went to jail? And which father do you believe went to jail for SA? What's up, LA Wilkes? Which father is it, LA Wilkes? Is it the black father that left the home? Is it the black father that got criminally charged with SA and arrested? Is it the black father that left his household and left his children to defend themselves? Is it the black father that did all these things? I wonder. What you think, LA Wilkes? Which father is it? I wonder which father is accepted in the home and which one is not. I don't know. I'm not sure which one. Somebody tell me which father it is. Shout out to the boys of Venus. Yes, I believe so. And I don't think it's, just want to have a conversation about the honesty of it, because for so long, I think black men been at the bottom of the totem pole of this criminality situation. We starting to see that it ain't true anymore. And maybe it was once upon a time, but we are not a representation of 70% of the criminal activity that is happening in America anymore. And it is okay for us to feel good about that. Black folks ain't the ones that the criminals anymore. Speaking of criminals, just recently, NYPD Blue Star actress. Now I want to say she's a star, but she's an actress. What's her name, babe? Kim Delaney. Have y'all heard about Kim Delaney? I want to know. Have y'all heard about the beautiful white actress from NYPD Blue named Kim Delaney? I wonder what she's been doing in her recent times. She's a married woman, and she's married to a black man, because we know how the conversations go in these goddamn spaces that, hey, listen here, black man, if you need to have peace in your household, you need to go ahead and get you a white woman, because they more docile, they cook, they clean, they suck you off it, they do all these great things that the other one won't do. And you know what Kim Delaney decided to do in Mills? What's up, DB? You know what that woman did 2 weeks ago? She got arrested. Yes, Kim Delaney, white woman, married to a black man. She done got arrested. You know what she got arrested for? for trying to run over her black king with her car. This is an actress, a successful white woman. This ain't no yeah. And I just wanted to point that out. Like, hey, I'm surprised the men ain't jumping on this, but I guarantee you what, if her skin color was reversed, it'd be a conversation. But hey, look, y'all better stop trying to think that these people are just better people because of skin color and start thinking about character over anything else. It's character. You need to pay attention to a person's character, because if you just allow yourself to just believe because the other person is of a certain hue that they're not capable of something, you're going to have a rude awakening. Not me just talking about free that lady. Y'all women are sick. That black man didn't do nothing to that woman but try to help and provide for her crazy ass. That's her third husband. Damn. She's 63 years old, still trying to run over her husband. And she a cougar too, because she's 63, he 54. Her third husband. Or hopefully the other two are still alive, goddammit. Shit. And this is the thing that be happening, Venus. This is the thing that they be trying to talk about, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, listen, that white woman got married two other times. This is her third husband, and the third one, she tried to run him over at 63. Hey, it's something wrong with that lady. Stop believing it that just because somebody's skin color, that means that they are supposedly, the better half. You need to go about people's character, all right? And that's why this case is so important, how it's moving forward, right? Is because we need to go by the character of the people, the character of the family, the character of the two young men or the three young men. We got to go by the character and really look at it in a way where it's going to, hopefully we could help this young man, right? Because he's got to live with that for the rest of his life. This is already a traumatic situation. Already. What's up, Black Seinfeld? Already. But that was just my few thoughts on what was going on this weekend. It was kind of wild and crazy, all the race talk, and the people that actually want to keep the race talk going instead of just looking at it for what it is. Seinfeld, hey, y'all made a law. The law should be for everybody, not just for your folk. Simple as that. But also over the weekend, what I seen the Voice of Venus. She was rocking out with Sexy Red. That was a good show to listen to while I was driving. And two things came across my mind when the two shows that I seen Sexy Red a part of. She was a part of one show with a group of guys. It was called The Whole Phase. And I thought that was like very interesting. I think this whole idea of the last show that I was watching, Very Sexy Red, on with the men, the wrong class was on there, of course, being incorrect as usual. He's being incorrect as usual. What's up, Haitian and Sensational One? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Voice of It. She did get herself back out there in the mix of doing her shows. You need to stop playing around. I don't care if you're sick. We need more Voice of Venus. Simple as that. And when Sexy Red, she was attempting to have the conversation about the infamous whole phase, which is a period of life where, you're out there exploring, experimenting, and let's be honest, making some questionable decisions for the people that decide to do it. Well, here's the thing. It's not just about wild nights and bad Tinder dates. It's more about figuring out who you are and what you want. And for women, this so-called whole phase is often seen as reclaiming autonomy after years, we know it, of being told to be a good girl, save yourself for marriage. That's what they keep telling them. What up, Davey? No, let me pin that to the thing. You know what I'm saying? Let me pin that. God damn it. I'll do it. There we go. All right. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the shares up. This is how we keep moving things forward. Because I did not really necessarily want to talk about race, but we could talk about whatever when I open it up. But, goddamn. I think by now, the lines have been drawn in the sand. We understand who's a part of what team. You got people that's a part of getting the truth out there. And then there's a part of the team that's just trying to get the narratives out there. Imperious is insane. And this is how we know that a lot of these men cannot be straight at all. That's not a possibility. I don't believe that a lot of these men are straight for real, for real.
Why you bring that up?
Like that is just crazy to me.
That is burning on your head.
Like what? Ah.
What was the last thing you ate, sir?
Oh man, because you believe a woman doing something that a straight woman is supposed to be is degrading her. So therefore, clearly you want to be with a woman that you do not or cannot, and she will not allow you to have sex with her. And it's crazy. Some of the negative narrative that people want to push out there, and hey, you're just gonna keep pushing yourself closer and closer to an island. You're gonna be more isolated than you ever wanted to be. Even though, like, we hear how you talking, like it sounds good, but we know in real life you don't say none of those things. In real life, you probably feel real small. That's why you got to come on the internet and say these just nonsense, and you just afraid to actually be who you really are and say, hey, I like peeing and I cannot lie. Or the other suckers cannot try. Oh my God. Yes. I do be cracking myself up because, he want to have his whole phase with his rim brothers. That's what he want to do. He want to be hunching with his rim bros. He want to be over there rubbing those goddamn jeans out. God damn it. That shit is crazy.
Why is it so difficult for these men to just come out?
Oh shit. I don't know why they're afraid to just go ahead. Nobody's gonna judge you if you say, hey, I like being a power bottom. It's okay. It is okay in 2025 for you to be yourself, express yourself however you want to. You don't have to do it behind closed doors more. You can walk outside and still wear man clothes and say, hey, I'll pick up my keys without bending my knees. Shicey Bun, we just found out that Imperious, he plays the tambourine at church. I did, Thomas. I did. Oh man, that shit is crazy. But hey, everybody have their own they got their own situations going on, right? And then so any woman out there that is they've been told for years, right? They got to reclaim. So, women are starting to reclaim their autonomy, right? After years of being told to be a good girl, save yourself from marriage. And so now they feel like there's a chance to break free from those constraints and live on their own terms. But of course, as we can see already, society loves to slap labels on women who embrace their sexuality. Meanwhile, we understand who's doing what. When men do it, they are just sowing their wild oats. And like for men, a whole phase is expected. It's like a rite of passage. It's like something you're supposed to get out of your system. We heard them say that before. Get it out your system before you settle down. But here's the catch, right? So while society gives men a free pass to be reckless, it doesn't really teach them how to transition from that phase. So you get guys in their 30s still acting like they're in frat houses, as we have one in the chat right now. He still talk like he is a college student instead of a 40-year-old man. And they wondering why their relationships do not work. And to be honest with you, this whole idea of a whole phase, both for men and women, is less about the number of people you date or sleep with. It's really more about the lessons you learn along the way. It's about understanding your boundaries, your desires, and we see that a lot of these men have some strange desires. I'm not passing no judgment. We listen, we don't judge. And we can just need to be honest with each other. That's all, goddamn. Yeah, absolutely, Shiesty. Otis who? Good day, sir. How you doing? Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. That helps us get the channels out there as far into the atmosphere as we absolutely can. Shout out to Imperius with the $5. Say what? I can't believe my eyes. Sharon, put the Kool-Aid on his lips and pump. Women are the receiver and are the conquered object, so no one wants it. I don't worship a wet hole. That's crazy. That's just insane, to be honest. I don't worship a wet hole neither. Whatever that I'm. So what do you worship? A strong balance, standing straight up. That's what you worship. We know what you worship then, right? So if you don't worship that, maybe you worship the complete opposite. You worship I don't think these men really understands what they be saying. Like, we hear you through your words. You don't worship that. So possibly you worship something that represents strength to you. We know what that is. Something that is doing the penetration. We know what that symbol is. Something that stands tall, at least for most of us. I don't know about for you. But you oh, man. But hey, listen. In 2025, it is okay to worship that as well. Whatever you need to move on in life, it is okay. It's all right. We are not going. We listen. We don't judge.
We don't.
The original appearance is back with the $2. I worship me like your wife did with her facial. LOL. I don't know. This is crazy. That is wild. I don't know. I don't know what mental situation that these men need to go and do, but they need to do something, right? Because them being secretive about their sexuality, it definitely doesn't work. He actually believed that is something to make me actually be upset. Like anything he's saying is truthful. Like that amount of disrespect that he has to do is because I said something truthful about him. It's crazy. Conversation with MJ. She said, "Hey, to pay much the delete message." Absolutely. Hey, I don't really police. I ain't gonna never police your wrench. I ain't gonna police Miss Jalen wrench. Robin M. on the other hand, I'm have to. But the fact that it is this, right? That he worships something. He worships men. Clearly, he believes anything that men do is what he needs to be a part of, and he'll literally bend over backwards, off frontwards, to say how much he loved men, how much he's a lover of men. It's wild. Look at Robin. I'm talking her shit. How you gonna be talking shit to me, Robin? Damn it.
She's just stating.
Let me lift up my underarm for Robin. Let me go do a. Don't worry, Robin. I'm gonna give you some nice, smelly underarms. And for some reason, when we start to, when they start talking, we start realizing that, and they start to check and see that they mask is coming off, and we start to see what they really are into. It makes more sense. It makes so much more sense the way how they communicate, that they're not really into women like that. This is why all they want to talk about is how great men are, how great penis. They even say how they even try to let other men know that these women are degrading. They degrade themselves by allowing a man put penis inside of them. Thank you, Shiesty. Right? They will literally tell. They will say women stop letting men put in penis inside because it's degrading. Anybody that allows a penis out of him is degrading. This is his words. Those are his words. So he literally do not want women to be women, because he want all the men to himself. He want to say, hey, men, why would you want to be with a woman like that? And you can hang out with me. I'm smarter. I'm more intelligent. I'm more powerful. I could do all these things. I could work with my hands. These are the things that somebody like a Pierce would say. I could work with my hands. I got the strength to use a tool and break things because my hands are so powerful. Next thing you know, he's going to be telling you how strong his jaw is too. His jaw is stronger than a woman's jaw. That's what he's going to be saying next. That's what he's going to be saying next. What up, man? And Pierce with the $5. He says, what's sad, Sharon, is that my wife, right? This is what he wants to say, even though he never met her, right? And he thinks this is actually harming me. It's crazy. Had other men semen in her soul, she retained a DNA, and your child isn't 100% yours. It had DNA of those men. It's crazy. And clearly, he probably really just mad at his mama.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And make sure everybody say happy birthday to Conversation with MJ one more time. Imperious, listen, Brokeback Mountain, be disrespectful to Anya or any of the ladies again, and I will drag your broke ass the rest of the day. Headed to the gym, Sharon. Get your workout on, girl. It's insane. It's crazy. It's insane. But hey. I don't know. I don't know. The very thing that they want to do, they be like, hey, they would condemn a woman for a quick, fast, and in a hurry. And these are the same men that do not have any kind of women attached to them whatsoever, because what woman would be with a man like this that say the things that he is saying and thinks? And they have to get over whatever a lot of these men, whatever happened to you and the image that you have of your mama, you got to let that issue go. Hey, listen, every woman that's walking down the street is not a representation of your mama. And if you like things that is like your mama and your mama is a representation of a hoe, hey, just admit it, that you like hoes just like how your mama was a hoe. Nobody's gonna be mad at you for what up, Ignorant TV. And Purge, just say I like hoes just like my mama. It's okay. It is what it is. You want to find a woman just as good as your mama, and you just cannot find a hoe that good. And you just upset that you can't find a woman that is as hoish as your mama. Because your mama probably, because I don't know how old Imperius is, but I'm pretty sure his mom, right? She's probably one of the ladies in the world that been opening her legs since she was like 15 years old. She probably was opening her legs since she was 15 years old, busting it wide open. For real, nigga. She probably had to have a shotgun wedding. Oh, look. He says mom married at 15. She's been busting it wide open since she was 15. I told you. I knew it. I just absolutely knew it. It's crazy. That's crazy that I guessed it. Because I can hear the way how he talks. I can way how he communicates, the way how he speaks down on women. Like that is, I knew it was something wrong with that. I knew it. Yeah. I'm fucking good. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I know people like, but Sharon, how do you know? I didn't tell you. You don't have to tell me. I can see it. I can hear the way how you communicate. I can see how fast you talk. You talk like you on some, like you use that white lady. That's why you talk so fast. You don't have no real substance to say. You only can say disrespectful things. OMG. It makes so much sense. Voice of it said, was the dad 27? Probably. The dad probably was old. That is crazy. That's wild. We know, we understand. Most of them, hey. Look, this is why he got to go towards everything else, because he cannot deal with the fact that he's in love with his mama. He want to do the same thing that his mama do. He want to be with 15-year-olds, just like how his mama was. His mama was a hoe, so he wants a hoe like his mama. He ain't never found a hoe as good as his mama. That shit is crazy. That is crazy to me. Oh my God. And this is why I'm hopefully, like, at least he's not in school anymore. So therefore he's not gonna go up and do the normal things that these young white boys would do when they are in a situation when they mama been busting it wide open for since they was 15 years old, because we know why he believes that women that takes any kind of penis, they are degraded, because he look at his mama and she is degraded. Literally, he degrades his mama for being with his daddy. He knows daddy was a piece of he know it. Comes and then his father not broke back mouth flexing about his mom being a child bride. Shake my head. Your mom was a great victim. Turd. God damn. Shit. Like he don't even understand. He needs to really, like, man, he needs some real therapy. This shit is crazy. Clearly he want everybody to see this. He said, hey, with the big 100 ball, yo, cuz, yo, Kim West think I'm a scam. Please let her know with the big old 100 balls that I am not a scam. I don't want to, so that is from him. So Kim West, he said, I'm not a scam, and you know anything over $50. Yeah, I get it. This is especially we know who's gonna love this. Thank you so much, Tom. Kim West. He ain't no damn scam artist. God damn it. So it's just so goddamn crazy, man. Like when you just see it happen in real time, it's just so insane, bro. Like I'm just glad that he's out of school. Shout out to Tom's Legacy, always holding me down. I appreciate Kim. It's crazy. But we understand that when we hear these men talk so down about women, is because they have some kind of bad negative imagery, either of their daddy. They don't understand why they daddy slept with their mom and why their mom allowed they ain't shit daddy to bust nuts inside of her since she was 15 years old. He said, mommy, you could have kept your life. No, she couldn't. She's only 15, sir. It's okay. You need to go to some therapy and to understand that your mom, she just was trying to live her life and try to get through it. And some grown-ass man took advantage of your mom, which is your dad, which is why you have this issue as a grown man. I'm just glad you're out of school, because we know young boys that have the same kind of understanding of women, they do certain things in schools. Because I believe over 1,000, like our country had over 1,000 school, situations. Other countries have one every 10 years. And because of men like you, incels like you, sir, that literally have a problem with dealing with your mama being a hoe. Because maybe you got teased because your mama was being a hoe. Because everybody, all of the drunken barmen or anybody that came over to do some work on the house, they did more than just work on the house. They did work in the house as well. Man. This is why that TV show Adolescence is so important. My bad, Venus. I'm just saying, like, it's just so wild that I was able to catch it through his conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never knew that his mama was that young. What's up, Natasha? All right, I'm gonna leave his whole ass mama alone. I'm gonna leave her alone. We're gonna get past the whole phase. We understand that a lot of these men, also before we move on past the whole phase, right? A lot of these men, we also understand they are the ones that keep telling other men, hey, you could just have sex with women without no attachments, with no feelings in it. You could just go ahead and have a friends with benefit. You don't need no damn feelings. This is crazy. It's insane. No, men absolutely have feelings when they're having sex with a woman. This whole idea of men able to have sex with women without no feelings is BS. It's because it's this idea that they just want, sad to say, but a lot of men, they want to play around with their homeboys and they just want to use a woman to keep the human race going, so to speak. This is why somebody like your peers to say, hey, we don't even need you to be awake. I could impregnate you while you asleep and you could give birth while you asleep the whole 9 months. We don't need women. It's because he only feels like women are needed for having children. This is something that peers would say. And so he want to go back outside and play with his homeboys. He want to go ahead and sweat with them. He don't believe that you can have any feeling towards women. This is why he said any woman that is taking any pain, that is doing what she does naturally as a human, is degrading. He want to try to get men to understand that women are nasty and he want all the men to himself. Yes, DB, he actually said that. He want to rub some goddamn hole in his gene. He want to do soft line. That's why you got to pay attention to the men that say steel sharpen steel. That's what they talking about. That's what they talking about when they say steel sharpen steel. That's what they want to do, literally. Because I thought most people use sandpaper to sharpen a goddamn knife. They want to use steel to sharpen steel. We know why. They want to put something hard against something else hard. Yeah. In other words, they want to be rubbing until they get a goddamn Indian bird. That's right. They want to sword fight with each other. And when you hear these men talk, when they say things like women are degraded because they take pain, right? Because he don't want to probably take it, but he want to be rubbing up on a man. He want to oil a man down. And just be rubbing rub one out. It's crazy. It's insane. This is what these men are. This is why they were trying to say, no, men could have sex with women without no emotional attachment, because they want to program these young men to say, hey, you could just go have sex with them, have babies with them, but come back to me is what they are saying. And I just want the young men to understand, this is the type, you got to be careful when you hear grown-ass men say, hey, I can have sex with 100 women with no feelings with it. Hey, he's throwing a signal out to you. He's trying to slowly reel you in. It's kind of like, how Terrence Howard was talking about it. He was saying, yeah, at first, he was like, hey, I just want some acting classes from you, Terrence. And then anytime he goes to this man's house, he's like, so what you want to work on? No, we just chilling. It's just chilling. Oh, let me take you out. Hey. Yes, they want to slowly see how far they could go. So this is how they slowly reel you in. They try to tell you crazy things like, hey, you could just go have sex with 1,000 women. It's all good, but just come back home to the brothers because we love you more than anything. Young men, be careful of the men that talk like this. This whole idea that you can have a friends with benefit. Hey, listen, you better go get you one goddamn woman. It's much easier. Majority of your men are not capable of dealing with multiple women. So get you one good woman and just rock out with her. Stop trying to be something that you are not by looking to. Just think about it. All those men that sold their wild oats and didn't settle down. They couldn't transition properly. Because just like, a woman, every man that she sleeps with, she have this this sex demon thing or whatever they saying, these whatever the hell they be trying to say. I don't even know. It happens with the men as well. The more women that you have sex with, the more you become jaded. It makes it difficult to actually stay in a relationship. It doesn't help you at all. Not even a little bit. Sex demons, right? They be having them sex demons. Goddamn. And so, hey, be careful of those men. Also, what else I want to say is this. I want to talk about this whole marriage idea that men are the ones that sacrifice more than women. It's another thing that they say. This is another way how they try to trick you out of being with your family, how being with your woman, loving your goddamn partner. We hear it all the time. What they say. We hear it all the time. You know, when we get to 100 likes, I will open up the goddamn panel. So y'all figure it out. Hit the like and the share button. It is what it is. Hit the like and that share button. Thank you so much. Everybody that's showing love and appreciation. I love y'all. We hear it all the time. What do we hear these men say? Oh, men sacrifice more in a marriage. How, sir? Because we all know, this is what they say. They all say this, because men will sacrifice their happiness for their family. And what's the reverse? They would say a woman would sacrifice her family for her happiness. Have we ever, put a one in the chat, you ever heard this BS term before? Let's talk about it, goddammit. Absolutely, I agree. Ain't nothing wrong with the goddamn trick. It ain't tricking if you got it. Who ever heard of that saying before? Men sacrifice their happiness for their family, but women would sacrifice their family for happiness. And we all understand that this is just a way that men are trying to steer. They are trying to steer men away from relationships and make them believe that anything dealing with a woman is dangerous, is detrimental to your health and your life. And so plenty of men, what they would do is this. They would sacrifice, they don't care about sacrificing their happiness and any of those things because they are willing to stay in a relationship because they don't care, because they never got out of their whole phase from college or whenever they started their whole phase. They kept on continuously doing it throughout their marriage and whoever they was with. So they would stay with their wife while go outside and act like they doing all this goddamn honesty and honest right, and create another family with another woman somewhere else in between lunch break, in between traveling home, in the car, whatever it is that they want to do, hanging out at their homeboy's house. Hey, I'm just going over to Thomas' house, and he ain't never making it to Thomas' house because we know what he really doing. So yeah, like the divorce rate is high, but that for females to actually go ahead and push it out, right, and actually file for divorce. However, what is happening is that most of these men, they don't care because they out there doing them. And this is why they willing to stay in that marriage for as long as they can. We heard it's cheaper to keep her for a reason. They don't give a damn if they stay married because they don't value marriage. They out there just slinging peen. And while they out there slinging the pin, the woman is at home taking care of everything that needs to be done within the household until they find out that he out there slinging pin, all crazy. And then they would say, women are the one that's creating most of the goddamn that are, setting up the divorces. They file for 70% of the divorce. The reason is because 70% of the men are doing some foul shit. That's why they gotta go up for it. Just like this goddamn woman. What's her name? Kim Delaney from NYPD. Kim Delaney. She out there trying to run over her goddamn black husband. I wonder why. And that's what's really happening. So this whole divorce thing, that men try to hold on to is because a lot of men just don't give a goddamn about their family for real. We can see it when they leave. What happens? All of a sudden, it's all about, hey, your mama did this. That's why I couldn't do this for you, because of your mama. Hey, listen here, Dad. I ain't talking to you about my mama. I said, why you didn't come around? Because your mama. What? Well, I mean, I don't want you to come around and talk to my mom. I want you to come and talk to me. But no, you want to come around and say, it's your mama. Your mama made it difficult for me. No, she did not. It was difficult because every time you came around, you try to use me as an excuse, the child, I'm saying. So you can see what mama's doing. You didn't want to see your kid. We see it happen all the goddamn time. It's a big portion of men that don't really give a damn about their goddamn children. We're hear them all the time. We're here men say simple shit like, hey, listen, who would you choose? Your wife or your children? Who would they choose? If they had the same, if they had one hand holding their child, another hand holding their wife, which hand you letting go? A lot of men would say they letting go the child because they can make another one. They don't give a damn. They just want that damn vagina. I just recently see, what's his name? Waka Flocka. He said if his wife and his child was drowning, he's going to save his goddamn wife because he can make another child. These men don't give a damn about these children. Prove it. How come every time when we have a conversation about men just taking care of their children, they keep saying the mama made it difficult? What do she have to do with it? It's your child. Do what you got to do with your child. The problem why they keep bringing her into it because they don't give a damn about the child. They just want to keep that vagina. That's the real truth of it. Most of these men, you ask them, who would you choose? Your wife or your child? They're going to say, I'm going to choose my wife because that's what they care about. They care about that woman's vagina. They don't give a damn about their children for real. We hear them say it, even in these spaces. They want to keep that vagina. That's it. Anytime we hear, man, hey, why you don't go hang out with your kids? What happened? Oh, because the mom won't. What? I'm asking you about your children. Why are you not going to hang out with your kids? Oh, the mom makes it so difficult. What are you talking about? I said, go hang out with your damn kids. Why you keep bringing up the goddamn woman? Oh, because she had a court case said that. So what? Go do what the court case said. You got them on the weekends. Go get your damn child on the weekends. What is the problem? Oh, because the mom makes it. I don't care. Let's be honest about what we see every goddamn day. That's right. I said, don't get those damn kids. That's right, goddammit. I don't want to hear nothing about the mama made it difficult. You created that difficultness. God damn it. God damn it, that was you that did that shit. Stop saying this whole BS that men sacrifice more. Men sacrifice happiness for family and women sacrifice family for happiness. So now let's unpack that because they got layers like a goddamn onion. Let's turn this shit into a cry fest. For men, the narrative goes like this. You get married, you settle down, and suddenly you're working 60 hours a week to keep the lights on and the fridge stocked. That's what all these goddamn fake ass, hustling ass husbands be saying. Your hobbies? Gone. Your dreams of being a rock star? Gone. Replaced by PTA meetings and fixing the leaky faucet. Because society tells men that their worth is tied to how well they provide. So they sacrifice their personal happiness for greater good for the family. But here's the kicker. How much of this is actually self-imposed, and what are men really sacrificing? Or they just following a script that they think they have to. Because a lot of these men are afraid to go ahead and be themselves. Stop regurgitating information that you heard from someone else. Build up your life how you see fit for you and your family. Stop trying to follow the goddamn Jetsons. You ain't George. That ain't you. Stop looking at all these goddamn highly successful men and thinking that you are that. Stop seeing yourself inside those men. I know it's difficult for a lot of you. Y'all love to see yourselves in other men. Hands up, don't shoot. I get it. A lot of you men see yourselves in other men. I get it.
You speaking figuratively?
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, this should be crazy, for real, for real. It should be crazy for us. So, all right, so now let's flip it, right? So women, on the other hand, right, are often told what? You can have it all. A career, a family, social life, and 8 hours of sleep. The wife laughed at that one. But reality, it's a juggling act, and sometimes something's got to give, right? For some women, that means stepping away from traditional family roles to pursue personal happiness. And guess what? Society loves to guilt trip them for it. Oh, you focusing on your career? What they say next? What about kids? Meanwhile, no one's asking the dad, hey, why is no bake sale? Sharon, why you don't know how to make some goddamn beautiful sourdough bread? That's Lord just made. It looks so good. You can't. Okay. And the truth is that both men and women make sacrifices in marriage, but the nature of those sacrifices is shaped by societal expectations. This is why we gotta rebel against the remedial rhetoric, and you have to do things that is good for you and yours. And maybe the real question isn't who's sacrificing more, but why we're still measuring relationships in terms of a sacrifice at all. Shouldn't marriage be about partnership and balance, not a competition to see who's more miserable? Let's see. Maybe they don't want to open up the panel, right? We need 40 more likes to open up the panel. That's all. And we can have the conversation so we can have an understanding of who's right, who's wrong, who's indifferent. Let's get it together. Anybody that disagrees, I'm willing to hear how you believe men sacrifice more or women sacrifice more, or is it more of an equal playing field? Or do you actually believe that men sacrifice their happiness for a family? Do you actually believe women sacrifice their family for happiness? So Black says women don't understand the concept of giving to get. Men are taught that lesson through dating. I disagree with that, Black. I believe women are taught that as well with dating, because I think majority of women, they feel pressure that they have to give to get. Because if they're not giving it up within 3 months, right? Most men are not even waiting 3 months, so they got to give so they can get, the door open. They got to give femininity to get courted. They have to give femininity to be with a gentleman. So I believe women do understand that they got to give to get. Absolutely. I think both parties really understand that. But the problem is that men are convinced that they are giving more than the opposite sex. Men feel like they are giving more than women in these positions. That is the real problem of it. And then men start to feel entitled within the relationship because they get stuck with this idea that I'm protecting you. If something happens in the night, this is going to happen, and it never happened. So I think maybe on panels, Black, maybe you could be correct, but I think in real life, reciprocity is a natural thing for men and women in relationships. I think men have a problem with explaining what they actually want on Father's Day. This is why a lot of men get goddamn ties, even though they work construction. What the hell your child is giving you a damn tie for when you don't even work at a job that you need a tie for? Because I think a lot of men are afraid to just be themselves and say, hey, listen, don't buy me no tie. I'm going to tell my children what and what not to buy me. If my kids say, Daddy, what you want for Father's Day? I'm not saying whatever. No, hey, I want a goddamn cigar, little kid. Daddy, I can't buy a cigar. Then don't buy me anything. And you know what? That could be a problem. What's up, Barry White? What you want, Angry Soul Man? What the hell you said? You said you want peace and quiet for Father's Day. I'm fine. Don't buy me anything. See, that's what we gotta be. If that's what you want, you need to tell your children and your woman or your wife, whatever that may be for you, right? Because I believe Angry Man is married, but for the other human beings that might not be married, you need to tell your children and your significant other what you want for Father's Day. And stop being afraid of it. If your woman do not understand what reciprocity means to you, then you need to have a sit down and have a conversation with her. And because it's not for all women, it's just for your woman to understand you and how you feel about this situation. It don't got nothing to do with the majority of women. We only concerned about the one that you are attracted to. This is the problem that we have, that a lot of men, they want all women to, or they want majority of the women to be compatible to them. And it doesn't work that way. Majority of women cannot deal with a man like me. It is what it is. And I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that. Let's go. We only 30 likes away, and we can open up the goddamn panel. Y'all can get it together and we can have this conversation. Black man of us, I disagree. I believe that it means more when you don't have to ask for anything. Your woman should know what you want. If she don't know, she's selfish. I disagree with that. Just like men say all the time, I am not a mind reader, woman. But now we have a man saying that he wants his woman to be a mind reader. That's crazy. Literally. We hear men say this plenty of times on panels. Men are not mind readers. Robin M. Seabuff, don't worry. For you, Robin M., I will make sure I will not wash my underarms so you can have all the smelly underarms you want. Just lay it right up, lay it right under there, God damn it. But to be honest, no, you cannot think that your woman is supposed to be a mind reader. Absolutely not. You need to be very clear and concise of what you want. So this way she can deliver it and say, hey, babe, look. I got you. Yeah, babe, I love that shit. And you know, the crazy part is the majority of the men, when they say these things, they don't even realize how much they sound like the opposite talking point. That was Mel. Absolutely, Mel. That was absolutely a Taurus shot. Oh, he isn't. He's saying a woman should know well enough to be able to buy you a meaningful gift. Hey, listen, all I'm saying is that when a woman say it back and say, my man should be paying attention to me well enough that he should understand me, know my mood, know when I'm angry, know why I'm upset, know what kind of bag I want, know what kind of shoes I want, know what kind of this, that, and the third. Do not get mad at when women say it. That's insane that happened in real time. Black men, I feel like, what you said? You're not a mind reader. Everything I get from my wife, I listen throughout the year, conversation. Okay, so therefore, so she said something and you said something. That's not mind reading. That's not her just being selfish or not selfish. You was actually, hey, I like this, babe. I love the way how this looks. I love the way how this feels. I want to go try that new burger at the Texas restaurant that has bacon, chicken, beef, and duck all on one burger. They mix it up, they ground it, and I want all of that up, and it's going to be greasy as hell. I want all that, babe. That's fine. You want that hamburger. Get it. I get it. We're only 19 likes away from opening the panel. Hey, baby, if I wanted something, if I say, would you rather me explain to you the things that I want, or would you rather me say, hey, babe, you should have been listening to me all year long and go buy me a meaningful gift?
What's the question?
Which one would you rather me do? Just talk to you all year long and then say, hey, you better buy me a meaningful gift because you better been paying attention all year because I've been giving you clues and hint throughout the year. I've been hinting towards what I wanted for Christmas. I didn't tell you directly, but I was just saying little things for you to get my hints and be Dr. Seuss or Inspector Gadget. Who else? Who else is a good Sherlock Holmes? I believe he had a sister, something Holmes. They made a TV show. I want you to be guessing and be a detective of all the things I said. Bring it all together, all 1 million conversations that we had throughout the year. Put it all together and say, yes, I got the most meaningful gift I ever thought of. Or I could just say, hey, babe, I want this brand new cigar case so I can have a humidifier.
Okay.
Which one would you want?
All right. Well, if we didn't have kids, because I've done it before, because I pay attention to details and I listen. So it would feel good for me to gift a meaningful gift that you didn't have to tell me about. But because I've been busy during Christmas time, especially, or all day, every day, if I don't have nothing in mind already, then I would prefer you to tell me exactly what it is. But as a woman,
yeah,
I want to know what the hell I want more than I know myself, because I don't have time to think about myself. So, yeah, complicated.
It's not a nightgown. This is, hey, look, when you're a season ticket holder, they give you gifts for going to the Mets games and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So I got this a part of it. They gave me a Mets football jersey. God damn it. He said, exactly, your wife should be doing the show. She's cooking with good grease. I know Vincent trying to tell me it's a nightgown. God damn you. He's trying to say I got a nightgown on. God damn it. 17 likes away. We are 16 likes away from opening the panel. But yeah, so I think men we just got to be more honest about what we want from our woman, what we want from our children. So that's why we got to stop with the BS that everybody in the house are supposed to just magically understand what we are going through. Do I want to try your sourdough bread? Ooh. Yeah, that looks good. Mm-hmm. You know what's supposed to? Ignorant TV, what you mean? Nah, I didn't hear what she said. I must have missed it. Clearly, we're having two different conversations because I didn't hear what she said compared to what I said. I don't know. Ain't no damn socks. You better not buy me no socks. Hey, Shin, the sensation with the $2. If my wife walk in with a bow on, I'm fine with that. She the gift, I got you. I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one. Maybe we should do it. Maybe we should do a series on how you make some sourdough bread from scratch. God damn it! Let me see. Let me take a bite. Let me see what it tastes like. Strong. Oh, okay. This one got jalapenos, calamari onions. I mean olives. That's good. Oh man, that's good. Oh yeah, that's really good. That's delicious.
It's really good. Right?
Yeah, that's really good. That's slamming right there. That don't make no sense how good that tastes. We are only 14 likes away from opening the panel. Yeah, that's delicious. And I think at this point, many just start being a little bit more honest. They say they take the goddamn red pill and they just deal with the truth, but for some reason, they can't deal with the honest truth that no matter how much gun shows you go to, no matter how much shooting range you go to, no matter how much Krav Maga, what else? Jiu-jitsu, you want to go lay down and wrestle with other men. No matter how much of that shit you do, no matter how much training you do, at the end of the day, 98% of you are never going to fight. 98% of you are never going to be able to show and prove that all those guns that you got in the house, all that training you did in your house, that you're ever going to be able to use it. And that's a good thing. It's a great thing, actually, that we live in a society where only 1% of 300 million Americans are committing crimes, and 69% of them are white. It is what it is. We are not doing a majority of crime. Only 24% of crimes are committed by Black folks, which is a good thing. Times has changed. That's why we see the father of Austin. He went to jail recently, a couple of years ago, 2008, for SA. It's the reason why he got divorced, because that white woman did not want to suffer with this SAer of a husband. That's why she divorced him in the first place. All right. We understand that white woman on NYPD Blue, what's her name, babe? Kim Delaney. She tried to run over her Black husband with a car at 63 years old. What it has to do is just the honest truth. That's all. I'm just saying that all these red pills, they say they want to deal with the information. So we deal with the information, we'll be good to move forward. And moving forward, we got to stop men are going to have to stop acting like as if they doing something so much better than women. They sacrifice more in the marriage. No, you don't. Equal. Oh, the whole thing. I could go ahead and have sex with as many women as I can up until I'm 30 years old, and then just turn off my whole phase, and then just go ahead and be with a family, start with a woman, and never sleep outside again. That's a lie. Men could just have sex with women with no emotional attachment. That's a lie, unless maybe, you play the tambourine. You know what I'm saying? Huh? We need 10 more likes, goddammit. 10 more likes and we can open it up, because I think I'm cooking up today. I don't think I said that one wrong word. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. Let's get it together. This whole idea that they was having a conversation with Sexy Red, saying that, oh no, I don't see nothing wrong with friends with benefits. Of course not, because you a cheating asshole yourself, homeboy. And that's why they don't see nothing wrong with a friend with benefit type of situation, because they will have you as a friend, no responsibility attachment to you. They could go ahead, y'all could go enjoy each other while you go ahead and find somebody to date for real, for real. They don't see nothing wrong with that. Of course not, because they benefit tremendously from it. Hey, if he's, listen, I'm willing to cook up any and everybody. You know that for a fact. I'm not afraid of no conversation. Matter of fact, everybody go ahead and tag in. Y'all go ahead and share it out. Tag this man, who's the media man, and tell him to bring his, is he black or white? Black man unfiltered. Is that man black or white? And tell his ass to come over here. We can have a battle. We can have a conversation. All right, guys, hit the share button, tag him, see if he's come his ass over here. I ain't afraid. So anybody that would be willing to come up and show me your misinterpretation of your stats, I'm willing to hook it up. There'll be a lot of people that misinterpret the stats. And this is why they believe that I'll be wrong when they read it. Like literally, when we had BGS Igmore here, he literally misread the stats. Whether it was on purpose, I don't know. We know who else be trying to manipulate the stats. We know the Angry Man. He's another person that will manipulate the stats instead of just being harsh truth, right? We're supposed to be just speaking the truth. So go ahead and tag his ass. Everybody, we got 130 people watching. Hit the share button and tag his ass and say that we want to see all these stats that you are bringing up, and let's destroy it in real time. Let's see what it's really all about. What men are out here just doing all the right things on the stat wise, and they just getting dragged through the mud? Does it happen? Absolutely. Is it a majority or minority? What is the stats on it? Yeah, but just because you have all the numbers and all that doesn't mean he is reading it correctly. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Red.
What's my name? That's not my name. Even my name.
Her name is the very sexy Red.
Good day, Sharon. How you doing?
They try to make you have they try to make you be friends with benefits, huh, girl? I heard it.
I was not having it, Sharon. I was not having it. It didn't make any sense to me. how can you say that you want a traditional woman when you out here making hoes at the same time? But see, no. They not hoes because they labeled friends with benefits. So she not a hoe because she got a label. But we know the friends with benefit ends up to the co-parent pipeline. Let's go. Uh-oh. That sound traditional to you? That sound traditional?
So pretty much you're saying if I say, hey, let's be a friend with benefits, it's pretty much me saying, hey, let's be great co-parents.
Yes.
What?
Yes. Because they like, oh, you just have sex for fun. No, it's pleasure or procreation. You can't, you know what I'm saying? Unless you got to use protection. And then I said, hey, so do you trust a woman when she says that she uses birth control? They said, yes. I said, well, then you damn dumb. You damn dumb. You don't trust anything else a woman say, but when she says she takes birth control. Crazy.
Well, because they want to take the problem is that they want to take the power off themselves. They don't want the responsibility on themselves. They want to say, hey, she told me. Oh, she let me. Mm-hmm. I didn't stick no gun to that yet. I didn't force her to do this. I didn't force her to be my friend with benefit. She enjoyed it just as much as I did.
Right.
They want to take all the responsibility. They want to take all of the responsibility off of themselves.
Yes. And they act like they don't know how children get here. And that's why I'm saying, keep your legs closed until you know what I'm saying? Until you marry. Shit, fuck it. Since we want to be traditional, let's be all the way traditional. They don't want that. They're not ready for that. They want to and then he tried to make it was a stream on Hustler and Muscler's channel, and I shared it out. So if you guys get a chance, please check it out at the Very Sexy Red TV. It was a really good stream. But I didn't know. I just thought it was going to be me and the co-host. I didn't know that the other guy was going to come up. So I felt like, oh, okay. So I thought he was here to like, I might got panel PTSD, right? I don't know. Okay. I don't know, man.
Which is kind of understandable.
So they think it's cool to be homemakers, but they want to shame, blame, and explain women for making those decisions when the men, because some men, they don't initially say they just want to have sex. They start out doing things they probably normally wouldn't do to get with a woman. So when they do those things and they don't get the results that they want, some of them feel rejected, used, and things like that. But if you never started with your intentions with that woman, you can't get mad at her.
Agreed.
And I did not use the word manipulate. Did not, because he tried to spin it. You're trying to say that we manipulate. No, you're projecting, sir. But they wouldn't let me speak. They kept putting me on mute. So I was getting a little frustrated.
Okay. And do you see any problem with women having sex for fun?
No, I don't. If that's the woman's choice. It's just when we have these talking points, that's when it's like, okay, but if you're saying this, then we might as well just stop having sex, period. If that's the case. But if a woman wants to have, no, that's her choice, her body. It's not my, I can't make a decision for like that.
So do you think women get talked down on for having that frame of thought that, hey, it's okay to have sex for fun?
Yes, and that's why women end up with the friends with benefits title and end up co-parenting because they're shamed for having sex. Well, we are friends with benefits, or I am a girlfriend, or I am a fiance. But if the goal is to wife, because if you're not a wife, you're shamed. So if the goal is to be a wife, then why are we having sex in the first place?
Damn. So my next question is this, before I pass it on to Marvelous to see what his opinion is, because I know it's a marvelous one. It's going to be very straight, clear, and concise, and we are not going to be confused when he starts talking. That's why I love it. And so women that do not entertain the sexual freeness, are those women also talked down on.
Absolutely.
What?
Yes. Absolutely. If a woman doesn't have children, she's talked on. They'll say,
Damn.
"Oh, her pussy don't work, her vagina don't work." But the thing is, some women just don't allow anybody to enter her body and excrete their bio material into their body, and then boom, pop out a child, and now they fucking mother or marry. Get the fuck out of here. That makes them, that cleanses them and makes them more of a woman. No, having a child doesn't literally make you more of a woman. You just have motherhood attached to your womanhood, which is nothing wrong with that. I think being a mother is a beautiful thing. It absolutely is. But there's responsibilities that come with that. And if you're going to shame women for not being wives, then it's just best to, because a lot of women just don't know their worth until later in life. And when they do, that's when the shame and the blame and explain, it don't even matter anymore. Because there's nothing you can shame me for anything that I've done.
Right. Like that. Lovely. Welcome to the show. Marvelous Opinion. What's your thoughts?
I don't have too many opinions about the whole sex topic. I have nothing to say about that. The whole shaming back and forth of men and women. My own opinion is that just look at the results, look at the outcomes, and then take your pick from what they have. That's how I look at it. So if the person has kids, STDs, whatever it is, baby drama, look at that for what it is, and are you willing to take and trade in for that? That's as far as I got to say. But as far as this whole shaming and sex, it's all hypocrisy. I'm not going to give into the whole feelings thing. I agree with you. For the most part, men say they don't have feelings for having sex. A desire in itself is a feeling. I'm sorry. You're a hypocrite for saying otherwise, but if you didn't have no feelings about the chick, you wouldn't have sex with the chick. So it's just as simple as that. It doesn't have to necessarily say you want her as a wife or a girlfriend, but the desire in itself is a feeling. So cancel the whole notion of saying men don't have feelings. You definitely have to have some type of stimulating feeling here for that to work down there. I'm just saying.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But some people do the reverse. They use their bottom region to dictate their what they do in life. And unfortunately, that's how people get caught up. Pleasure. Putting their pleasure over everything else, and knowing the consequences. Yeah, I mean, that it would be great to get that last stroke in, but you know what I'm saying? Put some protection on or something. Like the last, them last few, that's the one. That's the one you gotta worry.
The concept says, do the stats tell the whole truth? I'm gonna start with you, Marvelous. Do the stats tell the whole truth?
About what particular stats you talking about?
God damn it, Marvelous.
No, I'm saying I kind of came in about 20 minutes into your whole equilibrium, and I was taking notes down, so I didn't hear nothing about stats come up.
Right. It was a Cash App question. Do stats tell the whole truth?
Well, no, but I wouldn't even go off of stats in general because everyone's personal experience is gonna be different. Like, could you really base stats upon your life, Sharon, or even Sexy Red? How did the stats reflect your life? They don't. It gives a nice number, gives you it tells you the probability of certain, but as far as that, it doesn't really add up to your life. You're not necessarily a part of the equation.
Okay. Sexy Red, do you believe stats tell the truth?
Nobody cared about stats in the Black community until their internet daddy, Kevin Samuels, came on here talking about stats. And he didn't even read the stats right. But I don't know how to read stats, but I'm just going to say it. He ain't really know how to read that.
And before we move it on to Tiff, I got one more question for you, Marvelous. Do men sacrifice more in a marriage than women?
I can't speak to most men, but I will say this though. For myself, though, I do have preferences, right? But I'm willing to prioritize them based upon how my wife feels. So basically, everything in this house I have, right? I'm already willing to give away all the imagery, all the things I wanted for myself, main word, myself, before my wife came into my life. There are things I would like to have. I'm more simplistic. I don't want a whole lot of things, but you could see things in his house. A lot of it was filled with her, and I'm okay with that. It makes her feel happy. It makes her feel like she's in a warm home. So I'm okay with making my preference, putting my preferences to the side and prioritizing what makes her feel, main word feel, like happy. It's not so much to say like I don't have my own happy things. I do. My car is my happiness, and my wife understands that. My wife knows there's really nothing she can say about my car except for when it comes to building it. I would take her opinion in consideration when it comes to building my car. But as far as that, there's nothing she could say about my car. Nothing. I don't care if she doesn't like it, she don't want it. I don't care. That don't mean nothing to me. But she knows that. So she knows not to even challenge that. She knows that makes me happy. But as far as everything else, I know how important the house is. That's why I don't have no real opinion about it. If she, like I said, she wants critique and input of what my opinion would be, I'm like, yeah, this and that, whatever, right? No lie, just 3 days ago now, we bought a new mattress. So I got the mattress. We went and got the Tempur-Pedic mattress. We either got the firm, medium, soft. We got the hybrid medium. I kind of like the soft one personally. That's my personal preference, but she likes something a little firmer. So we thought we'd go in between. Just got it. It's firm as fuck because it's brand new. I don't like firmness, but I told the guy the thing, I don't mind buying a little comforter on top. I'll compromise and modify it later if I need to. So again, I'm willing to compromise everything for my wife's comfort. I know it's a stereotypical thing, but they say like happy wife, happy life. I have no problem making sure my wife is happy. I have no problem with that. My wife doesn't matter. No, and get this, I told you before in the beginning, my wife knows my happiness is simple. It's my car. So she also wants to protect my happiness as well. I may have more to protect in a sense because I don't really want much out of life in terms of possessions and things that make me happy. It doesn't take much to make me happy, but there are a lot of things in my life my wife wants to explore and see and grow in to just take in more of life. You know what I'm saying? That's her way of growing, and there's nothing wrong with that. More people want more experience in life. That's all cool. I'm very simplistic. That's just me. That's what I said. I can talk to myself. I don't need a whole lot to make me happy for me personally, but I'm not. And that's why for me, even when it comes to like, oh, you sacrifice, like, yeah, I'm not really sacrificing. I'm just prioritizing her own things that she really wants. Because how important is it to me? It's not that important. I already told you, the only thing I have that's important to me is my car, which she already knows. She knows that. Otherwise, it's all free game. Whatever you want to do. And that's why I said, like Jalen, that's why I said I'm talking for myself here. I'm not speaking for everyone else. Everyone makes their own situations for their own relationships. Everyone got their own thing going on. But for me personally, I'm very simple. And I already have like cannibalization. I spend more time living at my job than I do at my own home. And that's another sacrifice. This job, I made it because of my family. I wouldn't even be in this position now if not for my wife. I wouldn't have or made any of the choices I've made so far if not for my wife. I don't know where I would be right now if it was for my wife. Like everything. Like from I'm not gonna talk about that, but from everything, it's all been based on how it's gonna affect my wife. All of it. My wife has a lot of free range to do whatever she want to do, honest to God. She just went to Paris last month for the fashion thing they had last month and stuff. She could take trips, do whatever she want to do. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? I got to kind of trust. We have the kind of understanding. It's all good. We're not like other relationships. I'll tell you right now, we definitely not like other people. But at the end of the day, she does make herself happy. I make sure that I don't disturb her so-called peace, which is her happiness. I believe a lot of women affiliate happiness and peace, and that's okay. I think this is also a language problem in the sense of how men understand it. But my peace comes from understanding. That's really what it comes down to. It ain't about my happiness. It's not a thing for me. I just want peace of mind above all. That's just me.
Whew. I'm glad you got it all out. So but it is about your happiness, right? Because and this is the emotional stoicism that we got to stop pushing out there into the ethos, right? Your happiness is just your car at the moment. Because if you had to choose between your goddamn car and your wife, clearly you're saying you're choosing your car, and you had to make that hard decision because that's your happiness. Your wife is not your happiness, it's your car. So you are choosing happiness at the end of the day.
Not necessarily, because you don't know what I would sacrifice for my car. You don't personally know what I would sacrifice my car. I would definitely sacrifice my car for only one other thing. But I'm not going to tell you what that is.
I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. But I'm sure she does things that make him happy as well, because most people just make it seem like it's one-sided, or a man is a simp because he does things for his wife. Like, they're married, sir. They do things for each other.
No,
Duh.
absolutely not. No, his car does things for him, and anything else he does for his wife. He said, "Hey, you want a firm bed? Even though I need a soft, don't worry. I will have sleepless nights because I want you to have."
He's sleeping in the car.
If he have to, if that seat is more comfortable, hey, that's why his seats is designed. His seats that he's sitting in is designed very similar to his car seat, so he can always feel that happiness, even when the steering wheel's not in front of him.
Come on.
Nah, I can tell you what it really is, though. Honestly, it's more just a hobby and passion. It's more about anyone who's a car enthusiast knows about this. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing new. Most car enthusiasts who are really in it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it really is the passion. It's more of, you know, knowing your car in and out. Like, you know how you're supposed to know your wife in and all that stuff like that? It's pretty much almost the same. The difference is I can't control my wife. I can control my car. That's the difference between both of those relationships. I have no control over that woman, but I have control over that car. But I'm not trying to. I don't want to control no woman or anybody. That's way too complicated. And I'm not.
So why you brought up control?
Because that's the thing. That's the difference. One I actually can't control, and that's what makes me happy. Whatever I can control.
Right. So the thing that you saying the thing that you can control makes you happy.
I can control me, so I can make me happy. That car is something I can also control. That makes me happy. There isn't much I have control over in life except for this vessel that I'm in. So I'm responsible for my own happiness. I make myself happy, along with having things that I can't control that make me happy. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, here we go. There we go. Oh God! Oh God!
Take over you, girl. Don't let the PTSD take over you.
Oh, my coffee is cold. I'm gonna step away real quick. Oh my word! Oh, what is it? So? Man, this is great. It's a good day. Happy Monday, everybody. Yeah. Please make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on a manosphere mute.
Okay. So you think that he's starting to have a little bit of manosphere seep out of him right now? You feel like
the rim is just spinning.
It's getting summoned.
We riding a spin.
Well, I would say dive into it because I'm curious.
I'm gonna bring you right in right now, Tim.
Because if me having a hobby and that being a happy thing that I have, and
that's not the problem, baby.
My wife is the thing that makes me the most happiest. Because to tell you the truth, my wife makes me feel everything, which is also a big difference. I feel one thing about the car, but I feel everything from my wife. And yet that's problematic because she's not a human being that won't make me feel everything that there is to feel and experience.
No, but it's a part.
Wait, when you said she's not a human being, who was you talking about?
I'm saying, like, we're talking about.
Hold on. I'll ask you a very specific question. Hold on.
Only makes you feel one thing.
Hold on. Before you move it to that part, I'll ask you a very specific question. Who is she and why is she not a human? What was you referencing when you said that? You said she is not a human being.
Well, the car.
So, but you gave her a human being.
Oh, yeah, she has a name. Yeah, she has a name. So did my wife. My wife named her car as well too. Again, if you're part of the car community, this would be nothing strange to you, Bracy.
It's not strange because I feel the same way about nails and beauty stuff. Like, I feel the same admiration. So I think everyone should have a hobby and something that they love and adore outside of just their partner. I think that's, some people should have another outlet because people only use their lower region to get out as their outlet. Let's be for real. A lot of people who you know what I'm saying, they be getting down a lot. They ain't really got hobbies outside of fucking. Let's be careful. That's all they good at. Ain't good at nothing else but fucking. That's it.
So once the car is finished, you move on to another hobby, or that's going to
No,
still
it's
remain your
never finished. I've already
What?
considered because like nothing is perfect in the world. No car is ever perfect. You're either satisfied with it or you're not satisfied with it. And how I look at it is, well, I got a good car because it came out not perfect. So there's things I can always add to it, but I'm not rushing the process. I had the car for 10 years plus now, and it's really beautiful. And I'm just still taking it piece by piece, little by little. And people actually admire it too when they see it. They're like, oh, wow, your car is so new. And I'm like, this car is 12 years old. Oh, wow. I'm like, yeah, I take care of it. I'll let you take care of it. That's my hobby, you know, and I'm gonna continue to take care of it until my dying age. It's maintenance. Maintenance is a part of the process as well, too.
Wow. Welcome to the show. Tipocracy. What's your thoughts, beautiful?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good day to you.
I'm so. Where are we? what?
I don't know, but do you have any original thoughts towards the two topics, the whole phase, why is beneficial for men, detrimental for women, or men sacrifice more in a marriage?
I don't think the whole phase is beneficial for men or women, and I don't believe all sacrifices are the same. Specifically in marriage, I think it's situational. I think it's based on the couple. So there are a lot of things. The other thing it has to do is like with the actual person, right? If you don't like to cook, then you cooking a meal, you may feel like it's a sacrifice. For a person like me, like I enjoy cooking, it's not a big deal. So I think a lot of it is conditional. What is that?
What is it?
Is that a Porsche?
That's a Nissan Z.
Yes,
nice.
that's correct.
It's nice.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
the whole community of people that, like, you know, like the Jeeps have
how much
have their whole community. Sorry,
How much horsepower they got?
Huh?
How much
Power,
horsepower?
not too much right now. Honestly, it's a little bit overstock, but I don't have the turbo on it yet. I'll probably get that after deployment next year.
Are you going to answer my question? How much horsepower does it have?
I honestly couldn't tell you an accurate number. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it's not. It's just a little
And you want us to
overstock.
believe that and you want me to believe that this is your hobby? Okay.
I can show you the garage. There's a lot of car parts in there.
I'm saying, like, hey, listen.
No,
you
but
said,
no,
you said cars. You said cars your hobby.
There's power. There's tires. There's brake pads. There's sway bars. There's suspension. There's transmission. There's diff. There's all types of stuff that goes into a car, man. Even the body kit, the shifter knobs.
Did you do something? Did you do something to the?
he gave his car a BBL.
Everything's been changed in that car.
Hold on. Did you do something to the differential?
Yes.
What did you
I
do?
got I went from a viscous LSD to a regular LSD because the viscous one, the fluids in there kind of cause it to lock up when it gets a little too hot, and it comes to an open diff. And you don't really want that. You want more traction on the joint. So I swapped it out for the Nismo, 1.5 LSD. So
Okay.
Sharon said, "You better have the details. You up here talking about you love your car."
I think it's crazy that he didn't know the horsepower of his car. That's already a red flag for me.
No. The reason why I really don't. I will show you the picture, but it's like it's not accurate today. I added more things since I upgraded it. I added more things.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on. Let me understand. Did you change the steering wheel?
No.
No. He didn't change the steering wheel.
Sharon, look at you.
No, it was ugly. I'm good with the one that's on there.
Hey, look. I'm into cars. I got a four. Hey, look.
You ain't changed the steering wheel. You ain't really about this life.
He ain't really about this car life.
He
He ain't really about that car life. Hey.
I'm not getting rid of my airbag. I'm good.
You don't got to get rid of your airbag to change your steering wheel.
You talking about just the outer rim?
Clearly, that's where you at right now. Clearly, that's where you at right now. You in the outer rim. Welcome.
Welcome.
I'm a mechanic and own the car shop. What the hell? I'm going on mute too.
Welcome to the show, BMU. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts on this crazy man saying how his car is his love of his life, and he don't even know how much horsepower torque that car pushes out?
Well, let me say this. as men, sometimes we experience a lot of things in life. And when we do experience those things in life, we have detachment issues, or men would have abandonment issues based on what they've gone through, no matter what it is, from childhood up to whatever. So what I hear him saying, if you really read between the lines, is I'm married to this woman. I love this woman. I'm going to be with this woman. I'm going to provide for this woman, but I'm not going to attach myself to the things in this woman that would make me worry, stress, have problems. So I'm going to allow her to live free. She can do whatever she wants to do, but I'm going to attach myself to something that will not break me emotionally, my car. And I'm going to put all my feelings and emotions and everything that I do, everything I want to invest into this car, because I know at the end of the day, when I get in this car, it's not going to disappoint me. It's not going to hurt me. It's not going to say something I don't like. It's going to do exactly what I want it to do because I'm in full control of it. But just like he just said, I don't control her. I can't control that woman, but I can control the car, which makes him love the car much more than he loves his wife.
But we all know that's a lie.
May I say something? This is why men view women as objects, and that is the disconnect between a lot of men and women. Is that? Go ahead.
Boom. Okay.
let her finish, Tim, guys. she was just chilling you, or you just
Yeah. I didn't know she. I don't know, because Tiff be, I don't know, she be reading what I be saying, so that's why I know.
Yeah,
she's not trying to cut me off.
Yeah,
I know
y'all
she's
was on the
trying
same
to act.
wavelength. Yeah, y'all was on the same wavelength, right? But go ahead, Red. She was just saying, yes, that's what I'm talking about. But go ahead, Red.
But yes, men do view women as objects and what utility that they can get out of women. And women connect to men based off emotion, and men only give really emotion at the beginning.
Damn.
And then when they realize that this may be too hard or is too much, they give out in the middle. And then in the end, they wonder why their wife is filing for divorce.
Damn.
It's because you're no longer getting that same utility, which is usually sex from the beginning. You're not really forming a real relationship. A lot of men base everything off looks, off of the sex value. And that's why they say women don't really need education. They don't even really need to know how to read. Just as long as they know how to cook, clean, and fuck and suck, that's good enough for me. Damn. And then when they realize that they're not getting that emotional connection, is because you've been using her as an object and not really getting to know her on an emotional level. And that's why a lot of men feel empty. Well, a lot of men may feel empty. Notice I'm not saying all men, but a lot of men, because when you look at the suicide rate of men, it's very high. And I think it's because emotionally they're unfulfilled. They have a space where they can go and bond with other men and receive that emotional attachment, and then use women as a sexual outlet. And I'm gonna let it go right there.
They receiving things with other men, huh? Okay.
Yeah, well, black men do lead the country in suicides. I'm sorry, self-deletions.
Yeah, sure. And one just recently happened that is pretty tragic. 24-year-old NFL prospect. He's probably most likely going to go to the NFL. He just self-deleted himself in Houston.
Yep.
That's wild and crazy. Yep, he was only 24 years old.
Yep.
That's sad.
And he's going to go he's about to be a millionaire. Literally.
Yep.
Literally.
That's a lot of stress. That is a lot of stress.
But let me just
on
ask,
a young man. Mm-hmm.
So is the goal of men of the women ownership and control? Because I'm hearing ownership and control.
Well, you have if I could say this, I look at everything from a and I don't want to offend anybody, but I look at it from everything from a biblical perspective. It's not controlling your wife, it's covering your wife. So it's always giving provision to your wife, right? So it goes both ways though, because the wife can see something that you may not be able to see, and she can be able to say, hey baby, look out for this. But you may also be able to do the same thing as a man. Hey baby, I don't think you should go on this girls trip to Bermuda, because over there right now the crime rate is really, really high. You're by yourself. I'm nowhere near you. You're thousands of miles away from me. I don't think this trip is going to be good for you. right? Most women would call that control. Oh, he's being controlling. He's telling me what I can and can't do. Baby, I don't think you should wear that dress because that cleavage, that's a little bit too much cleavage and it's a little too tight and that ass is out there. And I don't want you to get the type of attention that will make me have to come outside of my character. So can we get a little bit more decent? Most women would say that's controlling, right? But then if we look into I'm gonna say this, I'll land the plane. If you look into Louis Farrakhan, he did a speech that also said that about covering our women because our women are not protected and we would need to give them provision. And even if they get mad, sometimes it's for their own protection. And he also said, you can't protect what you can't control. And so it's not pretty much a man walking around with a big old belt on like he the law saying, hey, you better do what I say. It's basically provision. Hey, baby, this is not what you're going to do. This is not what we're going to do. A leader is just a leader. That's just what it is.
Can I ask you a question?
You may.
How often as a husband does your wife get dressed and you have to tell her that what she's wearing is what you don't like it and she needs to change? How often do you have to do that?
Too much booty meat,
Well,
babe.
How often do you do that?
I don't have to do that because she understands.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Most men who are in relationships don't have to worry about that. That is a talking point that men use in order to shame women out of dressing the way that they want when they're single. Like,
hold on, let me interrupt you for
single women. Y'all want to control what single women do.
Hold on, let me interrupt you just for a second.
1 second. I want to also give a follow-up question to what Sexy Red just asked you. Have you ever told your woman that, hey, you got too much booty meat hanging out?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Now you can go ahead. Now I would be careful with that and say most men don't, because I've been in a lot of circles where we have these old church events where they have the married couples coming together. They sit down and have discussions, raw, unfiltered discussions, and some of the men in there, I think they married the wrong women. That's just me personally. But they're in there and their women do that. Hey, why can't we express ourselves? If I feel sexy, why can't I have my cleavage out? If I feel sexy, why can't I wear a thong with a fitted dress? I don't understand. He's being so controlling. He kept trying to tell me I have this nice body and he don't want me to show my body off. So it's a lot of women are in marriages that are upset with their husband because their husband is upset that they're wearing their ass out and their titties out. So it's a lot of it happens a lot.
But that's a part of, are they younger couples?
Probably 38, late 30s, early 40s.
And are
maybe.
These newly married couples?
Some of them, yes.
Okay, so this is a growing pain and a part of becoming a married couple. That's a part. Like, I believe that is a part of. That's just the growing pains of marriage. It'll pass. You know what I'm saying? They're going to disagree now, but hopefully later they can come to an agreement where, okay, now I understand what the limits are as far as what I wear, because when you are a wife, you are a representation of your husband. So
exactly.
If he doesn't like what you should already know, even before you get married, what the limits are. That's something that you should set even before you're married. So
exactly.
So that is probably a failure leadership on the man's part.
Not only that, but most likely when y'all was dating, y'all was going out, and guess what? She was wearing certain kind of outfits. So like, if we wait all the way till we married on the 3rd year, and you say, "Hey, you showing too much," that's a problem.
So Sharon, let me ask you a question.
I wouldn't have a problem if I was dating someone and he said, "Babe, that's a little too much."
Hold on, both y'all. BMU, you not gonna be on here smacking this time,
right?
Who's smacking?
I'm not eating this.
I'm not eating nothing. I'm drinking Starbucks. What are y'all talking about?
Whatever you sucking on, sir, just go on mute. Manosphere mute. He's drinking Starbucks.
Yeah, so have mercy. I'll finish it for you. Have mercy. But yeah, so I just don't believe that majority of these men that is having these conversations about what a woman should dress as is some kind of form of protection. I think it's bullshit. It's not a real thing. Majority of women are not walking outside just showing off as much cleavage as possible and short dresses as possible when married. That is not a normal thing that happens.
Sharon, stop it. Because last week you said girls are not dressing promiscuous at HBC.
Can we pay attention to today?
No. I'm saying, but I want to bring it.
Stuff.
No, I want to hold him accountable because like he would hold me accountable. He said this. He said
The only person
HBC.
you can hold accountable is your wife. All right, sit that
He's
down.
Right. So
no.
yeah, go
Listen,
ahead. He about to prove my point. Go ahead. Yeah, he
you
about to
said
prove the point.
Sharon said HBCU homecomings.
Mhm.
Girls are walking around in sweatpants and hoodies.
Correct.
At HBCU homecomings like Southern and Grambling. And I'm telling you right now, as a Grambling alum, that ain't what it is, brother. And somebody else came on the show and told you the same thing. I think it was Chicago Rilla.
Perfect.
When you go to it's out. Everything
All right.
is.
So now, how many of those women are married?
I don't know. I don't go around asking them.
And this is what Very Sexy Reddit talking about. Y'all want to go ahead and police single young women. Majority of women that got their clothes showing when they got too much thigh showing, too much cleavage showing, is usually, that is my clear sign that's a young woman. Because an older woman say, hey, I tried it and I realized it ain't comfortable because I can't bend down. I can't do this. I can't move how I want. I can't dance how I want to. And all these other things happen as you go through the experience of wearing these short outfits and realize that you cannot actually be comfortable in the public because you cannot be 100% yourself. It looks good on a picture, but when you actually walk in, you can't walk down the stairs properly. You can't drop down and get your eagle on without the whole crowd seeing. So no, that is a very young person thing, and they got to go through their own growing pains to understand, like, hey, you know what? I need to put a look. My dress needs to be right here for me to dance the way how I dance, or because it's cold outside, and all these other things. So yes, women at those colleges, yeah, they might dress a little skimpy when they going out, but that's the growing pain that most young people have to learn for themselves.
Oh, Tip is in Texas. So Sharon, I just a couple of weeks ago went to Houston to this event called the WAP. It's for all people who ride motorcycles or have motorcycle clubs, and you get there. And most of these clubs have older women. I'm going to, Sharon, you personally, I'm going to send it to you. I don't want you to put it.
Event that was called WAP.
Yeah, WHAP. It's a Can-Am event, a motorcycle event, Harley event. Don't do that now. Come on now. I knew you was going with that. But anyway, it's one of the biggest black only motorcycle gatherings in the United States. It happens once annually. So I went, and these older women, sure, I'm gonna send you a video, and I want you to tell me how old you think these women are when you see them. And what they have on, and I want you, and it's going to change your perception of what you're talking about right now.
But are their husbands okay with it? Who cares? Why do you care? Why do you care so much?
No, I don't care. I'm talking to the point. I'm talking to the point. I'm talking to the point of what we're talking about right now. That women of all ages feel like, hey, I want to dress a certain way, and a man should not be able to tell me how I should dress.
So
the problem is
event. That means it happens once a year. So this may be where this husband and wife, where he say, you know what, babe, this happened once a year. You know what? You gonna show out. In fact, I want you to put them Daisy Dukes on. There are some men that they are very proud of their wives' bodies. Like y'all are odd.
Absolutely, I agree.
You want your own wife, so stop looking at other people's. If her booty meat is distracting, nigga, turn your eyes.
Lower your gaze.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Some men do push their wives to do that. Yeah, I agree with you. So we have to look at it in every perspective, correct?
They don't push their wives. They're accepting of their wives' sex, how they like to dress and present themselves. They're not pressing their wives to do it.
Okay. I stand corrected in that regard then.
Absolutely, especially when we talk about a biker situation, right? Those are certain type of personalities that ride bikes, right? And then it's another level of personality when we talk about biker club, right? Because you got to do certain things to be a part of a biker club, right? It's almost like a fraternity, in some horse, right? You got to do certain things. You got to make it to the meeting. You're gonna have to ride in the back. You got to wear a certain kind of motorcycle jacket that makes you look like you're a prospect, and you are the little dog. You don't get to say as much. You got to just do, right? We all understand that it's a different level when we talk about that specific situation, and it is okay for us just to be honest. Those women that is in a motorcycle club do not represent majority of women. It's okay. And we know that. And we know
can you explain? I'm sorry. Can BMU explain why men can sleep with women as friends with benefits and it ends up a co-parenting situation, and then the men, well, it don't even matter. Never mind. I don't know where I was going with that. I forgot.
Well, I could say something about it.
I forgot.
I don't I don't agree with it. I think that I think both parties should have some type of self control, and I think that the man should say, okay, listen, I got to protect my seed, and when I plant my seed, I want it to be in good fertile ground. And I
Yes.
think if a man is ignorant, I think a woman should protect herself. Hey, listen, you're not going to put that up in me, and you ain't went to dinner. You can't buy me Red Lobster. I know you're not going to buy diapers.
You don't
So
gotta you don't have a good job, and
right. So you working at I want some of that King. I want some of that Burger King penis. That's what she's gonna say. But I don't want. But I don't want to. I don't want. But I know you working at Burger King. But I don't. You got to cover that thing up.
we just got to make better choices when
Better
it's in
choices.
our faces.
Yes, we do. For real, for real.
This nigga wherever you just. I mean,
But there's
do
some type of.
better.
I don't know what that dopamine is. That dopamine is. I don't know where two people get together and that thing get hard and that thing get wet, and they say, you know what? We don't give a damn. Let's raw it out. It is what it is.
My brain just turned off.
What's going on?
Hey, BMU, I got a question, man.
Yeah, what's your question, brother?
Also, welcome to the channel. Skis, it's yours. Welcome here. Breeze
What's
is
up,
not
Mark?
he's on the phone right now, but I'll introduce you here. But BMU, I have a question for you, man.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Go ahead.
This whole social media experience I've been going through with all you guys and more.
Yeah.
My conclusion is this. I think that when it comes down to, men should have nothing to be offended by. Should not be offended by anything women can do. Because it's only going to test his resolve and whether he is patient and is willing to deal with her. If he's not, then why was he dealing with her in the first place? Or any woman for that matter. So even right now, we're talking about women wear, right? You're like, oh, women can wear blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, it's what you tolerate. And if you can't tolerate it, then why can't you tolerate it? Why is this something that you can't deal with? End of the day, no one's going to hear you crying and complaining. Women don't want to hear you talk about them and nothing like that. Don't complain. Because there should be nothing, and I mean nothing a woman can do that's going to break you. It's going to make you upset. That's going to make you feel like, I don't know, I'm offended. How can you be offended? You're playing yourself because at the end of the day, if you feel something, you should deal with it yourself. At the end of the day, no one's going to hold your hand and compromise shit. You already knew that as a man. Or did you forget?
Welcome into the show.
So what's your question? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Welcome into the show. Skis, it's yours. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, y'all can hear me, man.
Yeah, we can hear you well.
I'm good.
Yes.
Man, nothing is going to change, man. Like, I love seeing the hoes. I love seeing women dress free. I love the women's sexual empowerment movement. I love it all. I don't know why y'all think that this world is ever going to be righteous, holier than thou. You need good people. You need bad people. If you don't want to see it, stay your ass in the house, live off grid, get Uber Eats, get people to DoorDash your food to your house. Because when you go out inside and pull up, you're going to see tights. You're going to see biker shirts. You're going to see men with tank tops on. You're going to see wigs. You're going to see it because that's the world we live in right now. I'm about to go into the gym right now.
They had on.
I'm about to go into the gym right now, and I'm about to see it all. I'm about to see it all, brother. I'm about to go put this tank top on and walk around with my hoochie daddy shirts on, and they gonna see these legs too. It is what it is. If you got it, you show. If you got a good body, show. Who gives a fuck? You see what I'm saying? Married men, your woman don't dress like that. Okay, that's cool. But a single woman that's got the freedom and the choice to do it. We can't police everything. This is the world we live in. If you don't want to see it, like I said, go live off grid, become a monk, practice some type of Buddhism or whatever. But the way the world is right now, everybody is free. We're more freer than ever. And we will never go back to the biblical days until the time comes that the world blow up.
There was one time. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sexy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm
just living in reality. Like, we can get on these panels and say, well, it shouldn't be, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Okay, well, you go outside, is women driving drop top BMWs. Oh, they doing better than men. Well, they work hard for it. It's men that got wealth, that got 15, 20 women. Well, they built themselves up to that. We can't judge anybody. We can have discernment, but at the end of the day, everything is opinionated and subjective. How somebody lives their life, that's how they're going to live their life. If you marry and you're a swinger, what the hell do I got to say about it? if you're a nigga working at McDonald's and you got 5 baby moms and they allowed you to impregnate them, what the hell do I really got to say about it? Because the cycle going to continue to go no matter what. But we can get on these panels and we can be as opinionated as we want to, because literally this is where it stops. Once you go in real life, all the shit that we don't like is going to continuously go on. And I digress.
Good shit, Skis.
Mm-hmm. He said he had them hoochie daddy shorts on. I got distracted. Said, don't talk about it. Let's see it. You know what I'm saying? But I think the chat said agrees. What's the hoochie daddy shorts? What are those? Because never heard of that before.
But
do you have those, Sharon?
No, I don't.
Marvelous, Jalen. I know he got some of them.
No, I'm a very sexy red TV. I'm a man. I don't wear shorts. So I'm a man. I don't.
Do you got
once I got some thighs, I'm thinking of things out. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have any gray sweats though? Y'all know what those are.
You can't be wearing them gray sweats out.
What do you call those things? I got the other ones really. What do you call it? Joggers? There you go. I got joggers on right now.
And some joggers can't go outside this house either. Like,
yeah, no, thank you.
It's my business. Where you going with that?
Nah, sir. We're gonna have to change those.
Oh Lord,
that's male lingerie, sir. That is male lingerie. What you
running aside for? What you trying to advertise the business for? Get on back in that room.
But you're supposed to have that understanding before you get married, right?
All right, hold on. Clearly, these great sweatpants got the ladies in the uproar. What I want to say is this: majority of men that when we started wearing sweatpants, we was not looking at it as
that's whorish behavior. Whores wear hoochie daddy shorts. Whores wear gray joggers.
And you don't be in the basketball shorts,
like
the basketball shorts with the t-shirt, with the wife beater, and it's fresh.
With your nipples out, dressing like whores.
Like, oh, you gonna go outside? Oh, now you want people to see you can play basketball too? Oh, that's what we
doing.
You
want to show off your arms and your shoulders. If you don't get back in there and change your clothes,
I know.
Look, do I see
clavicle? I know I don't see your clavicle, nigga.
Exactly. Where you think you going with that showing? Put a t-shirt on.
Cover it up, sir. I like them 90s videos. I want that t-shirt 3 times too big. Get them shorts.
They're whores.
So look, Mr. Lyman gave all the single men out there the Rimbro outfit. This is the starter kit right here. Legs out, wife beater on, tattoos showing. Hey, that's what you need to get these women out here.
Mr. Alignment, if you don't get back in there and change them clothes, looking like a little hoe, looking like a little whore.
Got a whole
rim tires, Jalen.
Rim fit. Oh, you wearing a rim fit today, huh?
Yeah, a rim fit. So good day to you, sir. So the thing is, I do not understand for the life of me why they are so concerned with trying to control so many other women, right? Just find a woman that fits you. That is it. You don't need to control the majority of anything or the minority of the women as well. You need to go ahead and find your type of woman that you like and go ahead and do it. This is the problem that we have with men. They want the majority of the women to fit into the woman that they like.
I'll tell you right now, Ron, I'll say this, bro. I just think a lot of people, not just men, but people in general, just want the world to revolve around how they feel. So men feel a certain way about women, and they want women to acquiesce to that way. And vice versa. Everyone has this thing, it's just called being selfish in general. So you think that your opinion really matters. You about a fucking moment. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like, you just got here in the world, and you think you know how shit's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know yourself, but yet that's the biggest problem for most people. They don't know themselves. They can't control themselves. And that's why they go out and tell the world what they think they can control, which is hypocritical as all hell, because like you have the audacity to tell other people what to do, but you can't even tell yourself what to do. That is the truest hypocrisy of it all for being selfish. And I digress. I pass it on.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, so I kind of see what you mean. For me, all I have to do is just control my desires and lower my gaze. Though I don't control what anyone else will do with you, and I don't care. Though maybe the day I get married, I don't have to control what the person wears. At least it's to communicate, because effective communication is that's what matters, though. Because it's not just like, oh, you tell someone how to dress, though. It's the way you speak and your tone and everything. It's one thing to suggest someone, look, I don't want you to wear this, but it's the way you deliver it.
And I believe, people be trying to say, here's the solution. That men and women, right? So the problem is that men need to stop believing what other men are saying just because it sounds good. Stop regurgitating. I'm just going to mute you because you have a little feedback. Stop regurgitating information that another man said just because it sounds good. Majority of the men cannot deal with these ideas and ideals of women. Majority of men do not want a goddamn virgin. You are not ready for that goddamn responsibility to deal with a virgin. Majority of the men are not ready and responsible to deal with being the breadwinner of the household. It is too much for them.
May I add on to that? Sorry.
Sure.
It's true because they want to use a woman as an object. They want to use her virginity, take her virginity, and then move on to the next woman. It doesn't make, even if it's 10 years, 20 years later, a month later, they still put a notch in their belt like, yes, I got a virgin. It's more of a notch and not, they don't want to take the covering of that woman, like BMU said. That not the control, but the cover. You should be covering a virgin if that's
Right.
the case.
And then this whole idea of covering, right? So like, it got an umbrella when that covering could walk with you, or I got a covering where it's a garage and it stays in one place, right? It's two different versions of covering, right? So this idea that covering is only one sense is the crazy part. Go ahead, Ted, before you drop. I know you probably want to get something. Go ahead, Ted.
I just want to say, I don't know. I ain't man bashing today. Yoga's tomorrow. I am appreciating everything that y'all doing and saying. But I would just like, let's say something upright about the brothers too, some righteous stuff. Because some of y'all are.
So go ahead.
I think people like yourself and like my Booski and others that we know are like awesome and complicated, but for the most part, like solid. The one thing that I do want to ask though is like, do you think because men value other men's opinion more than their own, what they really want, they are marrying people that they don't really like? If you like a hoe and she makes you happy, and you love her, would you rather be with a woman that quote unquote she fits the mold that the boys say, but you hate her? It's super strange and weird. And I think that policing and all of the things, you're so busy trying to worry about what another man's wife is doing, but you don't want your wife to get talked about. All of this it's a very weird morphing that is so unnecessary. If men would only date who they want to date who you like, damn what your friends say.
I think it comes down to
well, she's not a hoe because they're friends with benefits.
Oh,
they're in a situation.
I was only going to say, I think it comes down to the man or any individual who doesn't love himself. When you feel the opinions of others have more weight over your own, that means you don't know what you really want, which is why you're searching outside yourself, which is crazy. Think you're going to find yourself outside yourself, but that's what it comes down to. You're not being your true self at all. You just kind of going with the crowd and trying to be a people pleaser rather than pleasing yourself, knowing what pleases you. That's my opinion.
That is a possibility, and this is why a lot of men say, hey, you need a daddy in your life. You need your daddy to tell you how to do this, that, and the third, right? Because they cannot think of their own. I ain't have one, and I'm somehow able to think of my own. So this idea that you need, hey, that father can teach you all the wrong shit. Right? We see what happened in Houston. Like, clearly, they had a dad, too. Both parents had a dad. One of them is an essayer, the other one is not.
Oh, I was like in Houston. You talking about Frisco? Yeah. I mean,
Right. So I wonder what the SA father was teaching his son, and maybe there's a reason why his son wanted to be as what we know as a bully. Maybe something was going on. I don't know. I have no idea. But just this blanket statements, the shit got to stop with the blanket statements to say that, hey, you need this so you could be successful. Because we starting to see that it's not true at all. Majority of these men, they do not have a woman that do not have an education. Majority of men that have a good relationship with their wives, 20-year relationships and all these things, that love their wives, majority of those women they are educated.
Mm-hmm.
They are smart, intelligent women. They're able to speak their mind in their household, whether they are stay-at-home mom or not.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't this goddamn woman that just shut up, fuck me, and feed me. That shit don't exist in real life.
It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
This idea that you just controlling what your woman gonna wear is it saying you need to pick a woman that that matches the type of style that you are comfortable with a woman wearing. That's what you need to go find. Guess what? If I was with a woman and she dressed like Sexy Red and that's what I found I like, hey, that's what she gonna be. Her ass, her booty meat always gonna be showing.
Booty meat.
And I'm gonna love her for that. Yep. They be like, sure, you let your girl walk outside like that. What you mean, let nigga? You see her?
Okay.
Like, did she not come? Did she not get out the same car as me? Did we not arrive at this goddamn event together? What are you asking me this dumbass question for?
Hey, Sharon.
My woman.
Wait, what you think about us?
So therefore, hey, that's what I like. Don't worry about it. Just because you can't control your lust level. Yes.
I'm sorry. You was cooking. I should let you continue to cook. Because I'm going to completely throw off this whole entire conversation.
Oh, we know it.
between you and Young, I was like, no, I gotta get a piece of this. But
no, not what you're saying is something I'm a little bit different. What I was going to get to, but something in the chat reminded me of something, and I was going to speak to just clarification.
Okay,
I don't just have one damn hobby. You know, men and women have many different hobbies. I just gave you my number one hobby. Like there is hobbies that me and my wife share together. Like I work out. Guess what? My wife took that hobby and made it her goddamn career. She's a personal trainer now. Something I did for fun. She says, I'm gonna make money off of that. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that we share and we do. We keep each other in knowledge with. You know what I'm saying? Like there's more ways to skin a cat. There's more ways of having happiness. I might have oversold it by telling you my car is the thing that makes me happy, and that's my number one thing. That's not the only thing.
Especially when you don't know how much horsepower it has. That is a horrible display.
Man, I'll give you numbers right now. Jesus Christ, Sharon. It's not that serious. Like, look at 332 horsepower and about 290 torque. There you go.
This is why communication is important, because if you would have never said that, we never, you know what I mean?
Right.
So and that's why communication is, because I knew that you weren't saying it like that. I knew that, but
but you was expressing it that, but you was expressing it that way though, right? You wasn't,
because all the things that he said before that showed that he loved his wife. So I didn't just take that. Oh, he just looks at, no, because being a man is multidimensional. It's not just one solid monolith of men. No, there's so many variances to you guys.
And what a lot of toxic men would do with trust is like, see, I ain't going to buy a bed that my wife won. It's the bed that I won. I'm the one that see my sacrifice. They start beating on the chest and start making all these grunts. So that's why you gotta be careful the way how we communicate. Make sure it's very clear and concise. Welcome to the show. Good day, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, am I coming through clear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, yes.
Yeah, first and foremost, Cuzzo, let me take my shoes off before I walk into this room. Peace and love to the beautiful queens on the panel. Tiff, peace and love to you. Happy Berry White, peace and love to you. And Sexy Red TV, peace and love to you as well. And peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, Zero Tolerance, Talking to Kin Folks, M Mills, Renee, Keisha G, Dawn, Black Beauty, Pink, the Verbal Assassin, the Voice of Venus, Fantasy Island Girl, Brownie Ellie, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm going to make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Interesting topic, Cuzzo. But the reason why I had to hit the panel is because the brothers Marvelous and BMU, you know, they made marriage kind of sound depressing. And it really bothered me to hear them talk about marriage in that type of a way. First and foremost, Marvelous, he was naming all these different things that he loved about his car, but it was a lot more things he said about the car than he said about his wife. That's very problematic, my brother, because you are a married brother. You're on the internet, and this was your opportunity to advocate for marriage and why young men and young women should get into a union one with another. And then you chose to talk about your car in that moment and how much you love your car as a married man. That's that, you know, when men are listening, if I was a single man, young man listening to that story, I would never feel the need to get married. Because I was listen, I heard Marvelous' opinion the other day. He was talking about marriage, and this was a stand-up brother. And he was saying, listen, I love my car. And my car is the one that makes me happy. Because I can control my car. So all single men can get cars. They can control their cars too. They can love on their car too. So why should they get a wife? We're not really understanding the words that we are saying when we are communicating about important topics. And that's a big problem. And then the brother BMU, you know, I don't understand what his problem is, right? Because he talks about women with their cheeks out. And he talks about this stuff all the time, right? And how these men are in church groups complaining about their wives having their cheeks out, wearing tight clothes and all that stuff. I don't know what type of church he goes to, but that doesn't seem like a familiar talking point within a church, because if you are a man who desires a virtuous woman, if you are a man who desires a classy woman, if you are a man who desires a modest woman, and you're attracted to that, then you're not going to have to convince this modest, this classy, this virtuous woman to clothe herself properly. That's going to already be part of her character. That's what attracted you to her, right? That's already a part of her. So that's not even a conversation you're going to have. But if you are the type of man who is attracted to the cheeks being out, and you get the woman with the cheeks out, now you expect this woman to change her character and put the cheeks back in just because she married to you. But then, after she even do that, what are these brothers who are attracted to the cheeks going to do? They going to be all on Facebook, liking pictures with women with the cheeks out. They're going to be all on Instagram, liking pictures with who? Women with the cheeks out. They're going to be everywhere you can go to find women with the cheeks out so that they can talk about it, right? That's kind of sickening for a married man to be talking about that kind of stuff all the time. What you should be saying is you should be uplifting marriage, right? Because when I think about my marriage, I think about how we bring each other
what's called homeostasis, right? You see, my wife understands that if I'm having a bad day and I call her, I don't even have to tell her I'm having a bad day. She can tell by the inflections of my voice that I'm having a bad day. And then guess what my wife do? She knows exactly what to say and exactly what to do to brighten my mood and to bring me back to a proper perspective, right? When I get home, my wife knows what I like. She knows what brings me joy. She knows what brings me happiness. And she is happy to fulfill those needs, right? And vice versa. I know what brings her joy. I know what makes her happy. I know what makes her smile. I know what makes her feel special. And that's what I do on a daily basis because that's how I want her to feel. I don't want her to feel like she got to go outside of me to find happiness. And she don't want me to feel like I got to go outside of her to find happiness, to find pleasure, to find joy, to find love. Y'all men got to represent marriage in a better light and stop talking all this crazy talk because y'all are making marriage seem like it's nothing but toxicity. It's nothing but disparagement and depression. Y'all got to get it together, man, or at least be honest and say, well, you know what? I married the wrong woman, Brownsville. I married the wrong woman, YouTube. And I got to figure out how to recalibrate this situation so that I can be with somebody because marriage is supposed to be forever. This is what I want the young brothers and young sisters to understand, right? We throw out this term so loosely and we don't even understand that it's supposed to be forever. That's a commitment that's supposed to last the test of time, right? So I look forward to waking up every morning, kissing my wife, looking at my wife. My wife looks forward to waking up every morning, kissing me, holding me. She knows that we're going to hold each other down and it's forever through the ups and downs, through the good and bad, sickness and in health. We not sitting there having no conversations about women with the cheeks out and all that stuff. That's ridiculous. And Cuzzo, to land it and to answer your question, who sacrificed the most? Well, there's not a married man on this planet that's going to tell me he sacrificed more than his wife. Unless he's some type of weird creature who is getting pregnant and giving birth, right? Because we know women sacrifice their body for their family. They're sacrificing their life for their family in that moment of giving birth. They could die. They're losing a whole bunch of blood. They're going through different hormonal and physical changes when they're carrying the child, right? And then when you are a husband, you're protecting your family, yes. But how many husbands can say, well, hey, listen, I took a bullet for my family. I got into a shootout for my family. It's going to be very little that can be able to say that, less than 1%. But I guarantee you, if I ask the wives, they're going to say, oh, yeah, I sacrificed my whole body for my family. And I did it for a whole bunch of months. And I did it for a lot of years, depending on how many children they had for you. So represent your spouse in a better way. Represent your family in a better way. Represent being a husband in a better way. Represent being a father in a better way. And have an honest conversation and tell the truth about what's really going on out here, man. What's really going on in marriage. Stop playing these YouTube games for entertainment value because y'all are sounding crazy out here and y'all are sounding like y'all are in toxic relationships. Peace and love, man.
All right, let me respond to Brownsville.
Amen.
Amen, Brownsville. Cooking.
All right, so let me respond to Brownsville because I think that as Brownsville being a man of the law, he doesn't do a lot of investigative things before he speaks. So let me correct him. So the group you said you don't know what kind of church has those type of groups. It's the kind of churches that married couples volunteer to help married couples who don't know God, don't know nothing about church. They just getting involved with church. They don't know nothing about the Bible. They don't know nothing about scripture. The husbands don't know how to be husbands. The wives don't know how to be wives, and they're just being introduced into Christianity. So when those conversations come up, they're saying my wife shouldn't dress like this. Why is she dressed like? Or my husband shouldn't be this way. Or what does the Bible say about this? These are people who don't know anything about church, who come to the church and or come to these meetings to get direction from other married couples and the church itself.
Why didn't you say that these were folks that were just saved, though? That's not how you presented it, and you know it.
No.
Are these confidential? Are these confidential?
Yeah, let them have it real quick because I know BM, you don't have that much time. But go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. To answer, I didn't present it that way at first because I didn't go into complete details, right? But to get deeper into the details, these are what these people do. All right, they come to the church, they find the church home, they want to be in church, and then we have big group meetings. It's not like a one-on-one session that's confidential. It's a group setting. So they have group meetings where the couples sit together in a big ass circle, and the people talk. What's going on in your marriage? How can we help you? How can we serve you guys today? What's happening in your marriage? And they start breaking down the things in their marriage, from blended families to husbands out of line to wives out of line. Should we say this? Should we do this? How should we raise our children? So on and so forth. So this is what the church is providing, trying to help people that's new to the church. So when Brownsville said what he said, he's inaccurate because he didn't know this information. So now that he knows the information, then the mindset should be different, right? Because we're not telling them that you shouldn't be married or you should be bossing somebody around, but marriage should be something where the man loves his wife, because Brownsville is a man of God, right? The Bible says, husbands, love your wives, wives, respect your husbands. And that's what we go on. That's the motto of how we handle those marital circles when we have those. That's how it goes.
The problem, and peace and love to you, brother BMU.
What's up, man? What's up?
The problem is, I wish you would have led with that information, right? But
Right.
what you did, you kind of led with what I would call misinformation, because when you omit certain things, right, you're providing a false narrative in that moment. And that's what I need y'all men to understand, because the conversation was about a conversation on marriage and what a husband and wife supposed to do to each other or do for each other, make each other happy, etc., right? Now you came up and you jumped on what somebody else said when they talk about how women aren't being modest anymore and they not being classy anymore. And my brother, that's not true. Let me ask you this question, BMU.
Yeah.
Are you attracted to women that have their cheeks out?
No.
And when you met your wife, was she a woman that had her cheeks out?
No, sir.
Right. So what you're saying is you never had to have that conversation with your wife. The reason why you didn't have to have that conversation with your wife is because you weren't attracted to it. That's number one. And you married a woman who didn't represent herself that way. Right. So instead of complaining about what women are having their cheeks out, what you should be doing is educating men on recalibrating their value system. Remove lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system and replace it with God. Add some honor, integrity, self-reflection, accountability, responsibility, self-discipline, stoicism, all of those solid values in there first, right? So that they won't be attracted to the cheeks, right? And therefore they'll be attracted to modesty, right? Because we know women, right? They are willing to follow a man who is a leader, follow a man who is accountable, and follow a man who is fulfilling his vision and purpose, right? But if women are seeing these men being degenerate, and these men love the degeneracy, they love the cheeks being out, they love lusting after them, right? So women are going to do that. What we should be doing is telling the men, listen, the reason why the women are doing it is because you love it and you attracted to it and you are the one giving it attention. But if you stop giving it attention, then I guarantee you that behavior will stop.
I agree with you 1000%. I think that, and that's one of the things that I said when I came up. I said some of the men that we speak to in these group settings. I said this earlier before you came on, that some of these men have married the wrong women. They want their women to be something that their woman wasn't when they got with them. You met this woman with her cheeks out, and now all of a sudden, and one of the things that I used in the group setting was you found a rattlesnake, brought it home, put a dress on it, and got mad when it bit you. It did. She's doing what she's doing what she wants to do. This is how she was when you met her. And now all of a sudden you want to beat her over the head and say, hey, listen, you should not have your cheeks out. No, you should have chosen better. Right. But when you say these things, some of the men get quiet, they shut down, they really start, thinking real hard. The women start getting a little upset or in their feelings, and they have attitudes, and a lot of, so these are the things that happen. But at the end of the day, I agree with you. So everybody ain't for everybody, and sometimes people choose the lust over the longevity. And I think that when you get tired of the sex and the sex start to wear down, you done had enough of it. Then that's when you start realizing, damn, this woman ain't even for me. So I agree with you 100%.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. BMU, you agree with me, right? But the problem that I have with you is you prefer to handle these men with kid gloves instead of telling them the God's honest truth about where their values are aligned, right? And what we should be doing is the same way God does with us. God don't pull no punches. He tell it just like it is, and he gonna tell us to get straight, get in line, and fulfill our purpose the way he designed us to fulfill it. Right? So we shouldn't be pulling no punches when we're educating these men on what they need to be doing. Right? So whenever we hearing men complaining about what women are doing, trying to compete with women, and say, oh, but the woman is doing this, but the woman is doing that. No, you the man. What you supposed to be doing?
Yeah. Make better choices. Make better choices. If you see a woman out with her cheeks out and you see she trying to drop that thing on you, and you know that in real life you really want a woman who's you can wake up to every day, and this is one of the things that I said too in the group, and I'm gonna land my plane here. I think one of the things that I like to say is, hey, listen, the woman that's for you is the woman that could stand next to you when they're lowering your mom or your father in the ground. If you can't see her being that type of woman who's going to be there and hold you up, hold you down, and be that way, then don't worry about it. If she's rather go get her nails done than to be on your side, or she want to have her cheeks out, and that's not the kind of woman you wanted, then you have to take accountability for that. You have to take accountability for the choices you make.
What do nails got to do with that, sir? I am a nail technician, sir. Nails, women of all backgrounds get nails. So you need to get that up out of your rhetoric, sir. Do not disrespect nails. Nails did nothing to you. We be doing pedicures too, and I'm sure you need them.
Right.
Them dogs is barking, baby. Okay. Get that.
No, my Bluetooth just died, so y'all can still hear me.
We can still hear you, sir. I'm gonna need you to get nails out of your rhetoric, okay? Because
No.
we
The
got
reason,
no disrespect. Women of all
listen, I'm not
backgrounds and professions and get nails. I'm a licensed nail tech. I don't know why y'all disrespect nails like that, but
I'm not disrespecting. Okay, let me explain, because you about to jump on the nails. I said, if a woman, let me explain. Let me go back into what I was saying. I said, if a woman chooses to get her nails done, go get her nails done rather than be there for you when you need her. I didn't say anything was wrong with her getting her nails done. I say rather go do that than to be with you.
We just had a man that said that he would rather be with his car than his wife.
Exactly. So they're both wrong.
Okay. Right, but see, the problem is BMU. That's what you should have addressed when you first hit the platform, right? But the issue that I have.
Hold on. But Brownsville, hold on, Brown. I don't mean to interrupt you, Brownsville. Give me just a second. I did. When I got on the platform, I did. I said sometimes men have attachment issues and abandonment issues, and sometimes they put their care and love into things that they feel like won't hurt them, instead of trying to put that love and care into their wife. That's exactly what I said when I came on.
Right, but you were defending his position and his right to do that, though, because you brought up, hey, well, women are gonna do what they doing, and that's when you brought up the woman having a booty cheeks out who's married to a man who don't want her to have her booty cheeks out. Right, that's what you brought to the platform, and that's what really irritated me, because I'm like, we should be having a more productive conversation about marriage than focusing on this low-hanging fruit right here. Right, because I didn't hear not one of y'all brothers speak on what your wife truly does to make you happy and truly does to sacrifice for your relationship. I didn't hear a Marvelous Opinion say it, and I didn't hear you say it, BMU, right? So that's what irritated me, because y'all are up here representing marriage, but y'all not really giving y'all wife the flowers that she deserves. That's the problem. That's the issue. And that's what I need y'all brothers to change. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop trying to make it seem like it's a gender war type of thing to where you got to defend and protect all men, because some of these degenerates, they don't deserve protection, and they definitely don't deserve no defending, right? A lot of these dudes, they're not married. They're not worthy of marriage, right? They're not qualified to be a husband, and they really not even qualified to be men if we really telling the truth about it, right? They're in their soft guy, house husband era. They're looking for a woman to take care of them. They're looking for a woman to provide for them, and all they want to do is be on YouTube all day, every day, talking about women.
But see, but Brownsville, but that's the thing though.
Let Marvelous get a chance to.
I was going to hop off real quick. I'm gonna say this, and I'll listen for the rest of the day. Hey, so Brownsville, to be honest with you, that's the thing though. I'm almost 18 years in. I have 3 beautiful girls, 3 beautiful boys, no baby mama. She had no baby daddy, right? We did it the right way. And so those are the things I do talk about, Brownsville. And if you want me to send you a few links of shows that I've had that we've talked about marriage, I can send those to you.
No, but
what I'm saying to you is, so we do represent.
You had the opportunity to speak about your beautiful wife, how much she sacrificed for your relationship. You had that opportunity to do that this morning. You could have said, well, hey, listen, I know for darn sure my wife sacrificed for this relationship a lot more than I sacrificed, because she gave birth to our kids however many times she did it, right? She sacrificed a lot of years, because it takes 10 months for them to deliver a baby. And even after they deliver a baby, their body is changing. Their hormones is changing. They're going through different things mentally, emotionally, spiritually, right? But they're keeping it all together, all for the sake of taking care of you, the husband, and the kids. And you didn't say that. So that's the issue I got with you, BMU. You should have represented your beautiful wife in a much better light than you represented her today. You should have said, you know what? I know my wife sacrificed a whole heck of a lot for my family. And you know what? I really appreciate it. And if you would have said that, BMU, I would have said, listen, I loved everything BMU just said. He represented his wife just like an honorable husband should represent. Peace and love.
Yeah, see, but I wouldn't have asked questions about my wife, because I would have said that very thing. However, I will gonna get on the side of my boy right here though. When he came on, he did say, before he said that car shit, that's what fucked everything up. But when he said, I'm nothing without my wife. I would not be where I am today if my wife wasn't in my life. I don't know where I would be. I don't know what I'd be doing. So he did represent his wife well before he brought up the car situation. He did say he would not be where he is today without his wife. That's what Marvelous said when he first came on.
I don't gotta say nothing, because I was like, yo, my man is gaslighting me right now. I'm like, are you serious? And nothing, Brownsville, it's all about context. It's honest. I brought up my whole thing is this. You bring it up.
Y'all have a good day.
You too, BM.
Have a great day, sir.
I simply am saying this. I think that men and women define happiness differently. You know what I'm saying? That was my preface. My whole thing was talking about happiness and what that means to me. And I said, the car is that. I said, my wife is everything to me, though. But that go over so many people's heads. I don't know what the fuck. Like, this shit's crazy to me. So if the car really makes me happy, means I don't really love it. I'm not in love with the car. It's just a fucking hobby. I even said there is one thing that you can do for that car that I would trade in for. Only one thing. I'm not gonna tell you what that is. It's none of your business, but there's only one thing I would sacrifice the car for. And I'm pretty sure it's obvious. These things don't have to be said. But again, people are so hyper-focused on, he loves his car. Look at his, I'm like, it ain't about the car. I was only trying to talk about happiness in context of what peace. I'm fighting for the fact that men want their peace more than they want happiness. But I also said that women look at peace and happiness, I believe, in the same light. I think they define it as pretty much something similar or the same. And I said, that's where the communication gets broken down. And that's what I said. I can understand why even you, Brownsville, bring up happiness. Doesn't mean shit to me, because that is something I want to put aside to make sure my wife has a peace of mind, which is her happiness, which is why I also said earlier, I do kind of call off the play of happy wife, happy life in some somewhat sense. Not to say that I'm trying to make her happy, no, but I know what things make her happy. I'm trying to make sure she's able to do these things without having to interfere, without having to say you shouldn't do this, make her feel insecure and stuff. No, I want her to make decisions like I make decisions in life. She bumps her head, okay, I'm there to protect her, do what she got to do. You know what I'm saying? Give her guidance. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to tell her what to do. I'm not in control of that woman or anybody. I said the only two things I control right now is me. And I use the car as something I can control as well, because it's also the whole happiness thing. But for the most part, it ain't like what you think it is. When it comes to me and my wife, I don't brag about my wife or anything she does to me, because I'm not selling our business, first off. I'm a real humble dude. I'm not trying to sell my relationship like oh, you should try to be like me. No, be yourself. Know what you got. Love yourself. Love your wife. You don't gotta be like me. You'll never have what I got. That much I can be positive about. No one's ever gonna get what I got. Period. I'll tell you one right now. So you get what you get. Be concerned with what you get. Don't judge me. What I got going on. Look at yourself. Take accountability. Look in your own mirror. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah,
but what does that have to do with sacrificing more?
Sacrificing. I was
who
talking about earlier.
sacrifices more? No.
Didn't say who sacrifices more.
Happy. Hold on. Let me say this, because I gotta go. I gotta go real quick. So, Marvelous, peace and love to you, my brother. And I wasn't judging you as a man or even as a husband. I was judging you on how you chose to represent yourself today on this platform as a husband, right? Because this was your opportunity to give your wife her flowers and to represent your marriage in a positive light, right? But what I heard more from you today, Marvelous, in the conversation about marriage was about your vehicle. That was the issue that I had. That was the only problem that I had, right? And what I'm saying is we as men have to be more cognizant and aware of how we are communicating when we are communicating, right? Because you're sending a message that somebody else is receiving. And it wasn't just me. I'm willing to guarantee you this. If you ask any of the queens on the panel, you ask Cuzzo, you ask any of the queens in the chat, they'll tell you the exact same thing. They heard Marvelous Opinion say more glowing things about his car today than he did about his wife. And what I'm saying is maybe it doesn't bother you and it shouldn't bother you, right? But what I'm saying is when we're having these conversations about relationships, it's not really about us, right? If you are a married man, you should be representing marriage, right? You should be communicating the benefits of marriage. You should be communicating the benefits of being a husband to a beautiful wife. You should be communicating the multiple sacrifices that your wife is making for you, for your benefit, right? And that is what you should be communicating on these airwaves, right? You can have a conversation about your car on another day, on another show, on another topic. But when the topic is about marriage, then we should be representing marriage a certain way. That's all I got to say, brother. So I'm not judging you. I'm sure you got a beautiful relationship. I'm sure you got a beautiful woman. And I'm sure you got a lot going on because you got a good head on your shoulders, my brother. However, today, you represented marriage in an improper fashion. And so what I'm doing is I'm rebuking that particular thing. Not you, but I'm rebuking the way you decided to represent marriage today. Now, hopefully, you could see the error in your ways and say, you know what, Brownsville, I hear you, and you're right. Maybe I should have led with.
You're stealing my thunder, brother. I was going to say it.
Well, go ahead.
Give me that opportunity to say it.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
As I was going to say, because I'm a humble dude. Yeah, I can understand your point of view. I take accountability for my poor communication. It's like I said, I figured that when I look at the chat and I see what they're saying, so I try to clarify some things later on as we expand the conversation. Like I said, even when you heard it, and I know you probably came at the wrong time, BMU heard it from the beginning. I was like that. Like, it's like I said, I'm a real humble dude. I don't like to talk about my situation too much out in these streets. But when we get done here, you know, we talk about the things. But as far as like the sacrifice, I didn't go into who does what more. I didn't even talk about what I sacrificed. I didn't talk about my wife. I didn't talk about my situation at all because I wasn't really trying to go and no, not like no. I'm talking about sacrifice wise. I was talking about the sacrifice portion of my relationship. I wasn't trying to talk about that. I was more trying to measure on how we measure what is we sacrifice. And I tell you, for the most part, I say that I sacrifice my happiness, which to some people that might be peace, but it's not peace. It's just a feeling that comes every now and then. But I'm able to measure to say, okay, what's going to be the best outcome for both of us? What's going to help us continue to move forward in our relationship? Can I put my petty differences aside and compromise some things to do things that's best for us and not just for myself? That's more in lines where I was going with the conversation. So we're both going to do that regardless when it comes to compromising things that will make us progress further in our relationship. Now, what those details are is none of your business. But just know that no one's taking a measuring cup to see who's sacrificing more or less in this relationship. That's petty.
So the problem, and you're right about that, Marvelous. But the only difference, the only caveat I would add, my brother, is you and your beautiful wife, y'all don't have children yet, right?
That's correct.
Right. And what I'm saying is, once you decide to go that route and expand your family, then I'm sure your perspective is going to totally change when it comes to who's sacrificing more. Because when you go into, seeing your wife's body change and how the baby is developing inside of her, how everything is changing and how she's still being strong and being feminine and being somebody who is worthy to take care of children and also still taking care of you in the process. And then you go into that delivery room and you see her suffer for those hours that she has to suffer just to deliver this beautiful gift for you and for the world, right? And then even after that, what transpires within a woman mentally, emotionally, and physically after they give birth. Now, I'm willing to guarantee you this, Marvelous. You'll be able to come on a panel and say, well, you know what? Brownsville was 100% right. When it comes to a marriage, women sacrifice a whole heck of a lot more than men. But peace and love, my brother, you haven't reached that pinnacle in life yet. And I wish you and your beautiful wife well. And I wish that one day y'all will get to that point to where you will see that marvelous light that she's going to provide for you in the near future. Peace and love. I got to go. Have a great show, Cuzzo. And I need the men, especially the married men, represent your wives in a better fashion today. Peace and love.
Thank you. Love, brother.
Appreciate That's right.
Embrace it. You know what I got at the end of the day?
And before I bring Happy in there.
Oh, go ahead, Happy. My apologies.
No, it's okay. What you was about to say?
I was going to say, what I got from the end conclusion when it comes to the whole sacrifice thing, I think we should probably lean more towards the gratitude that's going to encourage positive attitudes in relationships. So I think this whole sacrifice thing is coming up now is because we want to be recognized for certain things that we're willing to do for our family. And we only talk about it because there's no gratitude, you know what I'm saying, for one side or the other side. Where's the gratitude? Where's the thanks to things I'm willing to do for the family? And I think that's kind of where it's coming from. Because if there was gratitude on either end, this wouldn't be a conversation to be talking about, well, who's doing what and what's willing to be sacrificing. Are you not recognizing it? I think it just comes from the lack of gratitude that either side is getting.
So yeah, and so that's the issue that Cuz having what I had, Sexy Red had, Tiff had, is that you speaking for the gratitude of men that you are not experiencing. And that's why you try to downplay her sacrifice in your relationship as well. Even when you just start talking about sacrifice, you only talked about your half of the sacrifice that you had to make to make the relationship move forward. And that's what Cuz is talking about. We need to stop making it seem like everything we do as a man is so difficult that we just hate it, but we love our women so much we just willing to take all this goddamn negativity and make sure everybody else is good, and I'm sitting here depressed, and the only time I'm happy is when I drive my car that I don't even know the horsepower to, and only when I get a chance to do my hobby is the only time when I actually feel happy. But everything else I do in my life is for my wife, and it doesn't make me happy. I mean, even down to when I rest my head at night, I had to go pick a bed that was in the middle, and I really don't like it, and I have rough time sleeping because I wanted to make sure my wife had a better time sleeping. Like, we got to stop with this idea that the woman is getting all the benefit and the man is not getting any kind of benefit, and you did it in real time, by the way.
Yes, I was going to say there's one thing you're being too extreme about. It's like, if you're not happy, then you're sad. That is so No, that's
No,
not the
talk,
case,
talk to what I
man. You
just
can
said, though.
I'm
I want
content.
you to,
Wait,
I
wait,
want
wait,
you
wait.
to talk to what I
I
said,
have
though.
to put the I have to put the context in because I am content with things. I'm okay. Both eyes wide open. I'm not looking for just my perspective on how I want things. I'm looking at both and saying, here's a compromise. I want to go forward. You know what I'm saying? I'm in content.
No, we don't. So that's what I'm trying to say, that we don't know what you're saying. You sound like the way how you communicate, even from before, even when you try to throw in the caveat of everything my wife did is I do it for her, and you made it seem good, but then you just threw her down in front of the bus after that. It was all down here from there. You started up here.
You got a firm mattress, right? And I said I went soft, so we were in the middle. We got a hybrid, right? And I said it's a little firm right now because it's brand new, but I don't mind compromising right now to get a comforter on top. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to put it in her face and say you made a wrong decision or why did we do? No, we both came together and said this is what we're going to do. I'm saying at the end of the day, it's not going to be all my way. That's the whole thing I'm talking about. It's not going to be my way. That's it.
Right. So the thing that you are missing again, right, is what Brownsville was trying to get you to do. You still not able to do it and say, hey, talk about all the good things that comes out of the relationship. Not saying the things, instead of saying only the things.
The wife took her time to come to the United States of America, become a citizen. All right. She has to go everywhere I go because of my job. She has to now do it. Well, this is something I prefer her to do personally because it kind of adapts the job. Have her own business. She would rather work with someone, but she's willing to compromise to make her own business so it can be more flexible to every time we move to this place or to that place. Okay, she's making a lot of sacrifices. Period. She's away from her family. That's halfway across the world. That's a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can go all down the list about everything she's willing to do to be with me. Although I have said from the very beginning of my relationship, and this is me personally, I said, don't do anything for me that's going to take away your own happiness. If there's something you really want to do in life, go after that. Do that. Don't, because I don't want to be the person that you're going to end up regretting or spiting because you didn't get to do it because of me. No, damn that. Do what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? If I'm that person, cool. But don't put in my face like it was my fault that you didn't get to do something because I never told you what to do.
And right, so, and but
I'm not sure what shaming him for.
Right. And he don't even realize that he's still doing it, but
No, I don't get what we're shaming him for. I'm confused.
What we shaming him for is not understanding the way how he's communicating. Right. This is literally what I opened it up in the beginning for. Right. They would literally say, hey, if they would take the responsibility of themselves. Hey, listen, I told you this is how it was going to be. So now once you do it with me, I don't want to hear no complaints about it. We better not come back to the goddamn drum board and say, hey, this is not working out the way how it is because you agreed to it.
No, you're missing it.
I know you know the problem is you missing it, right? Is that when you start the conversation up and we saying that who sacrificed more, I ended the conversation that both parties sacrifice things, right?
Yes.
But, right. And then, but when you came in, you said, yes, I wouldn't be nothing without my wife. However, I can't have a good sleep because she chose the bed. The only time I'm actually happy, you gotta let me be able to explain how you come off.
Go ahead, finish it.
Instead of trying to just, but if you feel like you understand what I'm saying already, then go ahead.
No, I get it. You're telling me, you're translating to me how it sounds. Basically, this is a situation where it's like I'm responsible for what I said, and what you heard is what you heard. So I'm getting a lot of feedback based on how you feel about what and how I said it. That's what this conversation we have right now. How you feel about it? Because I know what I said. I'm responsible for what I said. All the things you're adding is how you feel about how I said it. That's what this is all about.
No, we're having a conversation on what your perception of the conversation, right? So you're not just talking to me. You're also talking to young men, and they're going to hear what you said and say, oh, he had to sacrifice everything. The only thing that makes him happy is his car. It's his hobby. So that's the words that you was using. So we got to understand the way how men communicate, right? They communicate they take out little pieces of information. He said, damn, all the things that he do is for his woman. even down to the example of the bed that he don't really like, that he got to try to buy a new comforter, maybe jump on it up and down to hopefully after he jumps on it a few times, maybe then the bed would get soft and then maybe he can have a good night's sleep. But regardless, his car is the thing that brings us happy. He don't care about being happy with his wife because he's just going to do his responsibilities. This is what they hear. And that's what you presented.
God,
and not only you presented it, but also, but not only you presented
more emotionally, like in trying to get manipulation involved. I can do the whole. My life is wonderful. You got to see the beautiful things that's going on. It's all positive rainbows and stuff without the sarcasm, of course. I can give you this non-sarcastic. Here's my life. That's not really even who I am, though. I'm certain that I'm really not that guy to project that kind of energy. But if you want me to be a person to project this positive vibe, that's going to be
honest. Hold on. I want you to be honest.
That is being honest. That's the thing. You can't handle the truth.
Okay, so you saying that the only thing that makes you happy is your car? Is that a yes or no?
I definitely cleared that up, and I even said my.
Is it a yes or no?
More than one hobby.
Is it a yes or no?
You're not listening. I told you. I know what I said. First, what you hearing?
You're not answering the question. Is it a yes or no?
No, clearly stupid.
Okay, sorry, what I'm trying to say is this.
I apologize for you stupid.
So now,
boy, gaslighting the fuck out of me.
I'm not gaslighting you. Don't. I'm talking to you. And so what you are misunderstanding, it wasn't just me that said it. The ladies on the panel said, what do you mean by that your car bring you your only happiness? It wasn't just me trying to gaslight into something that's not. It's you that's not wanting to take responsibility. Say, I was miscommunicating. And you are presenting marriage in a negative sense. You're not understanding that.
I'm giving the most positive sense of it. For real. I'm giving the most positive sense of it. Right? I said my wife has adapted to my situation. I'm in the military. It's a beautiful thing that she sacrificed to be with her husband. Being in the military is already sacrificing herself, but she's willing to sacrifice with me. She's willing to take something that I loved also, which was working out and going to the gym. She took my hobby and made it her career.
Again, what I'm saying is this, right? We should not be saying who is more miserable in a relationship.
I never said I was miserable.
You don't think that you're saying that. I understand that. You don't realize what you're communicating. I get that. What I'm trying to explain to you, we are not saying that she did more miserable things than what you did that was more miserable. And then hers is leaving her family forever, and yours is having a hard-ass bed forever. It doesn't matter. We talking about, hey, we need to represent marriage in a good light where, hey, because you most likely, I'm assuming, of course, that you are happy with your woman. I'm happy with mine. Tiff is happy with her. That's why Tiff earlier, she said, hey, let's make sure we highlight some of the great things in marriage as well, because yes, Sharon is difficult to deal with because I pay attention to words very carefully. So you got to mind your words. You cannot just say anything to me. I'm going to make you clear it up. And then so when I hear your words for what you are communicating, you cannot get mad at me for interpreting the words that you are using. And you're using the words and you're using marriage and you're presenting it in a negative sense. No man or woman is going to say, you know what, this sounds good. I got to leave my family. I got to sacrifice everything that makes me happy to be with this man and vice versa. That does not sound good. And that's not what is in a marriage. Majority of the time, we are having a good time. I'm having great communication. We laugh, we joke, we get each other. I don't never have to tell my woman to you got to protect me outside by not showing your booty meat. That doesn't happen in a relationship. Majority of the time, me and my wife is laughing, joking, and having a great time. I love the food that she makes. She loves the food that I make. We are not talking about it in a productive way, and you're not realizing that whenever you talk about marriage, you're talking about it in a negative way. That's how you're presenting it. That I gotta sacrifice anything. Sacrifice is not a good thing for a relationship. Talking about productivity. I love my woman. I'm not saying shit. I'm with her, and I gotta work all these guys. I gotta figure things out while she just, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong, but all she do is X, Y, and Z. No, that's not positive.
I'm confused here. You the one who brought.
That's the problem. I'm trying to.
No, I'm serious though. You're the one. This is your channel. It's your panel. Your whole thing is about sacrifices in marriage, right? I didn't.
No, it's not. I do not talk about
in the title. Sacrifices in marriage, right there. Are you gaslighting me again? Seriously?
Right. So you're missing. Right. You're confusing the title to what I'm actually representing as in a conversation. So again, I'm not sacrificing anything to be with my wife. The things that I give my wife is because that's what I actually want to do. I love doing it. It's not a sacrifice for me.
Okay.
I enjoy it.
I don't know. Is it more important for us to market marriage, or are we trying to like really talk about the compromises in marriage?
No, there's no compromise. That's this whole debate. There is no compromise in marriage. According to what Shaw just said.
Again, see, this is
Wait,
why
there's
this
not
is
a
why
compromise?
words, so this is why words. Hold on. This is why words mean so much. Compromise and sacrifice is not the same.
Okay.
What you mean? Okay.
Okay, expand on it. Go ahead.
This is crazy. We understand that.
This is your
to compromise. Yeah, we understand to compromise and sacrifice is two different things.
All right, explain.
A compromise is understand that sacrifice means that you are doing something that you don't want to do to benefit something else. This is not what people are doing.
Okay.
People are compromises on a day-to-day basis. Hey, I don't like when you do that. Why not? Because it makes me do this, Y, and Z. Oh, okay, I understand. So I won't do that. That is not a sacrifice. So if a woman does not want to wear, if a woman does not want to cheat, right? That doesn't mean she's sacrificing for the marriage. And she come back to all these years, I ain't never let another dick inside of me. I sacrificed that for you. That is not what happened. It's not a fucking sacrifice. We using words and trying to act like they just interchangeable when they're not. Let's be honest with the words that we're using. That's literally gaslighting by switching the word from compromise to sacrifice. That's literally gaslighting. Literally. Let me say it properly. Literally. So again, when we're having a conversation about marriage, majority of men, they do better in marriage because life gets easier when they are with a woman, not more complicated. Unless you as a man make your life complicated with your woman. The fact they try to act as if cooking and cleaning is just some, hey, why not do it? I gotta protect, but you ain't protect shit in 20 years. Most men, women never even see them fight. What are you protecting? Because you wake up and you walk around the house and lock the doors and close the windows, you protecting? So miss me with the bullshit.
Okay.
If a person leaves their home country and their family,
you're right.
Isn't that the ultimate sacrifice? Like if I leave my home country and my family to be with my,
I want to have the like. It's okay. Like I want to let's maintain the conversation. Okay. We don't want to try to pick. You know.
No.
Please make sure to hit the like, share, subscribe.
You know what? Yeah. I was gonna say to his meaning, he's not wrong when he talks about sacrifice. He's not wrong about that. It has to be something of great value and very important for you to give up. Did my wife give up her family? No, absolutely not. Her family is still in her life. You know what I'm saying? I will concede to this because we do overconflate the word sacrifice in a lot of these conversations, and I was confused. Now I'm a humble dude. I'm gonna take it like, you know what? I misused the word. I have made plenty of compromises, lots of compromises, constant compromises in my relationship. But does that sound any better? No. But that's a part of any relationship in a sense. If I tell you I compromise these things, it's like, well, you have to compromise everything, bro, because it's not about you. You have to look at what's best for both of you guys. But it's something I said time and time again. Now, the word sacrifice, like I said, because it's conflated so many times with the word compromise and it's in the title, I so chose to use that word. But had you had said compromises in a marriage, we'd have a more, I don't know, productive discussion, according to you. And won't be stuck on the word sacrifice that should have been used in the first place, in my opinion.
Whoa, watch your tone. Don't talk to him like that.
Right. So the problem is that majority of men use the word sacrifice. They literally say men sacrifice more in a marriage. They literally say men sacrifice.
Don't just say men.
Okay, so we have to, again. I don't know why it's so difficult for men to correct other bullshit ass men. It is men that's on these spaces is the ones that created all these goddamn incels taking up weapons and going to shoot up over 1,000 schools got shot up in America. It don't happen nowhere else. And we act like it's not a problem. These men say all the time, men sacrifice more. Men sacrifice their happiness for their family. Women don't sacrifice. They sacrifice their family for the happiness when we know it's bullshit. And we just allow it to happen without correcting it. We have to correct the remedial rhetoric that happens on a day-to-day basis because somebody like Jalen will repeat it and he never even dated a woman. But we got other men that's not even thinking about marriage is repeating the bullshit. We got married men talking about booty meat. Where his wife, he never had this conversation with his woman ever because he just believing and he regurgitating information that he heard from some other man. That's just bullshit. He's saying literally lies, and then we have men that have valuable marriages and valuable relationships repeating the same bullshit, and nobody want to correct it. They actually want to solidify it more. Yeah, I believe that is true because guess what? Men got to protect. Protect what? What are you protecting? You go to work, she go to work. You go look at the doors, she go look at the doors. What makes you think that she didn't go around and make sure the door's locked?
We got the same app. We can look at the doors.
Girl, in a world of Ring, why was I typing that? Like ring light.
You thought that? Yep. Oh.
Like we literally hit them and we let them just say the shit with no correction. And that's why we wanted to correct you because we know that you're a good man, but you still saying the same bullshit they say. How the fuck they gonna be able to tell the difference between a good husband and a bullshit artist husband if you saying the same thing? Right? They always say, right? We cannot tell the difference between the ladies and the hoes because they standing too close to each other. And we trying to tell you, hey, if you an eagle, stop flying as low as a goddamn pigeon. Because you saying the same shit they saying.
Bars.
Amazing.
So what do we define?
Language. At the end of the day, this is the language problem. You clarified it. I was on real time with you. I said you right. You are right. I even said we should have used these words. I even said I understand where the confusion comes from. I said you already cleared it up already. You already did it. Legitimately, in real time, you already did it. There's nothing more to be said on terms of compromise and sacrifice when you actually say that the compromise is when you guys are looking at what's going to benefit each other, both of you, and not just one. There is no actual sacrifice until someone's life is taken, legitimately. But that's all it is. Okay, so now we can move on from that discussion and talk about the compromises, the goods, the pros, the bads, and all that stuff about relationships and the marriage. Because ain't no marriage perfect. Ain't no such thing as a perfect thing anyway. But in general, if you want to know what's best for you, I suggest you love yourself and love your spouse. First, you have to learn how to love yourself. Because you can't love yourself, you can't love no one else. That's period. If you try to find love,
listen, I would say this. Like one thing we should not do is just because you feel like you got clarity, that just because you got clarity means that all of a sudden we're supposed to just move the subject along because no, we have a whole panel. Ambassadors still want to talk. We still want to have a conversation, right? So like I get it. You want to just move past the moment because you feel like you got clarity now, but it's just not fair. That's another form of gaslighting that most people don't realize. But it's like, hey, you won the argument. Okay, let's just move on and be happy now. No, it don't work that way. We still gotta, after we get the clarification, now we can all talk about the clarification. That's how we actually get healing for people that is not on the panel or people that might still be missing the clarification to communicate and get more understanding because ambassadors still got questions. So we cannot just move it forward and say, hey, fuck it, I got it. Let's move forward and then leave the rest of this class behind.
Well, no. I was
Nation, the sensational with $2. BMU, social club women don't count. Bike life, different. Miss Jalen, I got you, baby. Miss Jalen with $2. Hey, y'all, no one jumping you. Stop talking ish. God damn it.
Did somebody practice safe sex?
Thank you, Jalen. HQ reacts with the $4.99. Fit. Sacrifice is one person feels shortened or slighted in the relationship or loses to the short end. Exactly. And that's the part that we be missing sometimes. HQ reacts with the $4.99. Compromise is both parties benefit, which is the right word to use.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Go ahead, Ambassador. So now, what is your thoughts, Ambassador?
Dang, I wish I heard what was the word he said is the a better word to use other than sacrifice?
Compromise. Just use the word compromise.
Compromise.
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to figure out, where's the I mean, I don't know where the argument with this is. I think we do need to find a better word for it. But I guess I understand what he's talking about in the sense of, I just use a playful one in my house. I was raised in a house where we kept the thermostat at like 66, 67 degrees, And my wife came from a house where their thermostat stayed at 85. Okay. So the in between with that is that we're at 72, 73 all the time. But it's still not like, it's not what I like that much. But it's cool, but I don't know what you call that in this conversation. Like, is that a negative point of view, or like I don't
And that's what I was saying. Like, is it negative? Is it positive? It's how you want to take it. It's how you heard it. But it's compromise.
Right, but a compromise is good for the relationship. That's why it's called compromise. We both make a decision, say, hey, yes, we're willing to do this so we can move our life and our family together, right? The compromise is for the betterment of the relationship or the betterment of the family, not just one sided. Sacrifice means is just, hey, you cannot fuck hoes anymore. And this is what men say. I sacrifice not putting my thing in other women to be with you. It's not a fucking sacrifice. But this is how they would try to make it seem like. Compromise is a fair exchange, literally. And this is how we got to start having a conversation. Stop making it seem like marriage is this big old, men are taking all these L's. So this is why men keep saying sorry. This is the real reason, is because a lot of men just want you for them damn selves. But regardless, what I'm saying is that we got to stop allowing men to say we all sacrifice. That means that you are continuously getting the short end of the stick. And then we know in real life that is not true.
I think we have to be also careful of not saying exactly what everything is. With marriage, I just say, a term they use a lot is it's a high amount of emotional labor that you have to be attuned to. There's a lot that, for the most part, if your relationship is cool, you won't run into high amounts of emotional labor every day, all day. But the amount of compromises and things you do compromises you do have to do, I don't think it's unfair to say you wouldn't have to do those if you were alone. That's just stating what it is. But you should be very aware of your own boundaries and how much you actually are, like how much of a toll it takes on you to actually make this type of compromise. It's good, it's best for the relationship, but if both of you guys are, either one of you guys, if you become like toxic or resentful because of the compromise that you made, it causes, it's going to be a toxic relationship. It's going to turn into that.
Right. So, and then that's when we know that compromise was really a sacrifice for that person, because they actually hold resentment for choosing to do it. Right. So if you have a resentment for making your relationship better, then therefore it's not a compromise. You don't believe that it actually made the relationship better. We got to understand the words that we are using. If we are compromising, that means we came to a decision that's supposed to make us better together. If you have resentment for it, it's because you don't believe that compromise actually made y'all better. You feel like you got the short end of the stick, and now that is considered a sacrifice.
See, but I'd add with that with men.
No, don't do that.
Let me see. With this, I say with.
I'm not going back and forth with this shit. That's why we had issues in the first place with the word sacrifice. We're not doing that. Sacrifice and compromise are not the same thing. You can have a false compromise, meaning you lie to yourself and you lie to your partner. It's a lie at best. It ain't no sacrifice.
Right. Perfect.
Yeah, that's true. Because what I run into when dealing with other people's marriages, which is, I think, is the most common situations that guys really don't talk about. They're not as persistent as the women are, especially for like the social dynamic in their relationship. They're bottled up and just say, okay, they don't really know their boundaries. That, okay, I mean, that makes sense. You hear that all the time, but in the background, without the pressure of their woman, they have a different idea. So they're not really good at negotiating their position. You run into that a lot. And a woman, she hears something, she's ready, like, hey, I'll negotiate this right now. Let me put this to the table and put some pressure on. And then, it's a lack of communication on his side. It turns into But I guess the word we're not going to say, you know.
Right. And that's all we getting down to that. Men, they really believe that they are the great communicators. And when we hear them, the ones that are attempting to communicate, they are not as great at communicating as they think they are. They believe they are saying something, but not realizing how they are communicating. And then when it gets checked in real time, they're like, no, Sharon, you gaslighting. They don't got nothing to do with me gaslighting, but me just paying attention to your words. I'm actually paying attention too much to words sometimes. I gotta let some of the things y'all say go because I'm like, man, that sounds crazy. But I leave it alone.
So, I mean, that's part of the relationship too. You know, you have to be locked in on what she's trying to say. You know what I'm saying? That's part of that too. You know? I'm not locked in on specific words, especially in relationship, because I have to give the grace to just understand what you're trying to say, not get too locked into what exactly you're trying to agree to. You know, hold it. I don't know. I haven't seen much of any man be able to hold their woman to the exact terms, exact words.
Yeah,
you know,
I do.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm very clear on what I like.
Yo, Sean, I want to tell you what happened last year.
It's okay. We don't want to hear about last year yet.
Not about Gucci third leg.
Okay, you can tell me in a second. Hold on. Go ahead, Happy.
Okay, now I was saying, I never understand why it's so hard. It's like pulling teeth, Sharon. That is the topic. The topic is who sacrifices more, right? And for them to just answer the question, we had to go through all of this stuff. It's like anything. You can't, y'all men don't want to give the women anything. As if we really need y'all to admit it. But like, sheesh. If y'all don't think women sacrifice more, me personally, I think something is wrong with y'all. And that's it. Matter of fact, before I say that, so let me give y'all one major example, right? These old ass guys want to date these young ass women. Okay? And then the women that do go with them, as young as they are, no matter what anybody tells them, like, look, you might want to wait. You might not want to do that. But what do? They do it anyway, right? They sacrifice their youth. And you know the rest. But I'm just saying, that's just one major example. It's the facts. The facts are women sacrifice more. Bottom line. If y'all don't believe it, I don't know. I think it's something wrong with y'all. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Sharon, you know what Gucci third leg did?
Why you think I care about Gucci third leg? That's not the topic.
I came for the topic. Scarface and Marriage to 304 phrase.
Yeah, so what I got to do with somebody called Gucci third leg?
He had infected this 304 with I can't say the H, but sexual transmitted disease. He infected her with it. Hey, I'm just telling you the truth.
I don't know. I look at the whole thing: sacrifice, gratitude, give women the flowers. Sure, women give birth to all of us, every person that's here. So that in itself should be noted. I mean, we have Mother's Day for a reason, right? But on top of that, I say if it's gratitude women want, then just give it to them. Give them the flowers. Say things that are true and continue to encourage and give them exactly what they want, because that's what they need in order to feel encouraged that they're doing something right. Otherwise, it's going to feel invalid. It's going to feel like it's not noteworthy. It's going to make them feel less than. So we're having this discussion because ultimately we're here to give women the flowers that they deserve. Then we should also just leave with that too, and just say that yes, women do make the most sacrifice. We're all here because of woman, because she decided to give birth to us, thank God. But ultimately, that's the sacrifice that it is. There's a lot of things that go into it. I know it goes into a woman's body because I study this stuff in health and all that stuff. Like, for instance, bone marrow and all that stuff like that. That's going to start her bones are sacrificed heavily upon her body, because when she gives birth and all this stuff that comes out of her bones, so that's like a storage area, she loses that for the child and doesn't really replace it, because most women don't really, especially with the milk thing. They don't realize that's coming from their bones as well, and they got to replenish it. End up having a lot of hip problems as they get older too. But these are the sacrifices that they're willing to make on their lives to produce life. You give a little life to make a little life. We understand that concept. But are there things that are men willing to do things as well as far as sacrifice? Yes, of course, men are willing. Men were willing to sacrifice, but are men out doing sacrifice? No, sorry. You would see more death if that was the actual case, but that's not the situation. So there's a debate right there in itself. Sharon, you're muted. Oh, he's still talking. But Happy, I don't know if that makes you feel any well different.
No, yeah. I'm just saying I'm glad we can agree. Thank you.
Yeah, so if that's what this whole thing was about, Jesus.
He just wanted to know. No, because look at the topic. That's the topic of today's show. Who sacrifices more? That's all it was.
The word sacrifice was the real. Topic for me was the word sacrifice because I didn't know in context what that meant because, like I said, it's always conflated with compromises. So that's how I was taking it. I wasn't looking at actual term as sacrifice until I looked it up and I said, "Oh, he's right." Okay, then why is this even a debate? But then we talked about, like I said, it's just for the most part because men are basically overflating and making it seem like it's something else that it's not. So there we go.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to get down to the real life information what's happening in these relationships. This idea that men are doing so much for a relationship is just not true. Majority of the people are putting exactly the same amount of energy into the relationship. The majority. Is it people getting taken advantage of in relationships? Absolutely. That's going to happen. Majority of them, is that happening? No. Majority of them is hearing something from another man and say, yeah, that happened to me too. I remember my wife told me, no, I can't. And all of a sudden now all women are bad because they agreed on one thing that one woman did to you, one situation. And now all women are like this. And we got to stop allowing it to happen. The men that are having good relationship, we need to speak out more and say, hey, no, bro, you just have the wrong ideology of what a woman's supposed to be bringing to you. It's you. Stop worrying about the woman with the booty cheeks if you don't want a woman with her booty cheeks out. Why are you even having a conversation about it? You're a married man with a woman that you never had to tell her that to hide her booty cheeks because those booty cheeks is only for you. You never had to do that day in your life. And majority of men never in their life had to tell their woman, hey, your clothes is too goddamn scantily. You dress too scantily when you go outside. Majority of men are not doing that. Because majority of men that deal with women that have their asses out, they knew exactly what they was getting into when they got it with her. And they love the fact that her ass is all out. It's just the fact that when he brings her around his uncles and he's like, God damn, nephew, you let your girl come outside looking like that. And then that's when he feel all ashamed of himself or ashamed of his woman. And that's just the truth of it. Go ahead, Ambassador.
Oh, I don't think there's much as I think that's just a different perspective, man. I mean, I've seen people have to have that conversation. So I mean, that's nothing to argue about. It's a different perspective. I've seen that conversation. I've heard it in marriage retreats and all that.
A man was with a woman. She dressed conservatively, and then after they got married, she started saying, "You know what? I want to dress with my booty meat hanging out now."
It's not always like that, but if there's a situation where whatever the reason is, she may feel like she's not as what she used to be. You know, she may start compensating by wearing more quote unquote sexy outfits, right? So it's not. Go ahead.
For who?
So
who she's wearing these sexy outfits for?
Herself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, so I don't get it. So if you're in a marriage and she's like, well, I'm doing this for myself, isn't that still like a change from if she was conservative?
No. Well, I guess you're gonna have to define what's a sexy outfit now. Because
I just use that.
A conservative woman is not gonna all of a sudden have her booty meat hanging out.
Well, I use that as a less charged way of saying she got her booty meat out. You know,
Right, but we
because
know that in the majority sense that does not happen. That women have this, like majority of women are having a midlife crisis and all saying, you know what? I never went outside with my ass out. Now that I'm 50 years old, I'm going to start going outside with my ass out. That doesn't happen. Unless you have some kind of mental situation going down. Same thing why 50-year-old men say, you know what? I'm going to finally do the most dangerous shit I never was able to do before. You know, you're going through something.
I've always seen this kind of like I don't like bringing celebrity stuff up, but I think it's a good example. Isn't that like what the graduating from marriage thing was about? Kind of
Yeah,
being locked down this whole time.
that's the perfect.
Yeah.
That was the woman that went through a mental problem. That's perfect. Yes, Tia Mowry, she went through a mental problem, and then now that she went through the mental problem, we see her reversing, saying, "Damn, I made the wrong decision. I wasn't seeing things clearly." She literally saying that I made the wrong decision. So now once again we see she had a mental problem.
I don't think that's a mental problem. I think that happens pretty often. You know, people get divorces and stuff because the grass is greener on the other side. And then when they, get a taste of what it takes to water that grass, they're like, oh no, I like the setup I had going on. The issue becomes is that then the ego is too big. You don't want to go back to your husband. And then the husband on the other end is probably like, shoot, I may actually feel like this is a lot easier life. So he doesn't even open that opportunity again.
I mean,
That's not uncommon.
If you don't want to call a thing, that's fine. But me, I'll call a thing a thing. He is going through a mental problem, and it's clear to see.
So out of all the divorces that happen, are those like majority mental problems, or is that majority just
divorces don't have nothing to do with Tia Mowry at all. She's her own case. Majority of divorces is usually going through because either the men are not making enough money or they totally dictate something that they ain't supposed to. Sure. And that's the truth of the matter, right? Majority of men are just not doing what they got to do to maintain a relationship. And we
see, I think that's when it's hard. Yeah, like majority. I think that's when we run into it. Like women have their new autonomy now. In the concept of marriage, I always start by saying it's a masculine concept because I don't go into women's spaces and hear them talking about death, do something till death, period. Like that sounds like some weight room type, I'm gonna do this until the day I die type man stuff. So when we try to we put that on women to do one thing till death do you part, and the other side of women are rewarding fluidity, being able to change who you are, being able to change your position, and being able to, and people respecting that because that's your right as a human. I think that we miss the conversation of maybe this staying in one situation for 30, 40, shoot, people live until 70. So when you get married at 30, is this a 40-year commitment? You are putting a woman in that, especially if she values being able to move, the fluidity of how she manages her relationships. I think that has more to do with that. People get sick of it. They don't have to.
Yeah, but that's all that you could easily eliminate that with a conversation. If you're with a woman that says she don't want to ever be married because she cannot be committed for 30 years, and that's what that type of woman is. If you're with a woman that clearly tells you she's willing to be with one man for the rest of life, then that's the woman that you need to deal with. There's no monolith of human beings. There's plenty of married people right now that do not look at it as they just gonna, even when they get married, that they just gonna be with their wife forever or their husband forever. They are out there with swingers parties, literally. So again, you got to have the conversation with your significant other. It means differently from other people. We got to stop trying to make it seem like it just means one thing for all people. It does not. And at this point, we're just going to have to be honest about it. It doesn't. For me, hey, I told my wife, if you ever want to divorce me, you're going to have to divorce me on the zeros. So we are at year 16. You're going to have to wait till year 20 to figure it out. And if by year 20 you say, hey, we staying together, you have to wait till year 30. Simple as that.
But you don't have a choice in the matter if she wanted to get divorced, right?
Yes, I just gave you the choice. When year 20, you could say, hey, I don't want to do it some more. Then if not, then you're going to have to wait until year 30. I just told you, those are your two choices.
No, she can pull that white man, and that's over. Those choices aren't
No,
going
but
to play.
maybe
That's not going to
maybe that's how
work.
again, maybe that's how you think, right? And that's fine that you and your woman, y'all have your own understanding that somebody else could get in between your relationship. I don't have that mentality. Ain't no white man, police officer, judge, or any of those things going to stop me from being what I can do.
See, this is what we're talking about. That's why you have to have those conversations, because you're trying to imply that you're going to take on the state. All right.
No, what I'm saying is
he
that
have to sign the papers. If you don't sign the
I'm
papers.
communicating with my woman the way how I see our relationship fit, and then when she agrees with it, that's what we are doing. It don't have nothing to do with anybody else. I don't care what nobody else thinks. Me and mine,
Dictatorship.
say, hey, we're gonna sit down. This is what I see for the family. I agree with you. I agree. We should do that as well. Once we make that decision, we are going to see that decision through. So now, if you are a man that you want your wife to move a certain way, you sit down with your wife, you have the conversation, y'all come up with y'all compromises, y'all deal what y'all got to deal with, and then you see that decision through. What's good for me may not be good for you.
But that's the crazy part, man. You can't isolate yourself from your environment. Now, marriage does a good job of giving you a good little incubator, but if either one of you want to use tools given to you by the environment, and in this case, the state, I mean, that conversation, I mean, it sounds good, but you can't enforce it, especially if you bring the state involved. You can't enforce that.
Again, so this is the problem. This is the problem with communication, right? I'm very clear that I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. I literally said, I'm having a conversation. My partner decides, yes, we are going to do this. And what I said was that we're going to see the decision through. I literally said, so nobody is forced. And I even gave hey, we're going to have a recontract. We're going to say, hey, we're going to sit down in 10 years and have a contract negotiation if need be. It's literally what I said. And then after we have that sit down again, it's another 10. And we're going to make that and we're going to see that decision through. Nobody is forced. And again, this is a problem that people are having a hard time to understand, that you got to be able to communicate with your woman and say, hey, what do you need? And I tell you what I need. Because whatever is marvelously for his, it ain't going to be the same for mine. It's just not.
Yeah, but people lie.
That's a whole nother conversation. I ain't talking about people. I'm talking about your partner.
your partner is gonna lie. I mean, it's something that intense, something that intense and embarrassing. They can lie.
So if you married a liar, then you're gonna have to love your liar. That's your liar. That ain't mine. Mine is not a liar.
I don't know about that.
But you know what?
Here's the thing. Like, again, the problem is that we keep trying to make anybody into a monolith. I'm talking about mine, the one that I choose. The person I'm choosing, I'm gonna do my best to make sure that that person is not a liar, because I don't appreciate liars. Is there liars out there in the world? Yes. I'm gonna make sure that that person I'm dealing with is not a cheater. Is there cheaters out there in the world? Yes. I'm gonna make sure the person I decide to be with enjoys cooking. Is it people that don't enjoy cooking? Yes. I'm gonna find what's good for me and what I enjoy.
But when a person want to get a divorce, it's no like, when they want to leave, they want to leave. It's not no, okay, well, I'll wait for another 5 years. When they want to get divorced, they want to get divorced.
That's up to, if you say so. Again, that's for you. I don't allow that. Again, that's for you.
So then it's a dictatorship. Right, so you say you don't allow it.
Here's the problem. You are willing to get into a relationship and just let it go to however it's gonna go. Hey, I don't know, we in a relationship. I don't know, we having sex. You want to have a kid? I don't know. I bust a nut in you. You want to get married? I don't know. I guess we'll see how long this lasts. I'm not that. I don't just go and see how long things last. I'm not just having accidental babies.
Then crying, they gotta pay child support.
I'm not having an accidental relationship. I ain't never had a girlfriend that when she turned into an accident, where it's like, hey, she was cool, so we went from, hey, we went to one date, till we had sex, then we had a baby, then we was married. I don't move that way.
Well, Sharon, I think what we're talking about.
Sharon, me and I ain't getting married no more because
you're talking about.
You get somebody talking, Jalen. What happened, Marvelous?
It sounds like you're talking about being intentional and having expectations. That's basically what we're talking, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can have expectations, but I got my own opinions about that.
Right. I don't look for expectations. So again, I'm not looking for expectation. I tell a person what I can give and what I'm expecting from the other person. And then when they say yes, I'm gonna give you that. I'm going to right, because I'm gonna expect them to deliver what they said they're going to give. And I'm going to hold them accountable for delivering that. That is not an expectation. Right? That's a little bit beyond. I say, hey, you said you was going to do this, so I'm gonna hold you to that until they not do it, right? So this is the difference.
Hey Sharon, did you watch that whole phase stream that I did the other day?
Not the one the other day. I see the but I know you was having a conversation about it.
Yeah, and this guy responded like the exact same way. And that's why it's interesting to watch these guys who listen to the same rhetoric have the same responses.
Expound. Which response?
Well, they get defensive instead of trying to basically mine it out. What's a whole?
Keep going.
I told them all of them are hoes. Because you can't say that you want a traditional woman and then turn around and say that you have friends with benefits. He's not a hoe. You see what I'm saying? And the guy just didn't get what I was saying. He made it seem like I was gaslighting him. Yes, these men are brainwashed, TV. They make it seem like the women are just making them do this, that, and the other. But if they're not asking the right questions, having the right conversations, they're just going with the flow. Of course, you're not going to get the results that you want because you just the let's see where this goes type of nigga. And then end up paying child support. Nigga, you end up paying child. You want to see where it goes? You're gonna end up paying child support. You have no leadership skills when it comes to relationships. You guys can lead at the workplace, but you can't lead in relationships. It makes no fucking sense.
Right, and that's why they get upset that I'm actually having a position on my relationship. Right? They're like, "What you mean? She could do whatever she wants." No, they
don't understand that.
That we made a decision. Like,
both of those
we women made a decision together. We sat down. Hey, this is what we're gonna do. As long as you hold up your end of the bargain, husband, I'm gonna make sure I stay your wife. And as long as you hold up your end of the bargain, wife, I'm gonna be your husband. It ain't nothing to talk about after that.
I'm saying, but if it's a thing of
y'all
get married. I'm saying if y'all get married and then she wanted to get a divorce, even though you said, yeah, okay, you gotta wait every 10 years or at the 10th mark or the 0 mark. Okay, I agree to that, but if she want to leave right then and there, what can you do?
Okay,
you just
so
tell, no, I'm not going to divorce you.
Here's a part that y'all keep missing for some strange reason, because y'all don't want to have no ownership on what you have to do in a relationship. I'm doing everything that you already agreed to. What is the reason for leaving?
If she want to leave, she want to leave.
Right, but that doesn't happen in real life, is what I'm saying. People leave human beings because they are doing something to them.
Or because it's not happy anymore.
Regardless, it's because the other person is doing something to make them unhappy, correct?
Nobody just wakes up and say, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore. No, you've been told over and over what you need to do in order for the relationship is work. But some men consider that as nagging, which is kind of crazy, which is she's communicating. And I'm sure she said it nicely. She said she's done where she wasn't talking and she still tried to hint at what you need to do.
Right.
She's yelled at you.
Right.
She screamed. And you sent text and you still don't fucking get it.
So you're saying,
oh my God, There's divorce papers. I don't know what happened. Oh,
how did this happen? Oh my
me
God.
out.
So you saying
Everything was just all good yesterday, but he was telling you for 10 years.
so you all saying man nor woman leaves for no reason at all? It's always a
Exactly.
reason.
That's what we're saying. That doesn't happen in real life. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
but you could be envying other people's situations.
No,
You
it's
know,
like me. I think this is my biggest opinion. I think once a man has stopped becoming inspiration to that woman, and for a man, to a woman, if a woman no longer motivates that man, it's gone. It's going to end up fading. But that's because neither one is actually having an understanding of what they need from each other, whether it is the ideas of how they can grow together or the feelings they have to keep their flame still, ignited. I think that's just my opinion because as a man, I like to move based upon how my wife makes me feel. If I'm not reciprocating anything in terms of how she motivates me, whether it's her presence, how she looks, or the things that she say, or the things that she do, to make me feel like, okay, I got this right now. I got to do this for her or for us. This is what I want to do. And she makes me move in that way. I create all these different ideas that make her feel like, oh, I like these ideas. I like where you're going with this. This is a good plan. You're the man with the plan. I want to stay on board with what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? I think once you stop learning about learning in general is living learn. Once you stop learning as a man, you stop growing. And that's where things gonna start fading for you because she's like, well, what are we doing? What's the next thing? Like I feel things are stagnant. Like you used to do this, you used to be this, and now you don't do this no more. You just kind of seem to be and like I'm trying to get you to move again, motivate you, but you're not moving. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel the relationship is between men and women, in my opinion.
I ain't gonna lie, see, Keisha G, she understands me. Keisha G understands me, very sexy, man.
that's what I thought it was.
That's right, because listen, the person that I'm with, I'm gonna tell you what, hey, I'm gonna do this, that, and the third, and I'm gonna do that to a T because I love to do things correctly, and I'm gonna do it to the T. So you cannot come to me and say, Sharon, you know what? I feel like you haven't done what I didn't. Well, you just can't say that about me.
Because when you say that one whole famous thing was what was her name, the Tia chick, and then y'all say that was she made a mistake with that one. Wasn't that leaving for no reason?
They back together.
They back together.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
and
crazy.
again,
I wouldn't go back.
so again, we cannot compare.
He ain't got no money. He ain't had no choice.
Compare majority of women to Tia Mowry.
He ain't got no money. He ain't had no choice. He was
what
a
we
kept
see
man.
out there in the real world, right, is what Marvelous said. She will literally tell him all the things that he is doing that is wrong on a day-to-day basis, and he would just ignore it to a point where he is doing all the horrible things, even go as far as cheating, and then he'd be like, I don't know why she left me. Motherfucker, you was a horrible husband. We all know it.
But you don't gotta be horrible, Bracy. You don't gotta be a bad person. You just be a person who became stagnant and doesn't do shit.
That's a horrible person. It's okay to say the truth.
No, I mean, but I'm not saying it's not a bad person, but it's like you're not growing. You become stagnant.
That's a horrible person. Tell the truth. A person that is not moving in life, you are a horrible human being because human beings are designed to move forward. And it's okay to tell the truth. Stop giving these bullshit ass men excuses. Cannot be good.
But you're overselling.
Exactly.
I'm saying like there's no growth. I'm not saying that he's killing something. You don't have to be extreme. I'm saying you can be right there in the middle and not do nothing, and you can get divorced because you're not growing.
Marvelous. First of all, no woman cares. Hold on.
You're the leader. If you like, y'all have to decide. You cannot say you want traditional marriage. If you want a traditional marriage, you lead.
You have to lead traditionally.
You are the motivation. You are. Oh my God, I cannot. Please stop
I don't
saying
get
that.
it.
You can.
Please stop saying it. You don't want traditional marriages. You do not.
And there's nothing wrong. And the thing is,
the power of the BBC compels you to talk.
There's nothing wrong with not wanting a traditional marriage, but stop saying that you want one thing when you really don't know what you want. You just know that you want to be happy in a marriage, and that's fine because you set the parameters for your relationship. So it doesn't have to be traditional. It's whatever the fuck you want it to be.
Well, yes, I agree. But where did the argument come from? I'm confused with the whole traditional thing. I never said anything about tradition. I'm confused. I'm like, where did that come from? I'm like, I said nothing about tradition or what women should do or man should do or nothing like that.
Sounds like they're responding to like
You're
typical manosphere rhetoric.
You're saying motivation, like.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example why I say motivation. For me,
Okay,
particularly, I say
hold on. Before we move, so I had to finish because I wanted to answer your question. It's because you keep trying to give men excuses to stay stagnant instead of telling them the truth. Any human being that
stays stagnant, they end up being lost.
Any human being that stays stagnant is not a good human being.
I agree. They're not growing.
Okay, so now once you say that, now we know why the other person leaves that person that stays stagnant.
And I said that.
You are not saying that. You're giving them excuse.
Bro, I'm saying they're leaving you because you're stagnant. I said that. I said you're not growing. What are you doing? I'm trying to move you. You're trying to push you. You're not doing anything, and they leave. But I'm saying you don't have to be what you call a horrible person. Like you kill people, you do this, whatever. You don't gotta be a bad guy to lose a woman. You're just not growing. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. The person that's not growing is a bad human being.
No shit.
You guys should be growing together.
I don't understand the confusion. I don't even know why you're bringing up death into it because guess what? Plenty of military people that usually kill for a living, they still have a wife.
Yeah. Like I said, I just said that too. I said it doesn't necessarily be that.
Again, so the problem is that you put in a moral of killing somebody. That's saying that's a bad human being. But
you're saying that. You're saying they're horrible.
You know what I'm saying? The person that stays stagnant, that's a horrible human being.
That's your argument, yes.
And I'm holding to that. You are trying to turn it from, hey, no, he could just be
horrible. Damn.
That's what I said. He's saying they're horrible, not me. I was like,
so somebody happy with the job they have, they are horrible because they like their job and they don't want to go nowhere.
Okay, so hold on. So again, just because you stay with a job for 20 years, that does not mean you are stagnant.
You didn't get promoted.
Oh my God. This is insane. Okay. This is insane to me, but we're going to work through it. Let me calm down. So because you are consistent at a job, doesn't have anything to do with being stagnant
if you have
as a human being. That's fine. You didn't get that. Okay, you didn't get promoted. That's fine. But
you're boring.
For you, for some reason, that job is considered what?
That job is stagnant. Just that part of you is stagnant.
It is not. That is not stagnant.
Oh my Lord.
That shows consistency.
Yes.
Consistency is boring to some people.
Okay, but we're not talking about being boring. We're talking about stagnant.
It has not changed.
Okay, so this is the problem. Okay, so I'm trying to mind out because I see a lot of men think like this, and I'm trying to work it out with y'all, right? Instead of keep moving the goalposts, even though y'all attempted to, I'm allowing you to move the goalposts again, right? Being stagnant and maintaining a job, it has nothing to do with each other at all. At all.
Okay.
Nobody looks at somebody having a job for 20 years as stagnant. But somehow y'all threw that into the mist. It's okay.
No,
and I'm just trying to let you understand that. I'm trying to let you understand so we can move past it, right? So this way nobody will bring it up again. So the men that's on this panel would never say a man that's consistently having a job is considered stagnant. I want to make sure that is clear.
Yeah,
so
we're not saying
we won't bring up no bullshit.
We're not saying that. You're saying consistent. We're saying stagnant. We're not saying the same thing.
Exactly, and I'm trying to get you to understand a man that is consistent on his job is not being stagnant.
But a person who is, hold up.
I want to make sure we understand what we are saying here.
He had to call a friend for an answer. Lord have mercy.
Phone a friend.
No. He's running to Google, bro. You see him look over. He trying so hard to look over at Google and make it seem like he running into Google though.
Girl.
Using words and we're looking up the meaning.
You need that music. Doom, doom.
Go ahead, my beautiful friend. I hear you, Venus. Go ahead. What's your thought?
Hi, Hi,
I'll
y'all.
bring up Mr.
I
Southern.
didn't hear it. I
Oh,
literally just came in and clicked. So, you're arguing about you guys are arguing about if having a job is stagnant.
right now, yeah, clearly. Hmm.
It can be.
Mm.
Like if you in a position where there's no room for growth, yeah, somebody could call that stagnant. If
As a
that's all
human
you
being, absolutely
I
not.
yeah, I kind of agree with
Thank
that.
you,
Like
Venus.
if I'm working a job where there's no room for growth, I can't climb any ladders, and I feel stuck here, I would feel like I'm being stagnant. Yes, at the moment.
But
Thank you for
being
elaborating, Venus. I appreciate that.
what he said though, that's
Thank
not
you.
what he said. He said staying in a position for a long time is being stagnant. So like you are at you say it, you know
I
what I
can
mean?
explain it. I can explain it. I got
As,
you.
as the, I'm an
So,
esthetician. Yes.
let me explain it. So
Stay
let
in
me
that
explain it.
role.
Stagnant. Hold on.
Be
Let me explain it.
stagnant.
So stagnant means. Hold on. Let me just explain. So this way we have no more confusion about it. Means that stagnant means
He
that you are
called me
doing
on the phone. That's who he was calling
stagnant
when he
means that
called
you're
me.
doing something. You are doing something that's unpleasant. So just because you're at a job for 20 years and you enjoy that job doesn't mean that it's unpleasant to you. So now the way how Venus doing the caveat is say, hey, I want to move up, I want to do this, I want to do all these other things. But you staying at this job, that's you being stagnant. We got to make sure we are understanding the conversation that we are having.
Wait, maybe
That's
I
why
don't
Venus
understand.
said,
Can
I
you
want to
tell
make
me
sure
like
the key word
Oh,
that
sorry. I
Venus
was gonna
said,
say,
hey,
can you?
oh,
I was gonna
God.
say, can you tell me maybe the definition? Maybe I don't know what I'm thinking stagnant means is the problem.
There are
Okay.
two
I'll look
parts to
at it.
it. There are two parts
All
to
right,
it.
so stagnant is of a body of water or the atmosphere of a confined space, having no current or flow, and often having an unpleasant smell as a consequence.
Go
What
to the
the
second
fuck?
term.
Showing no activity, dull and sluggish.
There we
Stagnant.
go. It has nothing to do
Maybe
with things you
stifled.
said.
Maybe say stifled.
Like I said, once you get to a certain spot and you just kind of level out and things are sluggish, you're not moving, not growing, not doing nothing, like promotion, that's growth. Again, it becomes stagnant. There's different areas where you become stagnant in.
Right.
That's
So
the thing, but it depends on the areas.
hold on, please. This is very important to me. If you are at a job and it's moving your life the way how it needs to be, that means it's activity. Correct? You constantly put into your 401k, you constantly put into
I'm
your
glad you said
IRA,
if. The
you
big word is
constantly paying
if.
your house
Big
down.
word is if.
It's not a
If it actually is. For some people, people want a bigger lifestyle, and it's not enough. And the person's not able to give more because not able to do more in the position that they're in, which is why they're fighting for promotion to get a certain lifestyle that they want. If they're not able to get it, which might be an important element to those particular people, they might feel like it's getting stagnant. I thought things were going to go this way, and it hasn't grown. Maybe you can grow better without me, or vice versa. Things happen. Whatever that your value is tied to, that becomes stagnant, that thing, that's the thing that's going to compromise your relationship. Because you're not able to upkeep and grow on the things that you value.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that's the two different arguments, right? This is what I'm trying to get
That's
you
what
to
I was
understand.
talking about the whole time.
You're not saying that. This is the problem that I don't know what's wrong with. I really don't understand this part, right? I don't understand with men not understanding what they're saying, that they are just muddy in the water, right? I'm saying I'm gonna go outside and go for a run outside. Hey, but you know, it's cars out there. It could be a drunk driver out there. You could get hit by a car. I'm not telling you not to go out and motherfucker, just leave me alone. Let me go run. It'll have nothing to do with anything. Adding all these extra variables that can possibly happen, it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm doing. I'm going to run. It doesn't matter if it's a drunk driver out there. It doesn't matter if you could get hit by a car. It doesn't matter if it rains or if and if and if and if. Like, I don't want to hear the ifs. We understand what we are talking about. Stagnant means that you have no progression. Does that happen to some people that wants to go and be something and they just get stuck? But that has nothing to do with the conversation. Majority of people, if you have a job for 20 years, that is a good thing. It doesn't look like you're stagnant. It's okay. I don't know why we adding that bullshit in when it doesn't fit the conversation.
The bullshit came in because I said that's probably one of the reasons that people get divorced. It becomes stagnant. That's all I was saying. And I use a job as an example because you said money is the number one reason why people end up getting divorced, right? I only used it as an example, not the number one or the top reason or the only reason. I said one of the biggest portions is coming stagnant relationships. I gave an example with a job thing. And again, I don't see how you. Maybe I'm speaking past the conversation, going too far, or I'm not giving enough details. Some people in the chat understand exactly what I was talking about, Sharon.
All right, so what we saying? The most people that have a job that never get a promotion, they get divorced.
No, we're saying that for the
Okay,
most part.
there we go.
Wait. If most
There
divorces
we go.
are
Hold on, don't move it.
you said money is one of the main issues.
Don't move the conversation again. Majority of people are happy that their husband or wife was able to retire from a job.
I'm sure if it supports the lifestyle, of course, why wouldn't it be?
Okay, so just not say for the life of me that somebody keeping a job for 20 years is stagnant, because majority of people will love that their husband or wife can maintain something for 20 years. So you be considered a master at something, an expert at something. Most people enjoy somebody that is an expert at something. So that's not make it seem like.
I'm not trying to make it seem like nothing, bro. I'm really not.
Okay, fine. You know what? Y'all can say the fuck y'all want to say. I'm gonna eat my food. Hey, look. Y'all want to try to make it into nobody should be with anybody. The world is burning because if you get with this person, they could just figure out tomorrow I'm gonna leave you. Go ahead with that rhetoric. It's okay.
No, I already told you my solid position. If you guys have something of value that you both love, cherish it, grow on it. But the moment you stop growing with what you value and it becomes stagnant, you will end up separating. It's just that simple. I'm not saying nothing more than that.
It seems like there's a goal about this conversation, like acknowledging that there are high divorce rates. Yeah, you can't argue that. And it's like we're trying to push a narrative. Yeah, it is like that. And most people get divorces between the first 8 to 10 years. All right. So maybe if you got past 10, you may have just beat it, but being honest to guys, for the most part, if it does happen, it's going to happen within a certain time frame. Now, whether they have to get used to the idea that, hey, you got married and there's a too close to 50-50 shot that a divorce may happen within the next 10 years, that's just something that they're going to have to sit with. But I don't think we're supposed to sit here and bend the reality so that men get married or have a positive look on marriage. It is what it is. And no, I don't co-sign this my BBC compels you type stuff. Like I don't know I don't know where that comes from. You can be doing great, but you can be doing great in a direction she don't want to be in. Okay. Maybe she don't want to be in that high level situation. So no, I just generally don't co-sign this my BBC compels you type energy in marriage either. People grow and they change.
Good day, Bomb Cherry. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Good day to everybody. Sharon, I love you. How you been?
What's up, Bomb?
Hey, my sister Happy. Hey, Venus. Wait,
Hey, Bomb.
How you doing, Bomb?
I tried to stop by your show this morning. I saw you was live.
Oh, girl, I'm crazy. Thank you for coming over, though. I don't be looking in the chat. I apologize. It went 17 hours. I didn't realize.
Girl, you been sleeping.
No, I ain't go to sleep. I'm sewing. But hi, everybody. I see we talking about marriage.
Hey, Paul.
Who that was? Oh, Tip. How you doing, sis? And Silent.
Hey, how you doing?
And my brother Marvelous. How you doing, my brother? You thought I was gonna miss you. I was saving you for last, baby. That's all.
Love you.
Love you back. And who else I missed? It's somebody else. Is it say Mr. Seven? Hey, Mr. Seven. First time seeing you, baby. How you doing?
Oh, it's nice to meet you too. Respect.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so marriage is like these men, they do kind of put a negative spin on it, and I don't know about this thing. Like if you go so many years, you're gonna get past it. Cause you know, you could be 20 years in and people getting divorced at 20 years in and even 30 years in. So, but I think if like, I don't know why we're trying to scare people out of marriage. Cause that's what I feel like. I feel like those of us who are married, like I understand what you're saying, Marvelous, but I understand what Sharon is saying too, right? I'm seeing both of y'all, and what Sharon is saying, words matter, the words we use. And so think of it this way: if these men, before you got married, okay, before you got married, and you heard these men speak a certain way, wouldn't that scare you into making a commitment to a woman?
Wait, can you say that again? What'd you say, Bomb? That last part?
Could it influence me to want to think one way or another based on their testimonies, essentially? If I'm hearing what sounds like, this sounds like a good deal for me, why would I do something like this? There is that aspect. And if the world influence, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. But yes, I can understand what you're saying, Bomb. Because it's doesn't, like I said, like Brownsville said earlier, doesn't present it in the best fashion, especially for someone who is married. There are those who are married who understand, and they don't take offense to what I'm saying, because they understand exactly what I'm talking about, and those people agree in the chat. But those who aren't, because I'm not in that position no more, I have to think from that perspective. Those who aren't married, how is it? What's it really like? You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to sell something that I'm in, because then I feel like I'm judging my own relationship and saying that you should have it like me, and I don't want to do that for myself. It's a disservice to myself to judge myself. But I also want to encourage those to, again, it's for men. I can speak to men particularly because, again, I'm one for myself. I would tell men, like, the one that moves you, you know, the one who's your biggest fan, I would get with that personally. That's just me. Like, you want someone who really wants to be in your corner, who really wants to support you, who really wants to get behind you and sees you in such a way that the way she looks at you, you could tell, you know, when it's that person. I wouldn't allow your eyes to gander off into the glitter so much, things that just look good. You know what I'm saying? It has to be known just from off of her actions and things. It's not just a feeling. So that's something I could translate in terms of finding that person that you should be suited. But then the first thing I tell both men and women, you must love yourself first. Please understand who you are before you try to find out who someone else is. That's the only caveat I got when it comes to marriage. Like, please learn to love yourself first before you try to find someone else to love. That's all I can really say.
Okay, that's not bad advice. And and to Venus, my question to him was, because I didn't want to interrupt him. I'm sorry. I wasn't ignoring you. I asked him if he wasn't married and he listened to these men in this space talk about marriage, would it encourage him? Would he want to get married? And so I'm gonna be honest.
Did he say yes or no? Because I didn't really hear a clear answer.
I didn't either.
He didn't answer the question.
He never answered it.
This is what happens all the time. They get mad at me because I get frustrated. I do, because I pay attention to words. You didn't answer the question. Yes or no? Do you think the way how these men talk about marriage, they are encouraging young men to get married? Marvelous. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I said the underlying tone, but no, I don't. Like I said, I agree with Bomb. It's not really translated well. And again, I apologize for not putting out that point blank. No, they don't make it seem like you should get married.
Right.
But what you can I say something?
This is
this is a problem. I don't know why. Sharon, you said something earlier that really resonated when you said a lot of these men think they're the great communicators, but they're not, right? So I'm listening to Marvelous, and his perspective is like, you guys overcomplicate things to a detriment. Because he's saying, like, well, no, it's almost like you're trying to think for somebody else. Like, no, well, I'm speaking to the perspective of this, and I have to think for them, so I can't present it like it's all pleasant. Like, what would be the point of that? So you're gonna lead with the negative? That's not better.
Right. Instead of, so I think Marvelous is overthinking it. I get what it's almost like you saying, hey y'all, I'm married and you know it's not that great, but I don't want to discourage you. But at the same time, I'm not going to hype you up neither, right? It's almost like, and that's scary because if I wasn't married listening, I would be afraid to make a commitment to someone. You
And
know?
can we speak to how this affects unmarried women as well? Because we look at y'all, right? And we look at how y'all kind of speak about your wives like they're an afterthought, right? You kind of don't really like you'll say negative things before you even say anything positive about your own wives. So even the single women are looking like, well, why would like that's not cool. Like you do all this stuff for a man, and then he'll get up and talk like it's such a problem that you're even there. So when y'all do that, it really discourages everybody.
It does. Because when you said, hey, she need to be your fan, I'm not nobody's fan. Like, I'm not that type of woman to, like, I love my husband because I love him. I've even broken it down to y'all when I fell in love with him. It was about we had fun, we had good sex. See, I can break it down to the basics, the real reality. That I'm gonna just keep it real, right? When people meet each other, you know it ain't no deep thought. It's really gonna be some simple as you look good, you know, you look fly, you smell good. Come here, girl, let me grab you up. But you putting too much thought in that shit because you into it already. You know what I mean? But
Well, no, I think the opposite. I think he putting too much thought into it because he's trying to think for men who's in a position he's not in,
well,
instead
that's
of instead of just speaking from the position he is in.
well,
That
that's
would translate a lot better.
But my
only if
position,
he love her, because we don't. Because remember, he said a few things about his car being, you know, like I heard that early on, and then my husband said that his car is the bit, you know, and he think about anything before me. We gonna have issues, y'all. Mr. Bomb gonna be, yeah, Mr. issues. But you
well,
did clear that up. You did clear it up, Marvelous. But it should have never came out. Do you agree that that should have never been a thought?
yeah, yes, in the flow of the conversation, it should never have been a thought. It was something I had wrote down on some notes. And it was only like part 2 or 5 of the conversation I was going to have with Sharon. It was more of an opener. It wasn't supposed to be like the meat of the conversation. I didn't even get to the meat of the conversation per se.
It's okay, Marvelous. I don't want you to feel like we're like jumping on you. I think one thing I'm learning about men, you guys really don't communicate the best. And I think a lot of times you say things without really thinking them through. I don't think that you don't love your wife, but yeah, we do maybe have to be a little bit more mindful about the thing that we cherish as the most important to us when we got a whole human we're married to. Like that just could come off kind of crazy.
So I mean, just the simple fact, right, that you probably can't even think of a negative thing that I ever said about my wife, but I could already tell you that you love your car more than your wife.
That's the thing. I
That's a
never said the word love when it came to my car, though. That's a crazy part about it. I've never used the word love about my car. You never heard
okay.
it.
All right, and for some reason you think that you got to use that exact word, and this is how we know that you
But
just being
that's what I'm trying
honest,
to
right?
say. Like what I
No, so
say versus what
okay,
you
so this is what
heard.
communicates again, right? So all of a sudden, this is when we know when people be bad communicators, right? Is that now you want to try to say literal, right? I have to literally say this exact phrase for it to be a understanding of the conversation. We know
I gotta
that's not
speak about
that's not
emotions more,
being,
man. I really do. I'm really not that guy. I told you several times. I'm just not a really emotional speaker when it comes to that. I apologize. I am too direct. I am too much explanation.
no. The problem is
All that
that you're not
bullshit.
direct. Hold on. The problem is that you are not direct. You're not as direct as you think you are, right? So you won't be. If you was very direct, people won't be confused. You confuse people because you are not direct. You talk about this, that, and then you talk about what other people might believe to be true as well. Instead of just saying, hey, this is my position, this is what I stand on, and this is how I substantiate. No, you substantiate thoughts for other people that you're not even sure if they believe that or not. This is
Well, I
why
already
you go
told you
all
what my
over
stance
the place.
was. But like when Venus came up, right, and I thought I explained myself. I'm not trying to speak for other people. I actually speak from my own perspective. When I said your biggest fan, I legit mean like it gotta be someone that knows you in and out, have an understanding. Like you know how fans know everything about their whoever the celebrity is, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Like this person has to have a good understanding of who you are and wants to be around you. Like that's what I meant by the well, what you would say, metaphor of an actual. I'm not saying she has to be a real fan. Like, no, that's obsessive. But what I'm saying is she has to want to be around. She has to want to be interested in you. She has to want to know the things about you and stuff. She's not that person. You're doing yourself a disservice, and you need to know why she's there. And the only way you're gonna know why she's there for you is because you know yourself. You know what you offer. You know what you're about. Once you see that reflected in that person, you know that's the person you're supposed to be with because you're going by what you know. And the first thing you did was know yourself. That's just my whole thing. That's my whole philosophy on it, for real.
Right. You think that was direct?
Yeah, I said a fan. Again, I thought a fan would resonate.
I asked the question.
Feel, main word, feel.
Marvelous. Why you cannot answer a direct question?
I just said I thought that people would resonate. I mistook it.
No, I understand. I understand the fan comment.
I actually a very
I understand that fan comment. I get it.
I understand.
Yeah, I don't get that shit.
I actually a very direct question.
I just said it.
Hold on. You have to be able to
I misunderstood.
You have to be able to listen, though.
You have to be able to listen. I'm saying it right now directly. I miscommunicated.
Able to listen. I asked you a direct question. You did not give me a direct answer. Like literally that just happened.
Give me the question. I'll give it directly. I'll give you one answer. Go ahead. Give you one word answer. Go ahead. What's the question?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
And so what I'm saying is that when we ask you a direct question, you don't give a direct answer. It shows that you are not direct. Would you say? All right. So let's just be clear on what we are saying. Is all I'm trying to get you to understand. So no, I do not want my wife to be a fan of me by any circumstances.
Okay.
I don't see the bad thing about that. Like I guess
that's a bad thing.
Why?
Because he's making it so. So you a young woman, you meet a young man, and he's saying that you can't even really get to really know anybody until you know you. So I'm going to let y'all know I'm 55 years old, and still every year I'm learning something new about myself. Sometimes every day, sometimes every month. You know what I mean? So he's making it too heavy, and it makes sense when you sit and you just think. But when you go out to meet and date people, that shit don't make sense. Y'all gotta be more than
I think it makes sense, Bomb, because when he says you have to, I know what you're saying. Like you are constantly growing and evolving, so you're never gonna know everything. But when somebody says like know who you are, I think they just mean like have a sense of identity, right? Understand what makes you tick, what motivates you, what discourages you, what works, what doesn't work for you. And if you're coming into relationships that way, you may have a better chance at being successful. The problem is people who don't know themselves are getting with other people who don't know themselves and looking to each other to fulfill themselves in ways that they're really supposed to be doing themselves.
Right, I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that part, but I'm talking about the fan part. Remember, that's the part I say I disagree. So he can know himself, but how is she going, if he don't even know everything about himself, how is she going to know? How's she going to be this fan? Like y'all, people need to just look for love, compatibility, and stop this other in-depth stuff that comes later. You're never going to get married if you're
but look, I look at the fan thing like your husband might be a fan of you and vice versa, right? Like, okay, I'm a fan. Like anything my man is doing, I'm the biggest cheerleader. I'm the number one supporter. I really want him to succeed at all times, and I'm genuinely happy about everything he's doing. Right? That makes him happy. I guess I don't see why that's when you say like be my biggest fan. We should be doing that for each other. I don't really see how that's a bad thing.
So the reason why it's a bad thing, right? Because what you were talking about is over time.
Right.
A fan knows everything before I ever meet Jay-Z. I know everything about him. I love everything about Jay-Z. That's what a fan is. I'm a fanatic over this one person. I know this person more than I know myself. So when we're having a conversation, we got to make sure we are directing people into the right situation, because young people will hear something like a fan. Oh, if she's not a fan of me, then I don't want to be with her.
I understand what you're saying. Like we gotta, yeah, because people
Yeah.
take these terms way too literal.
Right.
But I want to ask you a question.
And
I
and
think
also Venus, and before you ask me the question, we also hear that we in conversations that one person should love you more than the other in these conversations. You shouldn't marry that person unless that person love you more than you love them. We hear it. And that's the same kind of rhetoric as a fan. The fan loves the artist more than the artist loves the fan.
okay, I understand what you're saying. I guess I'm just a little bit more evolved in thinking, and I would love for us to get to a point where we can have these conversations and people actually understand. It's not like talking to children. But you're right, I have seen it too. We do have grown adults who they take every single word. They don't understand context or nuance or reading in between lines. So for that, I understand why
But
you're saying what you're saying.
and before you ask me that, he in the conversation, he asked me to do it. He said, Sharon, did I literally say that? So that shows where the thinking is at, right? Even though I was able to put his conversation in context and say, this is what I got from what you were saying altogether as a whole. He said, but did I literally say that? They would do that in the exact conversation that you're having. And this is why we got to pay attention and not allow it to happen. It happens in real time, right? When I say, hey, this is what you said. They're like, no, but did I literally say that? Like, no, but the conversation, that's what you
I cannot win with you, Sharon.
No, you cannot when you use words.
I can say things that were just meant to be a feeling or a metaphor or something, and you'll take it. Oh, I'm literally going to take it now just to pull your argument apart. I'm like, but now I wasn't speaking literal terms. When I give you literal terms, you use a word that I don't use. And I'm like, bro, what is going on? And you said, I'm a bad communicator. So
okay,
this
perfect.
Is
So
right
Venus, you see how it happened just now, right? Like I'm willing to have a context of your conversation, then you are trying to hold me to literally what you said.
So Marvelous, I think what we just hashed out was because I understood you, but what he's saying is like as the host, he's being responsible for the message that is being put out, right? So he wants us to be careful with words because people's interpretation is a little too literal sometimes, right? Like I understood your fan comment, but then there are people who will take that message and be like, she need to be my biggest fan. And there's nothing being done on his part. He's just walking around thinking that she need to be my fan, right? I think that's what, I don't think you're wrong, but I understood. That should be a mutual thing. But I think he's just saying like we just have to be a bit more clear in what we're saying because we've seen people consistently misunderstanding things.
And I just want you to know I understood you too, Marvelous, but like Sharon, right? I understand the nuances of how people are listening and hearing what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? And also, it's a little too heavy for people who are dating, right? You date before you get serious in marriage. I'm trying to say, hey, it don't need to be that serious in the beginning. It needs to be light. Y'all have fun and get to know each other way before I become your fan. But I am my husband's biggest supporter, most without a doubt. Okay, he want to do some shit that I don't want him to do. I'm a grit my teeth and say good it up. Okay, even though I might not want him to do it, but yeah, but I'm not his fan, and I am one of the people who take words literal to a degree. And I have to because these spaces with these men and the things they've been saying for years, even some of the women, they got the women who over the top too, but most of these men, they really have, even the woman has been saying, ladies, he need to love you more than you love him.
Right.
A woman said that shit, and I was like, oh my God, like what kind of teaching is that?
Right, and we also understand that if you hear a red pill talking point, it sounds good on the surface.
That sounds good to me, Sharon.
Thank you, Jalen. And it sounds good on the surface, but when you put it apart and you see what they really communicate, you're like, oh, that shit is toxic as hell.
Hell yeah.
No, let's talk about something then. Is it possible?
One more question, I'll get on mute. Are you blue pill, Sharon?
No. Go ahead, Marvelous.
Oh, I was only going to say, is it possible? Is it possible to love someone more than you love yourself?
Is it possible? Yes, it's possible.
Yes.
That's insanity.
That's insanity.
Well, I'll put context on it because I don't know how it's possible to know my wife more than I know myself. I don't know how it's possible to have more faith in someone else than in myself. I don't know how it's possible to know of everything that is in my wife, or any person for that matter, outside myself.
Tell him on yourself.
Like,
he just said it, y'all. Outside of himself, he don't know too. He don't trust too many people outside of himself. Like we listen.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
love. You just kind of said some things, baby. You need to go read and listen. And you're talking about yourself. So you don't understand how you can love someone for yourself. That's what love is, right? You have children. I would jump in front of a bullet for my children, my grandchildren, including my husband.
That sounds like you care for them.
That means no. That sounds like love.
That sounds like you care for them. You prioritize in a way.
Isn't that what we're supposed to do each other? I'm supposed to prioritize him. He's supposed to prioritize me. And that way we all covered. I love him. He loved me. I don't love him more than he loved me. He don't love me more than I love him. We love each other. We love each other.
But you just said, I proposed the question, can you? You said, I don't love him more than he loves me and vice versa, which is my whole question. Like, is it possible
Wait,
to
I
love
didn't
him?
say that. I said, yes, I love him more than I love myself. I would jump in front of a bullet for my children and him. Like if somebody came in here, I would probably dive in front of them because I love them like that. It would just be something that I do. I wouldn't even think about it. It's just something that I do because I love them.
Okay, and I get this, Bomb. I don't want to redefine what you look at as love because I get it. I simply look at love as this: truth, faith, and understanding. Patience is the thing that ties all together, but for the most part, it's truth, faith, and understanding. If you want to talk about what holds together, communication is what? Understanding. What is trust? That is literally faith and truth combined. You can have all these things. I tell you now, you cannot pull those three things apart from what I'm talking about because I know it to be true. If I don't have truth, faith, understanding in my relationship, there is no love. Period.
Well, I don't know what kind of shit this is. This too technical and too, but there are people who are more technical. So I'm not, shooting you down or nothing. No, I can't understand it because most people are human and we kind of just react. We react through knowledge, right? But that's sitting there talking about understanding and all that shit. Suppose you and her have a misunderstanding. Suppose y'all have a disagreement. Is the love not there from that point on?
If it's a misunderstanding, I can see breaking apart, and that would make sense if you did.
Huh?
If I can't talk to my wife, and for whatever reason, we can't have a certain discussion. There's more that we understand, cool. But the less we understand each other, we were going to fall apart. So there might be some particular subject that we don't understand each other. Cool. Does that one thing outweigh everything else that we understand each other? No, it's not going to outweigh that. That one thing can't outweigh everything else that we understand by each other. But if there's more misunderstanding happening, that's supposed to outweigh the little that we understand each other, we're going to fall apart.
You're going to fall apart over.
Yes, if there is more that is misunderstood over what is understood, it will fall apart.
Okay, so you're not looking at this in long term. You're looking at this short term. So let's go 36 years married. That's me. So throughout that long time, I remember one year, there was a whole year of misunderstanding. And we fought through, we worked through it, right? Because we are family. We can have disagreements, misunderstandings, right? And still work through it. It's just not automatically gone. But people who do it that way, they will walk away, right? You have a misunderstanding. You're like, oh, I'm tired of this. And people walk away. But that's not real love and commitment. So like marriage is commitment. It shouldn't be where a misunderstanding have y'all walking in separate directions, going about your business. Like y'all need to work on it. Do anybody disagree with that? Because it don't seem like marriage is what it used to be no more. It seems like people just soon they have a disagreement, they want to walk away. Like my husband hates the way I dress all of our. Look, when we was in relationship, y'all, he liked them tight little dresses. Soon as we got married, he didn't like them dresses no more. Was I supposed to change my whole style just because we got married?
No, that's just one thing. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying like you have like you said
Okay,
1 year,
okay,
right?
so
But
hold on.
you
You
guys
answered
be
it.
there for more than a year. There's
Hold
way
on,
more
Emma.
understanding between
Hold on,
y'all
Emma.
two.
Hold on, Emma. I got a question for you. Can you? This would give me some clarity. Can you name 5 great things about marriage?
5 great things. So, for my
So you only
opinion, okay, great things that can come from a marriage: personal growth and development in ways that you could never imagine. You'll grow in ways that you didn't think you could see. Having someone that can hold you accountable and see reflection in others, including yourself, is a beautiful thing. To see, I would state honestly, just the growth and the learning of you learn more about yourself the closer you are with people, especially when you have that particular loved one in your life. That one is going to help you grow in so many ways that I can't explain. That's if you're able to, again, see
We
yourself
understand you got
in
number
that
2.
person. You know what I'm saying? Like it really does come from it's the growth, it's the learning, it's the experience, things you're not going to be able to get by yourself. That's the whole point of being with someone. There's just certain things you cannot do by yourself, but you can definitely have the experience and live the life with someone if you were blessed to have that.
Mm-hmm. That's number.
How many things that
was
was
one.
one?
Yeah, that was one.
And it was
I
a
mean, but
long
there's
one.
many things within that expand. You can expand within that in itself, just growing and learning and living with someone.
I thought you said you was direct.
I mean, I can be direct, but I mean, all right. So, but the thing is, it's going to be subjective. I can't really tell you what's great because everybody has their own relationship. What makes
Yo,
their
we're
relationship
giving
great.
your great things. He asked for yours, not other people's. What is yours?
You know, so I said earlier, babe. I said like I don't like to judge my own relationship on here.
No.
Like
I didn't ask you about judging your relationship. I asked you give me 5 great things in marriage.
See,
great
Marvelous,
things
this is
in
what I was
marriage
talking about
is
earlier when I said y'all overcomplicate things. Like you're starting to overthink and think about other people when you cannot speak for them. You can only
I
speak for
can't.
you. So the question was about you.
Yeah, that's what I said. Sharon's gaslighting me. I said, bro, I don't want to speak my own relationship
No,
here.
he can say on your
Wait,
relationship. He said name 5 things that's great about marriage. It could be a friend's marriage, parents' marriage, anything. He didn't say talk about your marriage. Just what do you think of 5 great things in marriage?
Did you hear what Venus just said?
yeah, because I came in on that. Maybe I didn't hear it all, but I came in on you saying like, well, I don't want to talk about. I don't want to judge my own relationship. So then, whose relationship are you talking about then? Other
I
people?
can't. That's why I left it vague like that. I can't speak on people's relationship. It's subjective.
So, but he asked you about you, right? So you even saying that is kind of like that's where the overthinking comes in. He asked you about you. Why are we talking about what you can't do for other people when the question was simply about you?
Well, I gave him a vague one. He said that was one. But I said you
Yeah.
can open that apart if you want to and just look more into it.
What the hell that
See,
mean?
okay, so I understand. No. It's if you don't want to get too personal, that's what I think. That's what he's trying to say. Like he don't want to. He doesn't want to speak too personal about his own business. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay, so Venus, if I ask you, let's see how this works. Venus, can you give me 5 great things about marriage?
Yeah, having somebody who's there for you no matter what. Uh, probably moving up in tax bracket. Uh, family. Having some insurance about like if either one of us passes away, knowing that the children will have some type of something left to them. Um, what else?
One more.
You
One more.
Health.
Perfect. That's 5.
Yeah.
5, and she not even married, and she did it. And they were great answers to Venus, by the way.
So, and you see how that's not a personal towards anything, that is not deep diving into her personal life, is not diving into her past relationship, current relationship, her mother, any of those things, right? All I did was ask you to give 5 great things about marriage. That's what I asked you. 5 great things about marriage. And for some reason, that is very difficult for you to answer
What
because you're
the
not
person
as
that
direct as you think that you are. I just want you to be what you say you are. If you're going to be direct, answer a direct question.
Can I
is
can
a
I address something in the chat because it's bothering me, right? Mr. Alignment says all things you can do without marriage, which is true. But can we be honest? What we have seen is most are not able to do it without marriage. They're not. So why are we trying to act like if it was oh so simple? Why most of us didn't get no inheritance? Why most of us didn't receive any assets? If it was so simple, that's not what's going on. So why we try to always diminish marriage. Like, oh, you could do that by yourself. Then why you're not doing it?
Absolutely. And here's the problem. If it was a stat about being single, it'll be far worse than any marriage stats. Some people in a single year have 5 boyfriends and 5 girlfriends.
The married men tend to increase the income because now there's 2 incomes combined. The married men live longer than the single men. Like the married men tend to be healthier. They're like y'all gotta stop lying to yourselves and acting like, yeah, you can do all of this while you're single. But think about anything. How much harder is it to do something by yourself as opposed to having somebody else who's just as invested helping you the whole time? Contributing money and everything else. Like why? Like y'all make life difficult for your own selves. And again, if it was so easy, we would see more people doing it, but we don't see that. We see people growing up not inheriting any assets. They ain't even teach about credit, savings, investing. They ain't even passing down fucking information. Let's be honest. But we want to act like, oh, you could do that by yourself. Let's look at the black community and see how that by yourself shit is going. Because any other day we gonna say the single moms ruining the community. That's the by yourself shit, right? How's that working out?
Right.
And it's okay. But this could be a learning curve. So because I believe
Oprah said they didn't teach you. They didn't teach most. Again, do y'all not see what the fuck going on in the black community? I'm so tired of these one-offs thinking that like they play fucking dumb. So Sharon, look at the state of the black community in terms of education, in terms of home ownership, in terms of business, in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of fucking health, all socioeconomic status. How's the black community doing? Since these stupid ass people in the chat want to talk about you could do it all by your fucking self. Where has that gotten the collective overall? Y'all are fucking dumb. Oh my god.
Not good. I agree with you. Yeah, even and I'm old. I think I'm probably oldest up here. Probably that's a fact. Okay, I know it.
No, Oprah, you're talking like we don't give a fuck if you're the one-off, Oprah. I'm talking about the majority. They did you so good. Why your stupid ass can't fucking see? They didn't teach you shit.
They definitely didn't teach y'all. In fact, in the black community, my generation, we learned from our parents and grandparents, and they kept their money in the mattress, y'all. They didn't do no credit when they bought their cars. They went under their mattress, got that money when they bought their cars. Now we know that's not a good way of really doing things, but honestly, that's still the way I do things because that's what I was taught. I'm scared to invest, which I need to get out of. I've been telling my kids they need to learn because I can't really teach them, right? I can't teach them what I don't know. Do y'all agree with that, right? I can't teach them what I don't know.
Absolutely. Hey, Marvelous, can you give me 5 negative things about marriage?
I don't know. I don't really have that perspective, to tell you the truth. The negative. I don't because again, I'm taking it personal here. Like again, it's hard for me to judge people and judge other lives, like what's good and what's bad for them. Like they're gonna decide it for themselves. Like
I didn't ask you to
judge. I know. I'm trying to tell you, it's hard for me to say what's bad. You can say cheating's bad. You can say that what else is bad?
Marvelous.
No, that's gonna be action. Marvelous.
You went right back to other people. The question is about your opinion. I don't understand why there's some disconnect happening that every time he just asks you for yours, your response is, well, I can't judge for other people. What? I don't understand.
I think the disconnect is that he said he didn't want to talk about it.
I never really given thought to my own opinions on this particular topic when it comes to
he didn't want to start this topic.
Okay. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk about it.
So Marvin, you telling me that you cannot have.
He doesn't want to talk about it. Y'all done pissed him off.
Marvin, you telling me that you cannot have an opinion on marriage?
I just can't say whether it's great or bad. I thought I gave it a fair opening. I said it's supposed to expand more of who you are. It's the growth. It's the learning. It's all these things that are supposed to enhance you in a way. You know what I'm saying? And it gives you better clarity.
Can you tell me the negative things about a gun?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say if it malfunctions. Yeah,
what you mean, yes. I'm asking you. Can you tell me the negative things about a gun?
In its usage, yeah, you can kill people with people that you didn't want or people you do want. It has its purpose. It's for killing. That's the thing. If you think that killing is a bad thing, then yeah, that's a bad thing.
I'm asking you. You still bringing in other people's thought process into your
because
thought process.
it's on my usage. If I use it to kill, right? If I want to kill a person with intent because this person was a bad person, do I feel like it was a bad thing I did? No. That's why it's nuance. I can't just give a direct answer. Is it bad or is it a good thing? Like it depends.
It can
Marvelous,
be
I ain't
bad
gonna
and
lie.
good. That could have been your answer. You could have
Marvelous.
said, here are the things about a gun.
Yeah, you say you're direct, but a direct answer would have been the negative things about a gun. Like
Right.
1, it could malfunction. 2, what if a
I said
child gets a
that.
hold of it? 3, what if you get caught illegally? 4, he's asking you for very general answers, and I don't know why you're having you keep
You
making it
direct
about
like a
everything is
figure
I
eight.
wrong.
said it can malfunction. He looked at me funny when I said malfunction.
Okay.
That's the first thing I said. It can malfunction. He looked at me like, I'm
No,
like,
but then you went on to
But
somewhere else about other people's opinion again. I don't know.
and
because
why
he
you can't say if
was in the
marriage is
first
good or
reaction
bad?
when I
That
said it. I'm like, am I saying something wrong?
So is marriage good or bad, Marvelous? Somebody say
It's
you didn't
good,
answer.
Bomb. It's a good thing, Bomb.
Yeah.
Right. So
Talent.
look,
There you go.
hey, I know y'all trying to say it's me and I'm picking up people. Hey, I just want to hold people accountable to what they said. He said he's direct and he hasn't been direct all day.
He is a deep thinker, right? That's what I think. And that's not a bad thing, but it kind of is not a direct thing
It
because
can
you're
be,
trying to
yeah.
right. You're not direct. So, but I understand. I understand you, Marvelous. I understand. And not,
so, Marlon, you're an
These
MP,
new
right?
age women ain't getting married.
Wait,
Mostly,
who had a question for me?
You
What?
you're an
you
MP.
hear me?
nobody want to hear you, dude.
I don't want to hear you either, Bon Terry, so shut up.
Go ahead and go marry your blood down, Jalen.
Jesus, man. Go somewhere.
We love you, Jalen. We love you, baby. Go ahead.
And I hate you too, Bon Terry, so I don't
I
love
know
you.
you
She
do. I
just
know.
Oh Jesus.
no. I was asking Marlon, was he an MP? You're an MP, right?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I hate get pulled over by you. Those are the questions you be asking.
Oh Lord.
Actually, I'm the opposite, bro. I tell people shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing. Mind you, your rights.
I didn't know
That
you
ain't
was
talking
an
to
MP.
court, man. Just shut up. Get a lawyer. Don't say nothing.
Y'all,
I got the sour cop there.
marriage is a good thing. If you are a person who have no problem sharing your life, like some people don't like to be around other people. They don't want to share nothing. You cannot marry someone and think that
Be
you're gonna have
selfish.
your stuff and they gonna have their stuff. Okay, y'all got shit together.
Wait. I had a question for Sharon. Sharon, because I'm really stuck on this question. Name me some bad things about marriage.
For me, I don't
Yeah,
How
have no.
dare you when
exactly.
you
Go
didn't
ahead.
even
I
answer
was
one
stuck on it. I
question?
couldn't think of anything.
You couldn't give us no good stuff either.
No, I did. I gave out one big one, and it just went over top of all y'all guys' heads.
It did not go above our heads, but it's okay.
We was waiting for the 5. You said the self-development. We heard it.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that, Beans.
Yeah, how dare you try to be slick? No, Sharon, you give me 5 things. You didn't even give 5 things. Damn.
It should be crazy. when I had conversations about it all the time.
You know what? Bomb ended it all when she said, "Is it a good or bad thing?" I said, "It's good. It's just that simple." There you
Now
go.
they got some bad shit in marriage too. Come on now.
Right.
I can, like I don't. My husband snores, and I gotta sleep with him.
But
He
I don't
let
got
me.
nothing to do with marriage though.
That's my marriage. So I'm talking about my marriage.
Right,
You
but
want me to just say in general?
right, because I don't really have it because snoring is just is a health
He
thing, right?
didn't.
Like,
So you
Yeah,
snoring,
didn't
but
do
I
the C.
gotta listen to it. I'm talking me getting to deal with it.
but you got. Well, I'm saying that you can fix
You,
snoring
How?
by
did you get the CPAP? Did you get the test yet? The
No,
sleep study?
you men ain't going to get no goddamn test unless you think you die. Okay.
You, I mean, the VA pay for that stuff for free. They'll give you the machine and everything,
It's
and
not
keep you
nothing
up with
about
all the
no
supplies.
free or nothing. Hubby is in the medical field. He got good insurance if he needed it. It's just that black men don't want to go to the doctors.
And also, let me shout out to the Cash App. It says for the great show. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think marriage is just a mentality. I don't really see negative things out of it, to be honest with you. Anything that you can get through is not a negative. It's just a lesson that you have learned throughout your relationship, and you need to learn as many lessons as you can. If you have a positive and productive thought pattern of being in a relationship, I don't really believe you're going to see anything negative within your marriage, right? But if you have a output like how some of these men today displayed marriages, like they would say, yeah, I tell you, I gotta get this bed that was so hard on my back, but my wife loved it. But it's okay, as long as she's okay, as long as I got my beautiful old car Betsy, everything's okay, because my old car Betsy, she does exactly what I wanted to do, even though I gotta fill her with gas and oil and all these other things. And yes, she can break, her brakes could fail, she could have an overheated radiator, a plug could just not work out of nowhere, the check engine light might just come on out of nowhere. All these things could happen to my car, but my wife, on the other hand.
Question, Sharon. What do you think of the word duty?
Duty is okay.
How does it make you feel?
How does it make me feel? Duty, I don't have no problem with the word duty.
So you feel men, if they heard the word duty, they're going to take that in a positive light. Or women in general, people in general, they think of the word duty, they take that in a positive light.
Well, yeah, my wife doesn't mind when I say it's my duty.
No, not your wife. I said the majority. I ain't said about your wife. No. I said the majority.
So, okay, that's fine. So even if I was outside and I was single and I went over to a girl and I said, it's my duty to please that booty, I think she'd be fine.
What was that accent just now, by the way?
I want to say
that Matumbo.
Hold on, Jalen. I think it's all about the way how you say words, right? Your tone of words. I know people that get mad when we tone policing. Absolutely, the way how you say something, you're gonna get different reactions from people. It is what it is. I don't know why they got this idea that your tone doesn't matter when you're communicating with human beings. It does.
Sharon, you know what's crazy about the tone don't matter people? Those are the most sensitive people. They will curse a woman out for even the slightest voice inflection, cutting him off one time. They will go ape shit, but then they'll tell you, tone don't matter.
Right. That's because they feel like they're more important than everybody else. And this is
the delivery.
Right. It's all this fake sentiment of that they are more important than everybody else. This is why they believe that they are doing something greater than a woman. My sacrifice for the family is way more than any goddamn woman could ever do. If somebody break into the house, even though it barely happens, it's like 0.1% of all crime that happens in America. But the chance that I might hit the lotto and that person walks in my house, I gotta be the one to take the bullet. Shut your punk ass
right.
up.
So the protection is based off of a hypothetical.
Yes.
But if we look at like how your wife is actually nurturing the home, the children, how consistent she's doing her work, honestly, what you're revealing is she's doing a lot more than you.
Absolutely. It's off of real life all of a sudden. When she does, it's off of real life. Oh, when she go outside and she looks sexy, when she cook, when she clean, the way how she talks to me, the way how she makes me feel in the house. All these things is actually what she do. And the men's perspective is all what might happen.
If somebody ever broke in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a joke.
If I ever lose my job, if that, what about this? And then this might happen, and then this might happen. And what about when?
And it's the sad thing. I'm not going to do it for them, but if they understood protection, they would have better answers. I'm not going to say the answers, but they would have better answers than a hypothetical. Because there is you know what I'm saying? Like,
Venus, that's the real problem. They don't have, they cannot answer the question honestly. They can't say yes or no.
Because they don't they're not protecting their wives for real. Because if you are, it should be very easy to answer how you're doing. If you got to jump to a hypothetical, then you're not doing it.
Right. That's when we ask them how you provide. They don't know how to answer that because they know they're not really providing for real.
That's crazy work.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's crazy work right there.
Majority of the men, you ask them how do you provide it, they cannot answer it.
I just don't think they know how to articulate it, but it doesn't mean they're not doing it. I don't think
Yes, it does.
Nah, that's not true.
So you mean to tell me so Ambassador, if you are the boss of the company, you say, Sharon, did you do your job today? And I say yes. What did you do? My job. That's a sufficient answer.
It's a communication issue.
I mean, the job has clear things written out. You know, when in a relationship, you don't know if you paying the bills or you talking her off a cliff when something going on at work. You may not consider those things protection. You may just consider that thing a duty. But when I talk to you, like, hey, what type of, like, if I were to use the term emotional labor on most guys, I mean, most of them be like, what are you talking about? Like, have you taken the time to invest in her emotionally? Like, she's venting, venting counts as emotional labor. Are you listening to that stuff? Are you responding? Or do you set boundaries so there's growth after venting? She's just not stuck in this cyclic situation. They made me explaining it. Sure. They're like, oh man, I did do that. But telling them that they weren't doing emotional labor because they don't know the term. I don't rock with that.
A lie. And after you say all that, they say, yeah, I do that. They lying. Because ain't no way I did all those things.
Be lying. They be lying.
It is no way I did all those things and not know.
And I couldn't tell you I did any of it. Yeah, they be lying.
No, because they don't think that most guys, especially married guys, I talk about it. They don't think that listening to your wife vent about what's going on at work and stuff is like a protection that you're giving her. They don't look at it like that. They just think, well, she's in the house and I listen to her.
That's how we know they lying because
majority
of men,
well, I mean, that may have been the world church.
And that's the majority of men said they do not even listen. They tune her out when she starts venting.
They don't care. Yeah.
So this is how we know they are. It's how easy it is for me to substantiate my thoughts, right? Because I'm not just saying these things. Right? Literally, I hear the men say, hey, when she starts talking about all that, I just tune out because they just sound like want. So therefore, they're not doing this protection piece or this emotional investment that you were saying. This is how we know they lying because literally they do not know. They do the Chris Rock thing. I told you that bitch was crazy.
Hey, Sharon, talking about majority of men here, or are you talking about a particular type of men that are in the
about majority of men?
Wow, that's crazy. You gonna speak for most men like that? That's good
work. It's true.
You like to speak for them on the other end, huh?
Oh, I don't speak for nobody. I speak for myself most of the time.
You do not.
What?
You don't. You avoid it like the plague. Every answer is, well, I don't want to judge me. I don't want to talk about me. So you actually don't, Marvelous.
You actually speak for men. You don't speak for yourself.
When did I speak about men? When did I speak for men?
Every time you speak, you said, well, because I don't want to speak about me.
No, give me an answer that I spoke for men. I haven't heard one yet.
You will literally say,
yeah,
I don't want to speak for me. I'm going to speak for how other people might think. This is what you say. This is how you
communicate. People. I'm glad you said people. That's right. I do say people in general. I don't say anything for men in particular.
Okay, so then when I ask you a question about men, so when I ask you a question about men, then you speaking for men.
I don't have anything for men particularly.
So do you believe that men have anything negative to say about marriage?
I think plenty of people do. Yeah, men included.
See that now you want to gaslight this.
It's your direct. This is not direct, Marvelous. You are not direct.
Yes, I said yes. That is direct. That's the direct answer. Yes.
This is crazy, and that it's happening in real time. But
I said men do. I said men. Men. Yes, there are some men. Some, not all or most. Or any of that bullshit.
Right, and this is the problem that me and you will have, right? Because you're afraid to offend somebody. That's why.
Yes, that's what it is, Sharon. Okay, I got it. Yeah, that's what it is.
I know all men and how they think. That's insanity.
Right. I guess
I think Sharon nailed it. You are so afraid to offend people that you keep.
That's crazy.
Marvelous. I think Sharon nailed it. You are so afraid to offend people. That's why your answers are not making, like, you keep you waver too much. Like, we can't get a clear standpoint because you're trying so hard to be so political that it's kind of not making sense sometimes. Like, where do you stand?
My answers though, like, and say like, yes, these things happen. I'm not denying. I'm not gonna say you're wrong for having your opinions. If you see most men that way, I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong for seeing it that way, because that's how you see the world. That's your perspective. You see most men are like shit. I don't look at pay attention to men like that.
I never said that.
I never said most men, right?
Go ahead.
For the most part, don't communicate with the wife. They don't take their wives like you're in the conversation with them, like you are there with them.
Correct. That's what I said. Thank you.
That's what you're saying.
So
I don't
now
know
where the ain't shit part come
from?
from?
Most men.
Before we get there, where did the ain't shit part come from when I was talking about communication clearly?
Oh, because when someone can't communicate, they really ain't shit.
Oh, so now you put your. Thank you for finally telling us your point of view. We finally got one, Venus. He believed bad communicators ain't shit.
That's not so included though.
No, I'm saying I'm just happy that
but
we
no, wait.
I'm just happy that we got one.
Expand on that, because
I don't have to. That's your thought, not mine.
Because then I'm only going to be a fucking hypocrite for doing so. Because I know for a fact I'm a bad communicator, which makes me what? A piece of shit, right?
Perfect.
But you're the one. But Marvelous. Marvelous.
Wait. Now we know why I don't do this shit, because this is a person to why I don't do it.
This is good.
No, wait, please, Sharon.
So this is the beginning of getting better. It's actually admit that you gotta first admit that you are alcoholic. Yes, that's good.
Wait. Let's back up. First of all, just because somebody is a bad communicator does not make them a piece of crap. Marvelous, you messed up by you're the one who threw that negative term on them. Sharon didn't say it. You threw it on them and then called yourself a hypocrite because now you have to be a piece of crap because you decided that people who can't communicate are a piece of. You see how that overthinking? You just did all of that to yourself. Nobody called you a piece of crap.
Yes, but it all started from simply criticizing.
You didn't have to label them a piece of crap, though. That was you did that, and then decided to call yourself a hypocrite because then you would have to be a piece of crap too. When nowhere does it say just because somebody can't communicate that they're a piece of crap. Like that's the overthinking that be killing y'all. And like, what was that?
Well, I was only going to say this. When it comes to how we feel,
don't answer her question first.
No, I agree. Everything she said, there's nothing wrong. She's 100% correct on everything she just said. And I'm following it, right? But I was only trying to speak to was the feelings of it. Legitimately, the feeling of it all. How does it make you feel? How do these men make you feel? My feeling is, well, the message I'm getting is it makes women feel insignificant and like crap. So I'm in a crappy situation with a guy who ain't shit because he can't even talk to me. He doesn't listen to things I say. So that's how I'm taking and interpreting it, that men don't pay attention to what men and women try to tell them. And they ain't shit for it. So I guess being a poor communicator makes you a piece of shit.
You see, your problem is, again, you keep trying to think for other people. And that's just, you gotta stop. Like, just speak from your own opinion. Because why women would call men a piece of crap is not because he's a bad communicator, right? But you see how you would jump to a wrong conclusion because you're trying to get in the head of a woman and you can't. Like that, you shouldn't be trying to do that. Because it's never gonna make sense.
This is true, but that's what I was saying before. I was only speaking to the feeling. Again, I wasn't. You can't make sense out of feelings. I was only giving an example to why I don't have an opinion about things. Hold on. I'll be getting to my emotions.
Let's stop there. This is where you probably having a miscommunication. You can make sense out of feelings. Literally, every human being go through feelings every day. This is the idea. This is why the red pill is a horrible situation, right? Because they make men believe that they got to have some emotional stoicism. No, you're supposed to be very aware of your feelings.
Yes,
and be able to. Okay, but that's not what you were saying not too long ago.
No, I said that you can't define such things and try to translate because you already lost. I lost communication with both of y'all trying to say that piece of shit. That's an expression of how I feel, not that they literally are a piece of shit. You see how that lost in translation came up? But that's to my point. To what I was trying to explain to you why I don't like to speak that way.
No, so
you call it a
No,
point.
you said most women will look at them like they're a piece of crap. So what you weren't speaking about how you felt. You were trying to speak for how women feel. That's what we keep trying to point out to you. When you're answering questions, you're trying to answer for other people instead of giving your own thoughts, Marvelous. That's what we're getting at. Because why would you include women in that? Like, well, no, I guess if most women feel like that.
Well, because in the conversation he's talking about men not listening to women, who's the person who's receiving the bad end of this conversation? Well, the women are, because it's not good situation for them. So we're talking about how men are shit and how they need to improve in communicating to a woman.
That's the men ain't shit. Where did that come? None of us said it though.
Well, no one said it, but it's more of the sentiment that men need to improve and become better. Stop being pieces of shit. Now that's something that comes from being in the military, cussing and all that stuff. I apologize for that. I shouldn't be talking to you like that, Venus. But that's basically what I'm getting down to. Yeah, the shit bag, basically. Like you're a shit bag.
Right, but what we are talking about is something this is what I'm saying, right? When we are being very direct, you want to be very vague. I'm being very direct and said, no, men are bad communicators. You want to turn bad communication, that one part, into the totality of a man and say he ain't shit because he can't communicate.
But the majority are
bad communicators.
But he never said they're not crap. He just said he thinks most of them, in terms of listening to the wife, they're not like emotionally investing. They kind of tune her out. That's what he was saying. Yeah, he thinks most.
So is that a good thing or bad thing?
But it is a bad thing. But then you went to their pieces of shit. That just because somebody has because somebody has a bad character trait, which we all do, doesn't mean they're a piece of shit though.
Right.
But that's when the conversation changed, and then you called yourself one, and then you called yourself a hypocrite. Like I'm confused as hell.
Well, I'm a hypocrite for thinking that way, but I'm just saying in general, right? Because again, I'm not trying to get caught in the whole emotional part because I personally can't speak to no feeling.
That's a lie. Stop.
I said I personally,
and that's a lie.
Oh my Lord.
And it's okay. You cannot build. So what I'm telling you is
I can't say what I can't.
The reason why I have to stop you, right?
That's crazy.
The reason why I have to stop you there, right? Because you are going to build your truthfulness off a fallacy. And this is why you stay confused, right? Because you double-minded. You actually believe that.
No, you're proving my point.
I'm not proving your point.
You just said I'm double-minded. Thank you for saying that. I just said that. I cannot articulate what I'm feeling. I'm double-minded. Thank you, Sharon.
That's not what double-minded means. You literally cannot think straight because you're trying to think both sides of every fence. Because you're not into your feelings. You're into your feelings and other people's feelings, and you keep trying to communicate that. Instead of just saying, fuck everybody else's feelings, let me express the way how I'm feeling right now. Think about the feeling and then communicate it. Because you believe that feelings mean something sissified. Where every human being
come from? Where did that come from? I've never said nothing like that.
Right. The reason why it comes from...
Expand.
Okay, I can explain it. So the reason why it comes from that, because in the red pill, they talk about masculinity, and men, we need to move off of stoicism and have this stoic emotionalist, right? So, but in reality, men, we have to learn how to control our emotions, understand what our emotions are. It's a certain thing. It's called alexithymia, right? Men have feelings that they cannot express through words. This is a problem that a lot of men are having, that they cannot express what they are feeling through their words, so that therefore they act that out.
And Marvelous, you're not alone. A lot of people, even some women, can't express. They don't always have the vocabulary to talk about how they feel. I think Tiff just did a show, and she was talking about the emotion wheel, right? Because people don't necessarily know how to identify or articulate each emotion. And one could say Black people have that a lot. It's like 3 emotions: angry, happy, or sad, right? But you might just be I don't know, you might just be feeling sad, right? But nobody ever acknowledges sadness. That's going to show up as anger, right? Because sadness is weak. So no, I'm angry. No, you're sad, or your feelings are hurt, or you're this, or you're that. A lot of people don't know necessarily how to do it, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like just call people a piece of shit for that. I think Yeah, I just think Sharon's right. Like the double-mindedness is a problem. You really can't think for you and everybody else at the same time at all times. It's just not possible.
Yeah,
And you don't have to.
you don't have to.
That's the part. Like you don't have to.
It's okay for you to take that mask off and be 100% you. It's okay.
No, you don't want to do that.
Right. So that's the problem. Is don't tell me what I just told you. It's okay.
I'm just telling you, yeah, you can be okay with that, but there's some things that are worth protecting.
Right. That's fine. That still
Everyone
doesn't mean
wears a mask,
so again. So look, it doesn't mean that you cannot take your mask off. Just because you want to keep something to yourself doesn't mean that you don't take the mask off.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you can still take that mask off and be 100% you. You are good enough for the world. You could take that mask off. You can hold something to yourself, whatever that is. You want to hold something to yourself.
I'm not good enough for the world, Saran. The world don't owe me shit.
I never said the world owed you anything.
I am not good enough for the world at all.
Okay, I never said the world.
Why do you say you're not good enough? See, why you say that?
Because I'm only but a moment. I'm going to be something that's here and that's forgotten. Who knows? But I'm not. I'm just a moment at best.
That's most humans. So none of us are good enough then, because that's most humans.
I got a question for you. So can a moment be good?
Yeah, and it comes and goes. Yeah.
I didn't ask you if it comes and goes. Answer it directly. Can a moment be good?
Yeah.
Okay, so now why you consider yourself as a moment to be bad?
I didn't say I was bad.
You did. You literally just said that.
How?
You said I'm not good enough for the world because I'm literally just a moment.
Yeah, I'm not.
But if you can acknowledge that there can be good moments,
nothing in comparison to the world. Like, who am I?
Why are you comparing yourself to the world?
Because he says I'm good for the world, but who am I to the world?
Who's everybody else to the? So okay, so by your standard, the only people who are good enough for the world are people who produce in a way that benefits many.
There you go.
So like 1% of the world is wait. So 1% of the world is good, and everybody else is just like chop suey.
I mean, most people are unknown.
It's not okay. So you're basing value of being known.
No, but to his point, me being valuable to the world, I'm of no value, at least to the wholesome of the world. To those I'm close to, of course, I'm valuable to those people. But to the majority, the world, I'm of nobody. I'm just a moment at best.
So when he said you are good enough, why was that such a problem to acknowledge that you are good enough?
Because I'm really not good, or I'm insignificant to the world. I'm nothing to the world.
That's everybody's insignificant to the world then, by what you're saying.
Only some people are good. I'm not one of them. I know I'm not one of them to the world.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what I do. Jesus is
that
a
makes
good
me
man.
that makes me sad, Marvelous. I think you are good enough. I think you're being way too hard on yourself, and I think you shouldn't be comparing yourself to the world. Like nobody can compare to the world. I don't really understand that.
I definitely can't. But yeah, I'm a little hard on myself because I really try to keep myself humble. I don't want to have nothing to do with trying to be better or measure nobody, man. I'm really not trying to be that guy. So anytime anything comes up, I'm going to be like, no, I'm not. Because I'm not trying to have an inflated ego or anything. I would rather be less than and be good on that. Because I don't want to be compared to nobody.
Oh, sounds like some military stuff.
And I think you are a representation of a lot of men. They try to hold themselves down and say that I'm not a good person.
I'm not a bad person either. I'm not good nor bad. And I don't see no problem in that. I'm okay with being stable of who I am. I know who I am. The world don't owe me to understand. So you don't gotta know who I am. You can have your judgment.
But the problem is you keep adding right. The problem is that you added other things that we are not asking you.
That's true.
And so that is you got this mentality from something else. And this is a part of the whole emotional stoicism that I think men need to break down, right? And you have to do some self-digging with yourself to understand why you got to have this political correctness about your communication. That you got to think about other people when you say things. If you really truly believe that you don't owe the world nothing, then you should be able to speak more freely. But
That part,
you're
right.
not able to speak more freely. So actually, you are not communicating the way how you are want to represent yourself as.
Well, because I look at the consequences of my words.
You
And
don't.
similar to that, I'm trying to prevent certain things. It's not so much how I care about what people say, but more of how this would probably come in terms of consequences. So I do measure my words, very much so. But it doesn't have nothing to do per se with how the world feels. But I am concerned about how the world perceives me because it's my best ability to try to at least have an understanding. Because that's what most people want in life, just a simple understanding.
Right, but the problem
But
is
then
that
you'll say the world don't owe me understanding.
It
right.
don't, but that's what you want still.
Okay.
Right.
I think this conversation with him kind of shows why guys just kind of bottle up, man. We jumped on him for saying the word fan. We jumped on him for saying the word sacrifice. And then, I don't even know why we're jumping on him now. So it's kind of like,
I
but at the
defended him
same
saying the word
time,
fan. Wait,
I
I
can explain it.
defended him
I'll
when he said
explain
the
it.
word fan. We're
I,
not jumping on him.
I can explain it because men got to learn how to communicate.
Yeah,
That's why.
what we're actually doing, yeah, is trying to like challenge his communication. If you really that's really what's going on.
And
It's
men
not
are,
about attacking Marvelous. We love Marvelous. It's
No,
about
I don't
trying
take
to
it as
get him to
criticism.
articulate
It's
what he's
not.
actually thinking and make sense. That's what this is.
right, so we can get clear, coherent thoughts. Right, so this way he can actually start forming correct thoughts that how he's actually feeling. Stop being afraid to express how he's feeling. Expressing how you feel is not a negative for men. Because a lot of men, they close up and they bottle up, like how you said, because they have a fear that if they speak their feelings, that they speak in feminine. And being
And
having clear communication is actually very masculine.
this is how you get better.
You do not allow your feelings to overtake your actions, right? You think about it. I'm feeling like this. I'm angry. But you take control and say, hey, how am I going to move forward with this anger? Am I going to hit somebody? Am I going to scream? I'm going to yell. I'm going to work through it. I'm going to get calm. This is the difference. We got to stop allowing people to make men believe that they are not allowed to express how they feel.
This is actually how you get better. And I want to ask him a question because I find black people do this a lot. And I think it hinders growth and keeps you mentally stagnant. Why every time you guys get challenged and because you're not able to articulate, you think somebody's attacking you? Instead of just acknowledging that you cannot articulate and you're frustrated, right? We spoke about not being able to identify what we're feeling. So because you can't articulate and you feel frustrated, which is normal, by the way, why does that mean that people are jumping on and attacking you? That's not what that means.
That question's not for me, right, Venus? That's not
No,
for me.
it's for him because he
Okay.
just put us in a position where we jumped on you. I actually defended you when you said the word fan. But it's always like as soon as they see somebody being challenged, which should be good mental exercise. If you say things, you should be able to articulate what you said. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what adults know how to do. But for a lot of black people, it always turns into this. They try to shame you out of doing it because they can't articulate. So now you're attacking me.
it's how the investigation goes, right? It's how it goes. The questions that are asked, where is it going to? Like we never really got him to expand on the whole car thing. It was just him implying that car situation was negative. So you can't. We're not expanding. How'd that make? Why is that? So it's the correction in itself. The act of correcting isn't the growth. You have to actually do it the right way. You have to get them to expand on their feelings. And that's not what I've heard. That's just not what I've heard.
I
And there's a
didn't
book
say
on
I
it.
did I
Permission to
didn't ask
Feel
him
is a nice book to
I didn't
explain
ask
kind of
him
that.
why do you feel like that? I didn't ask him why do you feel like you're not good enough? I didn't ask him that. You didn't hear that?
Oh, no, I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to the car situation.
But I'm
So
referring to the whole conversation, right? We told him you are good enough, right? Me and Sharon gave him positive reinforcement. You didn't hear that. I did ask him to expand. I said, why do you speak like that about yourself? I did ask him to expand. You didn't hear that. But this is my point. Y'all always try to turn something to a negative when it's not because you cannot articulate or because it makes you feel an uncomfortable feeling that you're not familiar with. So the words that you're familiar with are attack. So why are you guys attacking him? That's not what was happening.
Mm.
Now just
Getting
think about it for us.
getting
Honestly,
a general question, Marvelous. You're military, right? You say you're military,
Yes, sir.
and you're a cock now.
Yes, sir.
So what? Well, you probably joined the military at 18, 22?
No, it's been 17 years right now for me.
17. Okay. So when I'm hearing what he's saying, it's like that's not anything too much different than what I hear from military dogma, right? What's more important is the team. You yourself are not the most important thing, right?
So, but that's not what he was saying.
That's not what he said. Yes, in fact, he said he is the most important.
Well,
So,
I don't remember him saying that.
okay,
Explain that one.
okay, but what I'm saying, but what Ambassador just said is not what he was expressing not too long ago, right? He was expressing that he is not good enough, so he's not good enough for the team, right?
and we both said you are good enough, and he fought us to say he's not, but we're
Correct.
attacking him.
Right.
Yes.
So again, so like and this is the communication, right? And it's good. I think this is actually good that we are actually minding it out. No cursing, no screaming and yelling. We are just minding out to hear the different communication style between even men, right? Because Ambassador heard something differently from what Marvelous said, and I heard something different from what Marvelous said. All in the same goddamn conversation. But also, with that being said as well, one of us could communicate it and two could not. And that is very important as well, too. Is that once we heard what we heard, we kind of just got rid of everything else. We heard this part is attacking, that's it, because we limit ourselves as men to express ourselves and how we feel about certain things instead of analyzing it. If Marvin says something that makes me feel a way, I analyze it. Why did I get triggered? Where did I get this trigger from? Should I actually react the way how I feel? Is it the correct feeling? All those things happen in that quick microsecond for me. I'm very, I'm going to react right then and there.
And it's all normal. It's all normal.
And when I heard it, I was like, okay.
Identify.
When I heard it, I was like, okay, I've heard that before. The marriage is more important than each individual. That transition, that's what I heard immediately. Now, I don't know if that's what the context of, that could be his ideology in general. The mission of the marriage is more important than the specific individual. So especially when I'm hearing the military and all that, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a kind of a pretty simple connection to make if you're trying to go down the path of what he's trying to say, as opposed to what I heard was critiquing, like it should, his mindset should fit in the everyone is valuable mindset. Those are totally different ideologies.
So you thought that was bad if we want him to feel like he's valuable?
I'm saying that's against certain training. Like if you're doing military training or even like hard team sports like wrestling and stuff like that, you're going to hear that idea. You are a function of trying to make this work. Okay, you're trying to make this mission work. It's not important. So it kind of goes against the whole. I have my own value and things like that. That's kind of implied, but that's not the dogma that we're moving in right now.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to compartmentalize, which I thought men did well. So there's a certain way he has to show up in the military, and we understand, but the military should not dictate his ideology on himself in real life outside of his job. That's your job.
Yeah. I was only going to say the issue with me, to be honest with you guys, is as the conversation goes in, I have a tendency to split hairs on particular parts of the conversation unnecessarily and expound on things that don't need to be expounded on. And that's my personal problem when it comes to communication. I'm going to have to catch myself more often when I do that because it's causing a lot of confusion unnecessarily. And it's not this whole military thing that's in my mind like that. Like I said, I'm just splitting hairs and taking things into literal at times when I don't need to take a literal. I can take things as general topics, like what Sharon's saying, like most men. And I'm saying, well, you don't know most men. But then again, you can also say it's most men that he come in contact with. Again, I'm just splitting hairs. I'm just causing controversy for the sake of controversy to stir up a conversation unnecessarily. But it's only because there's also a thing in me that some other people I can speak to probably is that you don't want to be wrong. You just want to be heard. So I'm going to be willing to take accountability for that as well. And that's why I believe that could be what the problem is with me communicating with you guys.
Well, I just want to say you are good enough, Marvelous. I'm going to keep saying that every time I see you because I don't care. I don't like that ideology, okay?
I appreciate you being this. Thank you. You're also someone of value. You're good enough.
Thank you. I received that, okay? I know that. Okay.
Man, women leave men for the streets.
That's a wait a second.
That's true. Women leave men for the streets.
Thank you, Jalen.
What Jalen say?
I think that was the streets are calling on that.
So Shalon, no weirdo avatars, right?
Correct. Hey, I think we got to a good one there and have I think it took us a while to get there, but we understand that men just got to get better at communicating their frustration and their feelings. I think the reason why this whole situation happened over the week is because men don't know how to deal with their feelings, even at 17 years old.
Even at 47 years old.
You know what I'm saying? So you can die for not being able to express your feelings. Being over emotional, somebody could lose their life. The fact that we are not being able to feel the freedom to express our emotions as men shows that people's lives can be lost from that. And we got to stop promoting that shit.
Wow.
Sorry.
Not
true,
That's like
Sharon. Nothing to do with you. Something that calls people stupid. Only thing was nothing else to say. Shit, bro. God, that guy threw me off. I was gonna say something. He threw me off with that comment. I'll come back. Hold up.
So that's just what it is.
Well, I mean, I think we hit something there when it comes to ideologies, right? That's probably a good thing you should be looking for. Do your ideologies match? When you take in information, are we hearing this, as close as similar as possible between the sexes? Again, I don't know how you would ask those questions, but it's probably a good idea to, maybe start egging that stuff out.
No, what men gotta get comfortable doing is that when they receive information that will help them in life and be better, they need to implement this shit today, because tomorrow is on nobody's calendar.
You know what? That's what it was, Bracy. I just reminded myself. I wanted to share my ideology on feelings. Legitimately. I do have a theory on it, and I'll expand on it. Really simple. It's not the first time I've said this. Someone else told me it before. We can compare notes. I simply see emotions as energy in motion. Really, emotion, energy in motion. So depending on the type of energy you got going on with you, are you going to take control of it once you're aware of it, or are you going to let it manifest and overcome it by identifying with it? There's one thing to identify it, but there's another thing to identify as it. And I think a lot of people tend to honestly go with their feelings in the sense of like, that's just a part of who they are. And that's not really who they are. And I think that's where the false identity comes in. Also the bullshit, making up names for yourself and, the ego in a way. But I'm just saying, I believe that's where that stems from when it comes to the emotional part. That's all, just a theory of mine.
Do you realize that you're not going by your real name and you got a name called God's gift?
Well, I believe everyone's God's gift, first of all. I think life in itself, there's context behind that.
Wait.
I'll give it context.
Hold on. You believe that everyone's God's gift.
I'll tell you why I explain
but you
that.
also believe
Hold on.
that
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why,
but you
Venus.
also believe that you're nothing. You're just a
Oh
moment. You're
no.
insignificant.
I
How
will
can the
tell
two
you why I say
exist?
that though.
This is
I'll
the
tell you.
double-mindedness of it all, Marvelous. Please,
No, I would tell you why I say
please
it.
stop
But I'll tell
this
you why.
at
I
once.
know it sounds
Stop.
crazy.
Holy
I know it
shit.
sounds crazy.
Hey,
But
Ambassador.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
Ambassador, you see? Hey, hold on. I just want to point this out, right? Is that see when you pay attention to somebody's words, you can see the difference between when they actually speaking their authentic thoughts than when they try to sound politically correct or they trying to sound insightful versus going towards what they actually believe. You can hear it, you can see it because all the things that you said, your name, Marvin's opinion, that's your ego. God's gift, that's your ego. Then, like you literally talked about yourself.
Well, no, there's legitimately a God's gift thing. First off, I put context behind that. Okay, to my mom, I was a gift to her. Life in itself is a gift from God. That's what the context is. Life in itself is God's gift. That's where that comes from. I'm grateful for the gift that I got, which is my life.
Please.
That's
Why,
the context
Marvelous?
legitimately. That's the legit context of it all.
You break my heart. I don't understand it. Okay? I don't understand. Look at Sharon. I'm too sick for this. Why, Marvelous? Why?
Because life
why?
is precious. I believe that life is precious.
That's
Now,
bogus
how
for
y'all
doing it
measure
like that.
that's up to y'all to do what y'all want to do with it. But I think life is one of the best gifts ever. So that's how I look at it. It's God's gift, life itself. And I appreciate it. For the good and the bad and all that comes with it, it's better than nothing. Life is better than nothing.
You didn't say I'm my parents' gift. You said I'm God's gift. Okay. When people say I'm God's gift, that means I'm very important. Okay. That I'm here. I'm something that God placed here for you. Okay. I'm extremely important, right? And then how can that ideology exist in the same sentence as I'm nothing but a mere moment? I'm insignificant at best.
Well, the flesh is that. That's true. My flesh is just a moment here. It's true.
I gotta read the Bible after this.
You can.
Ambassador, are you gonna come to me and Sharon's side now? Like, where do you stand? Are you with me and Sharon? Are you still with Marvelous? We gotta pick a side.
His baby said, no more talking.
The baby shut this down. The baby shut it down. There you go, man.
The baby throwing a tantrum.
He's letting us know the foolishness must stop, huh, man?
It must stop.
No, but you know what? That's a good point, Venus. Though it's like, how can you see yourself as this, as nothing, but then you say your God's gift, which is something, which is also a contradiction because you just said your own mouth, life is better than nothing. So touche to your point for finding the hypocrisy and how it is I feel, which I kind of already know that most. But I digress. You are correct in the analogy because. Which goes back to my thing of saying I cannot articulate feelings.
Marvelous. The person that you hold on,
Marvelous. Why'd you do that? I was about to bet.
No. But she actually got me. I have to give credit to that because I was like, that's actually spot on.
Hey, pull that back. Pull that back.
What's your argument? You got his back.
Pull that back. I'm fighting. You left me out here fighting on my own.
Hold on, Marvelous. That bullshit. Hold on, Marvelous.
You left me fighting on my own.
Hold on, Marvelous. When you was talking to somebody, could you actually see the person? Because you looked up directly at somebody. Looked like you looked them in the eye when you was talking. Did you see them? Okay, just wanted to know. Just wanted to make sure.
But no, Venus, you did good. I'll give you that shit. I was like, she pulled the hypocrisy. I'm learning more about myself through you. That's good shit. I like that.
This is Marvelous. You know you my boo. You're a good sport because most people would have got extremely frustrated at this point and probably left. But I think we mean you no harm. But the goal really is to get you to kind of maybe see that you are kind of being double-minded a lot, and that's not really good for you. Forget about anybody else. It's not good for you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll fight this alone then, since my boy just ran off
Okay,
on me.
Ambassador,
So,
let's hear it.
okay, so when I hear that, man, yeah, it is two different mindsets for two different circumstances. Okay, if you're, let's see, what would that ideology be good for? All right. It's hard for me to leave the military example, right? The military, team sport type stuff, you are trained in that to sacrifice as much as you can for the team. But yeah, in the back, you know that, you're not going to sacrifice. That's a circumstantial situation. Outside of that military, outside of that team aspect, you have to balance the more I'm my own person. For me to function well in this relationship, I have to have a degree of positive investments I'm putting into myself. But at the same time, you are also saying that, hey, the marriage, I guess I'm flipping from marriage to military. The marriage is more important, so I'm willing to compromise. You're putting yourself in a framework to be ready to compromise. That's where that mindset comes in, because this is more important than the individual in this circumstance. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I get that, switching those different mindsets. Like, I don't take weightlifting, you're the man, you can wrestle a bear, you can choke a lion. I don't take that into a different space where it doesn't fit. Of course, if I'm under 425 pounds, well, please tell me I'm a bear and I can choke a lion, But outside of that context, I have to think about the more whole body as opposed
And
to
now we see why
sacrificing
you
for the
agree
mission.
with him. We understand now. We understand why you agree with him now, because you too have confused the hell out of us. Okay.
I confused myself explaining that. I confused myself explaining it.
Hey, look. All I know, we doing a good service for our men and let them know that, hey, I got to get better at communicating, express your feelings. You don't need to have this emotional stoicism that men they've been teaching us for many years. No, it is not a good thing. It leads you to double-mindedness when you keep all that shit bottled up inside it. And now all the questions you should have been asking when you was a little kid to get some clarity, you're asking it now, and your opinion is not so marvelous anymore because you are not using your own marvelous opinion. You are regurgitating somebody else's marvelous opinion.
I wouldn't say that. I
Now
think
we
it's
know
just
why the baby was
complicated.
throwing pots. Now we know
That's
why the baby
crazy. I
was
think it's
throwing.
just complicated.
No, now we know why the baby was throwing shit and cursing him out. You hear the baby in the back? This is why.
But the baby is chilling. See,
Yeah.
he's chilling now. He's chilling. He said, "Explain it, Paul." Yeah, he's chilling now.
That comment got my attention. Or is
Say
it
what?
just the only way to manipulate for attention? That's crazy. I'm trying to get away from manipulation. That's why I don't want to speak of my emotions. I think if you draw people in with how you feel and they're going with you and stuff, you're kind of moving it with how the vibe is. And that's something I don't want to do personally. I do want people to have their own opinions and their own minds and to give me feedback like this. I'm not trying to manipulate. I may insert certain things because of my own biasness, but I don't mind those being challenged at times, like right here, and being poked apart and find hypocrisy and have fun with the conversation. But by no means do I want to manipulate anybody. I want nothing to do with that personally. Just so we're clear.
Why you had to clear that? Why you had to clear that up?
Because someone in the chat, Miss Mel, expresses that, and I'm like, it's not. And I don't need attention either. Like, if you knew who I was, you'd be kind of surprised to see me on here in the first place.
So the problem is we don't know who you are because you never express how you feel. So we don't know.
Because there's really nothing that I feel in the moment. Like, I'm an artist. I really am. I love to sing and draw and do poetry. See, that's something you didn't know about me, right? These are things I like to do when I actually feel something. But like Sharon, the last conversation we had before we were here, right? I felt what we were talking about. It was about the whole shooting thing. I told you, like, you could tell you was like, well, you don't really have nothing to invest in, nothing to add to this. And I was like, right, really, I'm just here for entertainment, to be entertained for the most part. And I admitted that, you know what I'm saying? But for this, I came here because I am married and I don't mind sharing some of my things to do with marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
You never share.
There's no way.
Oh,
Can
but
you
y'all,
unmute? I want to hear the baby banging on shit because I'm mad. Where's the
come on,
baby?
man. We need you to bang right now, man. Go on, give it to us.
Yeah, that
You hear me?
was crazy.
Yes.
Marvelous. That could not have happened in real time again.
Ain't no way.
Wow.
So I thought we were
Damn
good.
it, Marvelous. I like you, and I really don't want to put you in my brain. Because let me tell you, I got two categories of men on YouTube in my brain. These are the cool men, the stand-up men, the honest men, and then the other category is they're trash and I hate them. And you are not in the they're trash and I hate them because I thought you were like an honest person, but it's starting to feel like you just say things just to say them. And that's intentional. And why? I really thought you were better.
Mm. Mm.
My heart is in pieces, okay? I don't want to put you in the category with the other people. But why are you doing this, Mark? Like, I understand.
Why am I saying things just to say it?
I mean, he was honest about his car, and y'all came off the top rope on the man.
Yeah.
He was honest. He was honest about the car. You know, that was some investigation. That was worth
So,
investigating. Y'all came off the top rope. Undertaker got called in, man. It's like, oh, let's clean this dude up.
what it shows is that a lot of men are willing to allow these things go for way too long, right? Because he didn't realize it happened in real time. So now he got to really ponder it. Like, damn, shit, I was saying that I don't want to give my personal experience. But then just now, a moment ago, he said, I hit the link so I could give my personal experience because I am married. So literally double-mindedness.
And it's like the
Come
third
on,
time
man.
we
But
called him out
y'all
in like
said it.
5 minutes.
Y'all said
It's
what he
like the
said
third
was
time in 5
negative.
No,
minutes.
wait,
So it
wait,
speaks to
guys,
an
hold
issue.
up. I did give my own thing, my own take on marriage based on my own experience, but I didn't give you the details of the experience. I still gave you something. It may not be more of what you wanted, but I definitely did give you something.
Right. So you're missing what we interpreted what you said. You told us that you don't want to give your personal experience when I asked you something, give me 5 things about marriage. You said I don't want to do it because that's too personal. But then
No,
not too long
yes, I
ago,
said that part after I gave you
and
an
then
answer.
not too long ago,
After I gave you an answer.
no, you didn't give me an answer.
No,
But
you
okay.
said we can go back and play a tape. You definitely said, "Oh, that's one," and I said, "Well, you can expand that one because it goes into other things." That the biggest thing was growth and learning and getting more out of it than you can get by yourself.
We understand that.
Really
We understand that.
right there.
Right. So what you're missing, right? So now we're into this conversation that you want to be more open. You want to be able to express your feelings, but something is blocking you from doing it. It's
It's
I
called
don't
having
know.
a wife that
I
doesn't
don't
know
know
how
exactly. I don't know exactly what it is, but you want to have conversations. You want to open up more about things. At the same time, you want to remain private on the same token. You can't do both. It's either I'm gonna be private and I'm gonna keep everything basic, or I want to help people out and use myself as a catalyst to have an understanding. So maybe somebody else that's in the same situation as me, I can help them. It's one or the other. You cannot do both. And this is why you are double-minded. And this is why I'm glad that it came out today that you're literally going through double-mindedness in real time so you can have some self-reflection and figure out which side of the coin you want to be. Either you want to be your authentic self and allow people to love you for who you are actually, or this whole political size version of you where you are saying what you believe other people believe.
And yeah, I think actually this is good for you, Marvelous, for real, because it did kind of happen like 3 times in a row within the last like 5 minutes. But I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, it's something you probably aren't aware of that you do, but it just got exposed to you. So at least now you have an opportunity, if you want, to kind of think about why, like where that's coming from. You know, that's not something you got to get on the internet and talk about. But I'm just saying, like you said, you like personal growth, right? So, yeah, that is problematic if you contradict yourself constantly and you speak from 2 different perspectives that contradict each other. Something with the thinking is not right, or I mean, that's only for you to figure out. But I'm just saying, it is an opportunity if you want for you to do some personal development on the back end, if you care.
I can, and the thing is, my mind, while I look at it, it's more of like, why can't I have both? But then it's like, again, it goes down to the thing I know best. The world don't understand it. I think it might be best that I don't say nothing, honestly. I think because
Right. So, okay, perfect.
Thank
Stop
you.
there. I want you to stop there.
I'll
I
explain
want you.
to
The
you
reason
why.
why I want you to stop there, I want you to think. I want you to really
You have
think about
pick a
what you're
side,
about to
right? You
express.
say you can't be double-minded, so you have to pick a side.
Mm.
And I prioritize my safety of my family and myself. Some things don't have to be said at all, and the world don't owe me shit. If I truly believe that, then you should say nothing. You do things, of course, but
That's not true. Marvelous. Let me tell you something, because you love to say how insignificant you are, right? You think you're the only person up here who has to protect a wife and protect the family and protect certain things? No. So we're not going to use that excuse. Other people have just figured out how to speak generally about things without revealing too much personal information. That's also an option. It doesn't have to be, well, I won't say nothing. No, that you just need to figure out how to be able to still give your opinion, your perspective, without revealing too much personal information about you or your wife. It's possible people do it up here every day.
Every day.
But that has nothing to do with you. For whatever reason, I don't want to say lie, but you contradict yourself a lot. That's a whole separate issue in your thinking in general. Has nothing to do with protecting or anything else. I don't know why you do that.
Right. Harsh Face Jack, the fallback champ. Hashtag I'm out. The 2 dot says MO. Tiff said to tell you to talk more about these hoes.
And I will say
Look,
this
man, I understand.
of me because that last thing brings a good comment. I don't really like talking about the general public. I like to talk about things that are happening, of course, but to generalize things in a positive or bad way, it gives you a perspective. It tells the viewers how I see the world. You know what I'm saying? And that type of information I find personal. Like I know that's important information. I know that's important. You may not feel, oh, that's not that important to know how he sees the world. But no, it's actually quite it gives you nice in-depth on how that person thinks. Like this person now who's trying to do a psychoanalysis about me, trying to figure out if I'm a narcissist or something like that. They can have like they're able to come to these conclusions based upon what I'm feeding them through my tongue. You know what I'm saying? So things I'm saying, I do find and measure those things very much so. And I do care about what I'm saying. I do want to be understood. I told you that's the truth. If people feel I'm lying, then it is what it is. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. But I'll tell you this, a lie is only there to destroy something. I'm not trying to destroy no one on this panel. I'm not trying to destroy myself, honestly. I don't want to destroy the world. So I want to be as honest and forthcoming as I can with most people here. Like, it's just, again, I don't think I'm supposed to be here talking about the generalization of people. I can speak to things that happen, but then I feel like I'm judging the world by trying to measure it and say that they have this many good people, this many bad things, and men are this and women are that. And I can say, like, well, people are pretty much doing this in general. Yeah, you're not wrong, but we're talking about this specifically. Don't you not see that this, and this, and this? I'm like, yeah, these things exist. They always have and they always will exist. This is true.
So
the way they
why we can't just
right now we have social media and shit, the expression of mankind has changed, but the behavior is still the same.
And what is the issue with just being honest? If the information is there,
yes,
why we cannot just be honest about the information? That's number one. And number two, majority of your what you're expressing is negative. And this is why we went down this rabbit hole, because majority of men have this negative connotation when they thinking and when they talking out loud on these panels. And so even though it seems like maybe the show is about you, it's probably why Ambassador said we're attacking you. But what happened is that you are able to communicate the negativity of men very easily today. And we can see the double-mindedness that a lot of men have. They think of their woman as positive, but what they communicate is all negative. They love their wife, but guess what? She made me sleep on this hard mattress. I love my wife, but shit, I know I'm the happiest when I'm in my car. Like these double-mindedness is just examples, right? But it's much further and much bigger than just talking about you personally. But this is a situation that happens on a grand scale with a lot of men.
You know what? So there's one thing I tell you right now that's truth about me, right? About the situation. I speak highly of my wife and my coworkers. I show off my pictures to everyone to let them know this is my wife, blah, blah, blah. My wife gets people see my wife pictures more than they see my car pictures. And I have an Instagram specifically for that car. But my wife get more views based upon what I, and if I was like, if I saw you, Sharon, I did show you a picture of her one time. We was in the back, you know what I'm saying? It's my wife. I do that with everyone who I have a personal connection with, per se, you know what I'm saying? So it's not that I won't do that. I do that way often. I talk about my wife, I brag about it all the time. Not here, because again, I'm more humble and I know the world will judge and measure me. And I'm not trying to have my wife in the crosshairs of insults and none of that stuff. I don't want none of that.
Perfect. So the problem is that majority of men think they gotta represent themselves in a negative light. And that's the issue that we are continuously having. This is why the red pill is what it is. They keep want to represent, when they are talking in public, they want to represent themselves negatively. My car, my wife, I sleep on a hard bed. I don't care. I don't need no happiness. I don't need that, even though in reality they are absolutely happy with their wife. They do their best to go back and forth, and it's a reciprocation between the both parties, and everybody's working through it. She has some ticks, you have some ticks. All that shit don't matter, and things are mainly productive. But the thing that men are pushing out into the ego sphere is negativity. We don't want no goddamn woman with no education. And then we ask them, is your wife educated? Yes. Us men, we provide 100% of the bills. Did your wife? Yes. When you decided to move, I make all the decisions in my goddamn Did your wife have anything? So yeah, I actually laid on my wife a lot on some thoughts. She was very smart and she helped me do it. We keep seeing it as a trend that men, they want to represent themselves negatively in public, but in the back, they really actually very positive people. And I don't know why they keep trying to tell men to be negative. It's crazy. Archface Jack, the fallback chimp. Hashtag I'm out. $5. Mo, answer this. Can a man trust and love and understand any one woman, or are these oxymoronic? Please, the audience wants to know your marvelous opinion.
Yes.
There you go, Jack.
God.
It's okay.
Yes, babe. What's that? Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Shout out to Miss Opinion. How you doing, Miss Opinion? Or should I say Miss Marvelous? Shout out to Miss Marvelous, goddamn. And it's okay for us to be positive, productive when we have these goddamn conversations. It's all good. Hey, I don't really have no negative things to say about marriage. I be enjoying the marriage life. Now, children, on the other hand, shit, we can have a whole negative conversation about that. Them motherfuckers is crazy. Stressful. Keisha G, you ain't shit.
Not far from that, but for the most part, no, because I got somewhere to be. I didn't know what time it was until she reminded me. I said, "Oh, you're right. All right, we're gonna get that right now."
Shout out to the miss. That's what the ladies tend to do as well. They keep us in check, make sure we're doing what we're supposed to do. And this is why a lot of men have problems with their wives, because they don't want to do what they're supposed to do. And it's okay. Go ahead, Marv. What's your final thoughts, Marvelous?
I would say I love you guys very much. I really do. I appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate you being this coming up and showing myself, showing me who I am at times. I need that reflection at times, and I really do appreciate the real love and genuine you guys give me. All right, I'm going to go back and meditate on a few things and reflect on what we talked about and try to grow from it. Otherwise, pray for me and I'll pray for y'all. I'll take care. All right.
Damn, you didn't say Sharon did that for you, but whatever. I love you too.
Love you, bro.
Have a good day. Bob Cherry, what's your final thoughts, beautiful? Let me see. You got any final thoughts, Bob Cherry? All right, she's sewing. I'm scared to ask, but Jalen, what's your final thoughts, Jalen? Damn. Okay. The always many words silent. Good day, sir. What is your final thoughts?
Thank you for having the show.
Appreciate
Is anybody else
you.
about to go live?
Anybody about to go live?
Yeah.
Drop it in the damn chat right now. Ambassador 750, what's your final thoughts?
Man, gave my man a hard time. I'm gonna end it with there's a nice book. It's on Audible. It's easy. You just listen to it. It's called Permission to Feel, and it kind of helps you get into the gray area of these feelings. That's what I wanted to get into when he said the car thing, because I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what that is. So let's go over the dynamics of how much emotional labor you're doing in the house and all that. But let's give men permission to expand on these feelings. Okay, so we can actually get to the logic of it, before we cast our own narrative on it. And then that's it.
Okay. Let me see. Somebody said, where's she at? Very Sexy Red is live. Let me see if I can find her. Is she live now or is she going live? Oh, she about to go live in a few minutes? Nah.
Sharon.
Oh.
I want to tell you like this: liberalism, women destroy the U.S. black family. Liberal women destroy the black family.
Jalen, when you gonna have a family?
What do liberalism have to do with?
I mean, liberal women.
Okay. What do that have to do with?
I just Googled it up.
Oh, you Googled it, so this ain't your thoughts. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that was my thoughts.
Full of it. Hey, Venus.
I just want to say, you and I as a combination is a problem, okay? We always get perceived to be. I don't like that. I'm just saying, like, it's always looked at as
New
doing something
Yorkness.
you're not doing.
I think it's because what I really believe is that they're not adjusted to people that are actually direct. They say that they are, but they are not accustomed to somebody really truly being direct with them out of love. They only get directness out of corrections or critique, I should say. And they did not understand that when I'm doing it, I'm not doing it because I'm trying to paint a narrative or I'm explaining to you what I'm seeing from you and what you're expressing. They're not used to that directness.
I just think black people got a real issue. They're not used to being challenged and thinking. This is why, no shade, if we listen to a lot of the panels, a lot of people sound so foolish because they're used to people who listen to them say any and everything and just smile and nod. Nobody really tells them when they sound foolish, when they sound crazy. Nobody lets them know. So they just roam the earth thinking that they sound normal. And then they get around people they don't know who have a different understanding. And you're attacking somebody because you just know better, because you think better in certain things, because you understand better in certain things. And you're trying to get them to see you're attacking. So you're comfortable with people who will let you look and sound stupid when that in itself is a problem. You should be comfortable with people who try to help you, who don't want you to look and sound stupid.
That part. Because that's the person that actually loves you, right? Not the person that's going to allow you to continuously do the wrong thing.
Or you just around people who ain't that smart. Either way, that's a problem.
That is a problem as well.
So they can't even see that you're wrong because they fucking stupid too. So everybody just dumb. Anything outside of that stupidity is automatically you're attacking, you're ganging up on, you're trying to check. Like what? How do y'all just want to exist around people who agree with everything that you say, never tell you when your logic is off, your reasoning is off? Y'all just like, this is why some of y'all are like 30, but you talk like a 15-year-old. That's why.
And it's very interesting to see it happen in real time, man. It is kind of sad that me and you definitely get the brunt of, we are the ones playing out, but we literally, because people get mad when I say literally. It's a Brooklyn thing. I'm sorry, but I'm just pointing out the fake narratives that people be saying, and I'm going by your words. I'm not attempting to make you look any kind of way. I'm just explaining to you how you sound in real time.
No, this is how twisted black people are. I saw in the chat, Otis was like, don't let them change you, Marvelous. Now, why would you want to be around? Now, think about it. Would you rather be around a man like Marvelous? I mean, a man like Otis, who can see that you have contradictory ways and be okay with it? Or would you rather be around people who say, hey, this don't really make you look good. You know, it makes you look double-minded and unstable. Maybe you should correct that. Like, who would you want? The person who actually wants to keep you stagnant for real? Or the people who actually want to help you?
Right, because that's a great point to bring back that word stagnant, right? It's a great point.
But that's the problem with most black people. They're going to lean toward what Otis said. They're attacking him. They're trying to change him. No, how about trying to help people grow in their thinking? Something y'all are not familiar with. That's why it always feels like an attack to you. Because you're around people like Otis who will let you look and sound stupid. And will tell you any hint of growth is, they're trying to change you. Yeah, some things should fucking change. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be forever changing, to be honest with you. Yeah, and that's a great point. Men don't like correction, they just like to give correction. It's very true.
I don't know about that. I think that he brought up a topic. It came off negative, and the focus became the negativity of the topic.
Correct.
Not exactly what topic he was talking about. And I think that's what's being explained. Like, okay, it's coming off negative, but I kind of brought up the space because quite honestly, in marriage, that is a vulnerable thing to even bring up something negative, because it's implying something negative in your marriage. So when we don't focus on the topic to kind of work that out, and we go immediately to what is married people are afraid of, saying something negative that's going to come off badly on your spouse. When we actually do fulfill that and say, hey, bro, what you say was really negative, but he brought up a topic to talk about. I think that's where that comes from.
Right. So the problem is that it's only negative if you're still in there. So something can happen. I have a disagreement with my spouse, but if we got through it, then it ain't negative no more. Now I can say, hey, because our communication got better because of this one moment, because our communication was breaking down. So it's not a negative. You actually, if you communicate through it, then there's nothing in the marriage that can stay negative. It's negative in the moment when you had it. Yes, y'all both was hot, heated, whatever, angry, screaming, yelling, whatever that turned out to be. But if you get through it, it is now a productive part of your marriage. And now you should be able to help other people to recognize, hey, I'm communicating wrong. And so when I hear certain languages through my fellow brothers, I'm just explaining to them what I'm hearing and how is it wrong. And then I substantiate it. It's not like I just be saying, you're wrong, you stupid. No, I substantiate it. This is what you're saying. This is what you're expressing.
Yeah, but if it focuses on the negativity of what he brought up, we never get into the nuances of the topic he was bringing up. That's the only thing I'm saying. Where it comes off as jumping on him is that we never really talked about, like, it's not just a car. You hear the jokes online about how long the husband spend in the bathroom, stuff like that. All those little things. So that topic was actually expanding into those little things of why guys, or what is that? They'll sit an hour in the car before they get in the house. The afterward.
Right. Why do they do that?
Well, each one's a little different, but it usually has to do with there's just a lot going on in the house. Maybe he doesn't like how the house is being ran. Maybe the kids are acting a fool. Maybe they have different ideas of what discipline is. You know, so the kids are cutting up and they get away with something different when mom is around as opposed to where dad is around. It could just be the state of the house. You know, maybe there's no food on it. I don't know. You know, that's why each one needs to be investigated.
So for me, what all I heard was that is poor communication. All those things.
Which part is poor?
Everything that you said. So he don't want to go in the house because the house is not ran a certain way. That's poor communication. Him going in there and when the daddy comes home and they act a certain way. When daddy's home versus when mommy's in, that's again him not understanding how to communicate with his children. Everybody knows children feel a little bit differently around mama and around daddy, and if he don't understand that, that's poor communication again. Him having a difference in how they discipline their children, again, that's poor communication.
Wait, so I don't. Is communication supposed to turn into a result?
Absolutely.
See, some people are just stubborn, man. Those are the things that we're talking. Some women. I remember talking about this when we were talking about reading to your kids 30 minutes a day, right? Some people, especially a lot of women, don't want their house to feel like a training center as opposed to a place of nest, a place of resting. You know, they want their home to be more of like a nesting area as opposed to, you know, my kids feel compelled to be on their P's and Q's because they're in the house. You know, that communication is not going to work past that ideological difference. Right? There's limits to it. There's barriers to that.
They say that, so that's the issue that they say young boys have, right? The reason why they don't do good in school is because everything got to be pieces. Sit up straight. Don't move. Don't talk. Don't sit like this. Don't do this. And so literally, that is a part of communication, right? Sometimes kids learn with their ass sitting upside down. Doesn't mean they're not retaining the information. You got to be able to communicate with that certain child. So yes, all that is communication and figure out what's best for your individual child. It's one thing that is for the masses of people. Then you got to have to make it individual towards your family. But hopefully Sexy Red started her show. Miss Jalen, did she start her show? I tried to hold on until she start. I was waiting for her to start. But so that's the thing. And we got to be able to accept those things. And we're going to have some more conversations later on. I will see y'all later.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.